That's one of the things we're getting used to as amateurs, is making sure that people can't hear us just jaw jacking. We've had a bunch of complaints about that. We don't need to hear the tech group talking about how frustrated they are. And so we have the preview. If I know what's coming, we'll put the preview here. The scoreboard, there are better ways to do this, which we're going to deal with. But for this time, what this is my computer feeds into this by HDMI, and then there's a masking function that blacks out everything on the screen except that. So that's how the scoreboard goes up. We're changing the score on this this tablet, and all we have to do is click that, change the number. Now, one of the Australian ladies came up who was pretty savvy with all this stuff. It was Jamie Gondro. And they've got a scoreboard app that I hope we can even maybe use this week, I don't know, where instead of having to type in a number, you just push a button for up or down. And looks like they've started. And then we can put in graphics and all this stuff, and we switch back and forth.
Did Adam Barr ever tell you about his camera that he mounts on the center peg and it's motion activated and it follows the game around?
Yeah. Trouble is, but there's no question in my mind that the best experience is a human running the camera, north south. Now what Macy needs, he needs a PTZ camera, like you do in parking lots, but a really good one, mounted to the roof up there. Because then he can cover these two courses. We can control the PTZ in here. So that works just fine.
How are you today?
Right.
Do you need someone to comment in Arabic for the Egyptian games?
Say what?
Someone to comment in Arabic.
Damon is coming at 9, and he has somebody with him, and during the day we'll need more for sure.
Because I can see the Egyptians playing now with Edmund, and Karem also is playing now with this Finnish guy, Pepe.
Damon's coming at 9. If you want to come in now, you're welcome to.
It's up to you.
What he's got on the stream right now is Steve Morgan and Tom Baldwin.
Okay.
If you want to comment on that, you can.
So have Rothman and
Kamel only has one more point, and his match is over.
If Rothman and Fletcher started in.
So
I'll
Muhammad's...
probably go out.
Okay.
See, I don't know what's on what court, but yeah, it's getting there.
Okay, I'm around if you need.
No, come tell me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Come tell me what's going on. Who's on what court?
See, this is Muhammad Karem and Pepe. Front of me. See the red head?
Yeah, that's game 3. That got pegged down last night.
And Khalid is playing with Edmund.
Yep.
The Egyptian too.
Okay.
Yesterday, what we did
Here,
English
show me
and
here.
Arabic play.
Here are the round 2 matches left over.
Yes, this is 2 Egyptian.
Just tell me what court.
They're in 14, isn't it?
It's 13, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
10 and 14.
10 and 14. Okay. So Carmen and Riva are on 10, and Kamel and Fordyce are on 11.
14.
No, they're on 14. These guys are on 10.
Correct.
So I've got it right. That's how we assign it.
You're right.
Okay. All right. And do you know how far they are in? I mean, you don't know what.
I think one game each, but let me double check. Because they saw this.
They're both game 3s. Khalid Kamel only has to score 1 more point, and that match is over. It's 16-1. So that's up.
Only one game
One
for
game.
point.
Not even a full game, 1 point.
Okay, watch.
Yeah.
And Muhammad and Pepe, Karem and Pepe.
I believe it's, I forget if it got pegged down to 4-2 or 4-3. But that's also game 3.
Edmund, I think.
Paul, do you know what the scores are? I'm having trouble understanding.
We'll get this one.
Yes, I do, but you're not covering either of those games right
No,
now.
I know, but I thought I would put that.
But I'm going to be over it, like both these two.
Yeah, they're going to be over in 10 minutes.
So
They only got 1 hoop to score on these 2 hoops,
Yes.
these 2 brawns.
Brian, did somebody score?
I have got you the new scoreboard, if you want it. I can email it to you, but
Oh, let's do that later. I keep it there.
okay, no, that's cool.
Brian. Shit. I didn't. Did you see if Morgan scored?
No,
be able to
Brian
finish
says
score.
that's
No,
not
because they
on
haven't
or it's
finished,
not
it's
using
been
it or
held
something.
over, so they haven't
Are
scored.
we sure it's not
But it
you?
was getting very close
No,
to the end, like
mine
only about
was-
a hoop to go,
Maybe,
and
maybe
same
it's,
with Edmund.
Yes, same
So-
for Wickham.
Yeah,
Yeah, so they haven't put
okay.
it out, but
Right.
So none of them finished anything.
no,
This
they
is-
pegged it down,
okay.
but it's only like about one game to go, one
what's
hoop
the
to go
score?
on both.
Right.
1-0.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 1-0 Tom?
Yeah.
Okay. What color is Tom playing?
Blue and black.
Okay, well, I got it right, Max. You're gonna have to tell me the score, but I can't see it and I can't watch the screen.
2-0, Tom.
Pardon?
It's 2-0, Tom.
2-0
Tom.
Tom, okay. So Karen, what's your last name?
I'm Leslie,
Can you write it down for me?
but
I can't.
I'm Jamie's mum, so.
You're gonna help Dave comment?
Yep, I am, yeah.
Okay.
All right, you done this other one too, good.
Yeah. I can, yes. You're good. Do you know, are both of those matches have just played one game so far?
They haven't,
No.
they haven't finished anything yet.
Oh, they're just starting.
They're on the middle of the game.
Okay, so what I'll do is Bowling and Morgan have played one game, and if Tom wins, they'll be done quickly, then I can go to those two.
Okay.
But we also have to deal with,
Any commentary on that?
great.
Can I comment on that?
I can do that.
Oh, sure. Do you want him to do commentary right now?
For,
I'm sorry.
Do you want him to do commentary right now? We'll
Sure,
stream.
you wanna
Don't
comment on
see
it? Yeah, you're not live, go ask you are, I take it back.
Those mics are hot.
Now we have to be quiet. So all this stuff, I didn't mean to push that button, we gotta start. You'll need to introduce, you gotta just introduce yourself.
is it live?
Yes, you're on.
And here's Damien.
Good morning, Karen.
Good morning, so I'm Karen Bisley, I'm from Australia, and we've got Damon here commentating this morning on the game between Stephen Morgan and Tom Balding.
Yes, Karen, delightful to be here.
They can see, oh, that's.
Delightful to be here. We've got a wonderful morning, going to rise to about 70 degrees, and we're picking up in the middle of a game with Stephen Morgan playing yellow, pushing Tom Balding's ball away from the back behind hoop 3. Tom taking position with the blue ball, and Stephen may elect to clear here immediately with the red. He's taken position with red, then obviously wanting to clear blue with his yellow ball in the next turn. Tom also playing into tight position, it looks like. He may have gone a little bit beyond where he wanted, but has achieved blocking any shot that red might have at the hoop 3. Stephen now attempting the clearance on the blue ball. That's a shot he'd like to have again for sure. Yes, Tom successfully running hoop 3 there, getting a little bit down the lawn. so he's somewhat more of a threat at hoop 4, but getting to a 3-0 lead it looks like there, Karen.
Yes.
Get that rough.
And
With this open, I think it's gonna be okay. And what I'll do is put this in here.
Yeah, Stephen taking good position, close and relevant to hoop 4, and naturally Tom putting a ball out to the near boundary side, so if he's cleared from that position, he'll be only probably 7 to 10 yards, depending on the angle of cut that when his ball is cleared.
it's a little bit hard to see where what the angle is at hoop 4, but I think they're in reasonable positions, both balls.
Yeah, red might have a bit of a fine cut on that red ball, I'm imagining, but he'll probably send ball to the boundary.
Yep, and then red will be in control.
Yeah. Karen, these courts are probably similar to the Cooch lawns of Australia.
They're very, very similar to the ones we play on.
Yeah.
The hoops feel pretty tight though. They're probably some of the tightest I've experienced. I mean, obviously they're still set at a certain level, but they do, I think, just with the hardness of the ground and the firmness of the hoops, you have to be very accurate to get through.
Yeah, there's a great hoop point there by Stephen Morgan, getting 1 point there. Tom Balding's leading 3-1, and Black's playing over to position. Arguably, Black would want to go centre line or past the centre line because yellow has such an easy clearance on the black. We'll see if Stephen elects to take a little bump on Black here. Immediately, it looks as though he is. Yep, centre ball. Good clearance there. Yellow remains relevant to hoop 5. And Tom plays with blue into 5. Yeah, Karen, your comment about the firmness of the hoops, this ground I think would measure on the concrete scale in terms of firmness.
I think so, and I think they've got harder over the tournament as the ground has dried out more.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate to have 2 weeks of extremely dry weather with a little wind and good, and they've just become a very, very good test for a world championship. The Black clearing yellow off, staying relevant with the black ball, good centre ball, slide off centre clearance. Stephen will be looking to see what he can do to that blue ball sitting there over the hoop 5 area.
Still 3-1? Yes. Right, is it still 3-1?
Opportunity here for Tom to clear the yellow and remain in hoop position, or is he taking the red out of play? Taking the red out of play, yeah. Knowing that he's got a fairly short shot black on yellow in a moment. Stephen coming back into position. No.
I think he was trying a little bit of a block, but
Yeah, the block is the bonus, right?
bonus.
Yeah. All right, Tom's clearance now black on yellow. And it's a reasonably good shot. Probably not what he was hoping for. A little bit more centre ball to have sent yellow another few yards. Stephen now will take the clearance on blue, leaving red in position on the hoop. Yep, good clearance, moving the ball across the court. You know, with that dry weather that we've had in the last week to 10 days, earlier that ball wouldn't have travelled across the court and maybe gone half that distance. But now with the dryness of the courts and the mowing getting up to schedule, we've now got balls running at a good pace, and you can see there blue comfortably clearing red from hoop 5.
It's interesting seeing the referees and people setting the hoops. They're so hard going into the ground. They're literally using this huge hammer to get the power to knock them in the ground.
It's a 6 or a 10 pound sledge or whatever they're using, and even then it's hard work, so it's just amazingly firm ground. Of course, this tournament we're all using quadway. We're all using the quadway hoops, which are a precision piece of engineering, using the dibber to preset the holes, and then the gauge and clamps, etc., to reach the clearance. We're playing about a 32nd to a 16th in the knockout. Oh, yellow's gone a little long there. Karen, what I like to see about these two players playing is they're really playing with good tempo in the game. there's not long deliberation. They're stepping up, playing their shot. I think that's a very good style of play to encourage in our game.
Yes, yes, they have made their decisions and they stick to them and essentially take place pretty much immediately.
Yeah, well, firstly, both teammates in some of the recent US teams, but they know the game and they know what they're going to do, so there's not much reason for a lot of deliberate thought.
And they know each other's game, is the other thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
They know what the other person's going to do.
Yeah, I should say, we've been fortunate in this last week and with the tournament with a huge number of USCA volunteers that have come that are both providing referees, providing volunteers, probably 40, 50 strong in number that have come from all over the country to help host this event. It's been fabulous. Stephen clearing black now. We're looking for a centre ball off to the boundary. Maybe have a little bit of a cut trying to get a wire involved there in the return shot.
So we've now got blue and black on the boundary.
Yeah, time for Tom to bring up the good shots, I think. We'll see what happens here. Tom's a little fortunate here with the angle that a through ball will not likely place him in an offside position for hoop 6 should he not hit. But arguably, a good chance of hitting. That was a close shot. All right, Stephen for hoop 5. I think a good hoop there and a good position for yellow to run through to as well.
Stephen just scored, so the score is 2-3.
Yes,
so
Stephen's got 2 points and Tom Balding with 3. Which is a very interesting position because the result of this hoop will either lead to a 4-2 or a 3-all. Obviously a 4-2 giving a very strong position if Tom can score the point, and Stephen's hoping he'll be the one to score.
Maybe down to the third game. So many of the matches we've been watching over the last couple of days they all could have been finals, and the quality of
Trying to tell me each time they score, 'cause it's very hard for me to see.
the quality of their games have been amazing, all at top level.
Yeah, Tom playing back in position here with blue onto hoop 6.
And Riva.
Yeah, Karen, you're right about the standard of play. We've had, from ever since the knockout has started, just supremely strong matches where a single shot here or there has decided a game.
We've seen some of the top level players knocked out already, which is just amazing.
Yes, when past world champions are exiting because up and coming talent is bringing the game to them, it's spectacular competition. We couldn't hope for a better and deeper field of talent.
I can't understand, I'm sorry.
All right, Stephen clearing blue with the yellow ball. Also rolling to very good position with yellow at hoop 7. So now blue's here's got a critical clearance with red because otherwise Stephen will go 3-3 with yellow at hoop 7. So there's some pressure on blue to be able to clear this red ball from hoop 6. It looks as though that if he doesn't, red has good position to score. Oh, great shot, Tom. Yeah, that was a critical roquet of Tom's, 13 and a half yards on that particular ball, which will cause red to play in and yellow to play back from hoop 7. Okay, they're choosing to play across the wire here at showing a lot of respect for each other's clearance ability, not willing to put a ball out where it's open to the hoop, where a clearance can leave the ball being struck still relevant to scoring the hoop coming back. Okay. Yellow's played to position which would indicate that maybe red is open on the black ball. Looks like Tom's winding up for a shot here at yellow, missing that. So now we're going to see whether red is open on the black ball, which I think it might be able to see a little bit of it. If not, we'll see red come and take an open hoop position.
Still 2-3.
He looks like he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I fear,
Maybe
Karen,
he's
he might do more than thinking about it. He might just smack this off to the boundary if he can see it. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, good hit. A little bit more of a cut than I think he wanted there, because that leaves a relatively short shot black at the yellow ball. Yep, Tom wastes no time stepping up to this. Tom's a graduate of St. John's College, Karen, in Annapolis, and they, every year for many, many years, have been challenging the Naval Academy to some croquet games.
Oh, wow.
They have 5,000 or 6,000 people that spectate at that event every year. It's a massive party.
It's great. I mean, maybe it'll become like rowing in the UK, croquet in America.
Oh, it very much is. In fact, the mayor of Annapolis told me it's the largest event that's held there. It's phenomenal.
It's impressive.
Yes.
Just need
Oh,
it.
Stephen.
Hitting. Well, at least he's still there, and oh no, black is quite close.
Yes, black is doing more than looking over the shoulder there. Black is going to threaten yellow and maybe an in-off with black. We might see in a minute. Okay, red's playing in wide, obviously expecting black to be long gone.
Stop.
All right, Stephen's playing in here with the yellow ball. Not sure I would have played yellow in so tight. I think I would have put that out a lot wider, maybe 4 or 5 feet wider if I was playing the turn, but I'm sitting in here and they're out there playing, so maybe they know something.
And it's difficult to appreciate the angles from, we've only got the 2 camera angles, so sometimes, like now, it's very difficult to see exactly where they are in front of the hoop or to the side.
Yeah. So maybe Stephen will contemplate a cuddle here with blue, although he may just try for the angle. Yep, moving red to a position where he's relevant on an open hoop. And black playing just in front. Obviously Stephen's got a long ball here with yellow, and blue is sitting there threatening to clear the red ball. He's only got about a 5-yard shot blue on red, so either Stephen attempts the clearance now on blue from the side boundary. He's narrowly missed that, going through to an offside position for hoop 6. So if Tom can centre ball red here, I think that'll put him in very good shape to win this hoop and go up 4-2. That's a great shot. Moves red well down the court. It's close to perfect, isn't it? No wasted effort there.
It's going to be tricky for him to see, looking at where the ball is. I wonder if he's wired, or whether there is a little bit of, he must be able to see something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was a peg and several uprights of steel in the road between the black ball
I think
and...
so, bit of hardware.
Yeah, so Tom successfully managed to hold Stephen off and remain 4-2 up in this game, which is a very good effort. Well contested hoop.
We can just see in the background Felix Webby, so he's obviously just starting his game. I'm not sure who he's playing at this stage.
Ah,
Brian Lazal, so Felix and
Yeah, Brian Lozano is from Mexico. Representative also works as a teaching croquet teacher here in the U.S., both in the mountains of the North Carolina and other places, and is really playing very, very well. That'll be a great match because Felix is playing well too. All right, Stevens playing out of the penalty box on the far side of the court, heading to hoop 7. And he's struck that with good pace. It's a shot he really didn't want to leave short, which allows him then the possibility of clearing to the open side, the far side, and that's why blue has gone in long, so that any cut on blue may not go very far away from the hoop area. Red will play in tight to position here. Yep, beautiful shot by Red. Okay, Tom elected to take Red out early. It looks as though Stevens got a little bit of angle at the hoop, probably trying for jaws, or at least he's blocked blue, but I think blue will be tempted a little jump on this yellow ball. I would think, Karen, he's...
I think he's going for a jump. Oh, maybe, yeah, no.
Maybe it's in off.
Oh,
Yes,
beautiful.
Great shot. That's a touch shot from Tom Balding.
No, he's missed it.
Yeah, that's now going to become very, very difficult. Yep.
Okay.
And Tom certainly is not taking any chances, and he clears Stevens' ball to the third corner. I think
it'd be very difficult to dig that ball out. It looks like it's well and truly through.
it would be a magician's shot to be able to succeed from there. Yeah, and Stevens in this unfortunate position because Tom's both going to take the hoop and no doubt go very well down towards the 8th hoop with a commanding 5-2 lead.
Looks like he's going to give it a go. You could almost argue it would have been better to go to the halfway mark.
Yeah, very, very difficult for the competitive player to want to give up on anything, but I think that was the right call. And Tom will have played down close. Looks good position, very good position.
Beautiful.
It really is, yes. So Tom now is up 5-2, and he's taken a really a commanding lead in this second game. Stevens faced he can't trade off hoops. He needs to pull something out of the hat here and get a number of hoops in sequence. I think if we reflect on the contest at hoop 6, which could have brought the game even at 3-3, but Tom succeeded in going up 4-2, it sort of laid the path for this. All right, yellow at blue here. Close. Tom's walking in confidently. Yeah, I think I'll take the hoop on here. Yeah.
Yep, beautiful hoop.
That was smooth and
6-2.
easy. 6-2. Yeah.
It's a very quick game so far.
Well, it is, and both players capable of doing the same to each other. It just happens to be Tom's day, it looks like right now. Yep, good ball in by Stephen, going a little bit past the centre line, which allows a wide clearance.
So we got Rothman and Fletcher.
Stephen playing in for position with yellow here on hoop 9. There's a good view of Tom's swing, which is not perfectly straight like the textbook, a little bit
No.
off to the side, but he does it the same every time.
Yes, and he's obviously used to his swing, so he'll know exactly
Yeah.
where he needs that ball to be hit.
And talking of swings, I think that Stephen's got a very relaxed, even swing, which would be a good model for many people playing Irish grip to look at. Ooh.
Just cleared his own ball.
Yeah, that's a radical move. We don't see that in the textbooks, do we?
No, I don't think that's part of the game.
Yeah.
Well, not the planned game anyway.
Well, at 6'2", you can afford one of those, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
So,
And Stephen naturally taking jaws because he wants to take this and the next, so he's looking for good forward position after scoring this hoop.
so do you think Tom? I know he's electing to go to halfway.
No,
he's
Tom's going to take the back of yellow here.
He's going to take yellow.
Yeah, I think that's a good chance for Tom to take that out. Certainly worthy of the shot.
I just find it a little bit difficult on looking at the angles of the cameras with noting exactly where things are.
Oh, I think he's heard you,
Must have.
Karen. Yeah,
I think there was a bit of hardware in the way.
and I think he's wise to listen to you too. You see, he's sort of 6'2". He just
And
needs.
red's in front. I think red, even if he knocked out yellow, red would have been there as well.
Well, in position of his black gives him a very good return ball to take yellow out. Should Stephen want to just stall around this hoop for a minute to get the balls just right.
Yes.
So
And I think Stephen
may have going for the block here
Yep.
to take that shot away. But still, black on red onto yellow is a good possibility. And I think given where blue is now, I think that's a reasonably good play.
Yes,
Oh,
he's got it
great
too.
shot.
Beautiful.
Yes, they're playing a game that Russ Dilley doesn't know right now out there. Just phenomenally good shooting. So that was a wise choice with blue going down halfway and black taking that shot back, and also brings into focus the fact that Stephen didn't play red to a block position on that shot
Yep, so
successfully.
missed out on the opportunity of having two balls in front. Looks like he may be wired.
Yeah, I think good chance that hoop's sitting right between it. Interesting position now because he wants to play to a hoop position but leaves black with a short roquet. Yellow's obviously going to clear.
I think black will be having to get, I don't know if
Yeah, black is going to
they
slam
have to go
into
for
that
red
red ball.
now.
Yep.
Yep,
Oh,
unfortunately yellow didn't move.
yeah, it was unlucky not to have clipped the yellow with that. Stephen looking to take hoop 9 and run down the court towards hoop 10. He's successfully done that. It's a nice shot by Stephen Morgan. Looks to be about level with halfway. Tom quickly to the blue ball, plays it down to a position, I'd say approximately 3-4 feet out. No, maybe 5 feet out.
And a beautiful counter ball by red.
Yes.
And look at that blue. That black, I should say.
Yes.
Hey, Jared, can you point your camera at this moment at court 10?
Oh,
Oh, that's a beautiful
God.
shot.
that's a good result, isn't it? Yeah.
I think blue will be able to dig that one out.
Yeah, I'm thinking about 30 yards, don't you? on
I think
that yellow ball.
I think way back here, at the
Yeah.
far end.
Oh, more of a subtle shot from Tom. I thought he might
Yeah.
have slammed that with a little bit more power on it, but he's taken yellow well out of the hoop. Unfortunately, blue looks as though it's hampered a little on its scope of where it can shoot, so red
Yes.
takes a wide position at 10. Yeah, Tom is one of those players that can generate enormous power, and he's played that little promotion very well because now he's got a far court clearance on red to remain relevant. I think it's going to force yellow maybe to take the hoop on or try another scatter ball.
I wonder if yellow can see blue. Maybe able to see a little bit of it.
Maybe, but
But I think it's going to be.
oh, successfully taken black out. Yes, yep. Yeah, I feel that Stephen's chasing this hoop a little bit. Tom's played himself in quite well to the hoop.
Yes.
He'll take red out and stay relevant to the open side of the hoop.
It may have to do a little bit of a cut there. Do you think he can do?
I think a fraction, yeah,
Fraction,
just
yep.
a fraction, but he's done that well.
No, so we've got two balls in front, or near close. I think Black's to the side.
He's been a little generous to Stephen there. I think that clearance, another 7 to 10 yards on that clearance would have been worthwhile, because it appears from our angle Stephen's trying to take Black out, which... No, it's a shot at blue.
No, missed.
Yeah.
So Black can just set up in position, really.
Possibly block the yellow shot at blue, I'm thinking. Maybe just run past blue a shade. No, he's going to open position. Maybe attempting to be a wire on the red ball.
Yeah, maybe he's blocked on red. Well,
Yeah, trying to
it's
get the hoop
difficult
in
to
the
tell
road.
from the angle.
Yeah, so Tom's very happy to keep Stephen chasing at this hoop.
Just looking at the score in the background, Felix and the Mexican, who I've forgotten his name?
Brian Lozano.
Brian Lozano, and it's 4-4.
Oh my gosh, Stephen, that's a oops, I would say. Blue sizing up. This will be the hoop.
This will be the winning hoop if he
no,
got it.
No.
So do you think red can see black? Or do you think he's going to clear blue?
Well, if he
Depends on what he can see.
I think he's got to be taking black on here.
He's missed.
Oh, he's taken both. Gone down the middle with an average shot. We've all seen that before. Yeah, Tom will crash this through, I'd imagine.
Yes.
Yep. That's an excellent
So-
game there. Tom Balding taking that game in 2, 7-5, 7-3. That's a good match.
Oh, you don't need my camera?
From the US perspective, clearly would have liked both those US players to have different opponents, but as soon as you get down in this knockout, you don't get any control over that.
I think that's happening in a few knockouts. You're getting players of the same country against each other.
Yes, yeah, very much the case. We just,
This is Jose Riva,
So this is
We're on court 10 now.
court 10. Ben Rothman, Jose Riva.
this is Jose Riva.
playing Ben Rothman on court 10.
And we're just catching up on what's.
I'm sorry, gave you the wrong game. M Karem.
That's,
Oh, okay.
and is this the third
Game three.
game? Okay, so
Sorry,
this is
we've got
game
a-
3, and it is Mo Karem, who's just about to play yellow, playing Jose Riva, and the score is 6-5 to Mo.
Yeah, and I should remind the viewers, this is court 10 of 24 courts here at Chesapeake Bay, the largest croquet facility in the world.
And this game we're watching is the third game, and yesterday they played 2, but it got too dark and they had to stop play, and they're resuming their third game of the match this morning.
As soon as we can switch camera 2 back to 14 and let Brian cover.
It's been a very close match and been going on for a number of hours.
But then we gotta figure out what we're going to after. After is gonna be Lozano, Webby.
Well, I think, do we know what the score is?
Yeah, so Blue wanting to play a little bit of distance, but still on the open side of the hoop.
And we can see Edmund Fordyce in the background there. So I'm not sure what happened in his game, but he's just finished.
Yeah, Edmund's had a great tournament too. He's just been playing lights out, brilliant croquet.
Now he was playing Khaled Karem, I think, and I suspect Caleb might have got him.
Yeah, the game was trending that way.
When we last saw it on the second game, Caled was 6-0 up.
Now,
But I don't know what's happened since then.
yeah, I'm not sure what we just saw the Karem do there is quite legal in tapping down or walking down short steps on his pathways, creating a little bit of a runway there. But we're going to have a clearance on this ball, hopefully where he can remain in position then to take the hoop.
Yep, he's resetting himself and
So we can just switch.
Yeah, Riva needs both these 2 remaining points in the game, and Karim just needs a single.
Yeah, as soon as he hits that shot.
Ooh, that's not particularly good.
now, unfortunately he's displaced his own ball as well as the partner ball.
And John, you go back to 14 then. Good boy.
Yeah, good chance here now for Riva to take position. He looks as though he's just a little bit south of 11. Giving himself some generous distance there, I think probably ending up some 6-7 feet short of that hoop. And Karen, I'd put 6 or 7 feet in the challenging category with these hoops.
Oh, yes, 100%. Yeah, you don't see any of the good players trying to attempt these hoops from any distance. They're trying to sneak up on the hoop, get quite close before they attempt to run the hoops.
Yeah. Good shot there of the spectator area around the shelter here at Chesapeake Bay, and the protective fencing that's in place for any balls that sky into the air.
And the Egyptian support squad.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, I believe that Spain and Egypt have a lot of interaction back and forth as countries because they're relatively close to one another, which is great and advances the game.
Fletcher and Rothman have a
I think so, and I think you can see some of the influence of the Egyptians on the Spanish play. That they sort of got quite similar techniques.
Yes, Karen. I think one thing I've been impressed with this week is both the power and the subtlety. We've got many more players deep in the field that can generate great power and then also deliver the subtlety.
Abs-
Just got an update there that Lozano is up 5-4 over F Webby in the game that they're playing. So that's a tremendous tussle going on an adjacent lawn. Got yellow clearing blue, I believe. Nope, taken partner out. We'll chalk that up, another oops in that category. He doesn't look particularly happy with that shot. We'll see what Jose is left with. It's one of these shots that maybe he's just going to man up and take the open hoop, I would suggest. Actually, correctly, I shouldn't say man up, should I, Karen? I should say up and take it on.
Take it on.
Take
yes,
it on.
Probably a bit more technically correct. And interesting enough, you're calling them hoops, but here in America they call them wickets.
Exactly.
Is there any other country in the world that calls them wickets other than America?
You know, I don't know that. Obviously, there'll be confusion in England, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and all the other countries. We start talking about wickets, we'll be playing the wrong game.
We think of cricket, of course, yes.
Yeah. But, yeah, we universally use wickets and hoops here in the US, and everyone seems to know what we're talking about, so it accomplishes what we need. So we've got, I'd say, clearance on black, maybe 2 balls getting cleared here if you can get the right angle on the black ball.
He's very slow and precise in his setups.
Oh.
Yeah, I wonder if black is a little bit wide. It's hard to tell, again, from the angle.
Yes, that might well be the case. He'll certainly taking a block position on the hoop, tight in with black, knowing that blue's got an easy clearance on red. What's interesting here is he could possibly set up for a promotion should yellow miss Oh no, he can't do that because blue's going to have to play red away. So I'm sorry, that's a
Yeah.
misdirection there.
Yep.
Yeah, Jose needs both these remaining 2 points, and Kareem just the single point. So
There's a good chance this is going to go to the 13th and Goldie hoop.
indeed, it probably gives Kareem a little bit of the edge there in the game at this moment. I would fancy his chances from this position. Very steady shot. Okay, yellow was missed.
Okay, so Felix and Lozano have just tied for 5 each.
5 each with Lozano taking position at 11. So
You can see the scoreboard in the background while we're waiting, and over the tournament that they've had volunteers helping on all of the lawns, and there's been scorekeepers keeping the score during the games.
yeah, and they're very impressive scoreboards also because they're visible from a great distance, so you can look out on the courts and helps the tournament manager, helps all the spectators know what's happening here. So blue looking for a clearance on red here, leaving his black ball in position. I think he'd probably look for a little right-hand side of red here, taking the ball up towards the 13th if I was playing this shot. Nope.
Well, pretty much he's done that, or maybe 12.
Well,
No.
Yeah, and there's the trade-off. Either you make sure that red's in a positively unhittable position, which I think he's placed steel and everything in the road between the ball.
That looks like he's just going to halfway.
Yes, it certainly is. And I guess, as many players do, you hit over towards the marker. I'm not sure. Did he travel far enough?
I'm not sure if he's actually...
No, I think he's gone short. We'll find out in a moment. Certainly the trade-off there on the clearance, if he took more of the side of the ball, you leave an open return shot, and he didn't want to chance that. So I guess he chose the straight-on clearance. This is to tie the game. So now we're at 6-all heading to the 13th. Yeah, we believe that Kareem has an offside ball here with red. Nope. Okay. Red's gone to the eastern penalty box furthest point. Pressure on this shot to get position. At least take control of the hoop. Position obviously is the preferable. And it's a nice touch shot. I think he's probably got 5 yards, 4 yards coming back to the hoop.
But he's the first ball up, so he's got some control.
Yes, beautiful control because arguably a wide clearance. It'll be interesting to see if blue will put a ball in or blue will go boundary behind. I guess blue would try for a short blocking ball level with the hoop. Played for some sort of a block there, but that's going to allow the red ball to take good position here, yellow to clear blue to a far boundary, so there's a lot riding on this shot. Karen, if you can place red in tight position.
He could be moving the marker, but he seems to... What's it? Yeah, he's sort of walking...
What, a yard of foot tapping?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking he shouldn't be walking out across the grass like that, but we'd have to consult the tournament referee on what those rules are.
And the referee has to make that decision, not us.
That's exactly right. We're just up here because we can't be down there playing. We just didn't get it done.
No. Just not quite good enough.
Yeah, so red playing in hopefully to position here on the hoop.
Well, is he going to make it?
No, he's short on that shot.
Looks wide.
Decision time for yellow. Although So Karen, in this position,
Oh, just looking in the score in the background there, is that? No, that's not Felix. Sorry, I was just looking at another scoreboard.
so if he's open here, I guess he's going to have to take the shot at the yellow ball. Increase the distance of yellow a little bit. No,
I'm not sure he's done that.
he's not done it at all. What do I know about this game? That's interesting play there now. If he can clear blue and yellow remain in hoop scoring position, it's
And red's there to clear black.
yeah,
But
only
it can
only can clear it to the boundary, so interesting situation. So
Was he thinking about going for the hoop? It looks like it.
yes, interesting. Obviously, score the hoop, win the match. So a lot riding on this.
Yeah.
You can go back to France.
Yep, he's doing some
It's-
breathing there.
Very nice, Jose taking a very much a rear position out of view and standing very still. I really do appreciate players' good etiquette on the court like that. Very conscious of allowing a player's very fair chance.
Ryan's going up 6-5 in that game. I've got Felix.
Just had an update that Brian Lozano is up 6-5 against Felix Webby on the adjacent court. So here we have yellow
Right.
shooting, I believe, for the hoop.
No, rethinking about that.
Of course, there's no pressure on this shot, is there, Karen? None at
Not
all.
at all, not
None
at
at
all.
all. The match
Oh, we better
continuing
take
on
the
in the knockout.
Take the sweatshirt off too now.
Yes, yes, stripping down. We might see a cap removal here in a minute if we get lucky. All right, loosen up the shoulders, get the shirt right.
Pretty critical shot that he's going for though.
Yeah, so is he actually relieving tension or is he building it? We don't know.
Building ours anyway.
Yeah.
Ryan's just tied at 6-all. Or Felix is just tied at 6-all.
6-6.
Yellow for the hoop and the win. No, he's
No,
taken the
he's-
side.
Missed.
Off to the right-hand side. This is very, very interesting here that Jose's been able to now get the possible hoop scoring and winning position here.
Hey Brian, if this goes in, we'll probably do a quick pan over.
So,
Webby to
yeah. So we're just getting an update in the background. So Webby and Lozano are 6 each. So we'll just watch this last hoop and then we may flick to the other lawn.
Well, of course, Karen, this could go on for 30 minutes
We
here with
could-
the standard
we will
of play,
just-
so
We will just wait and see.
yes.
He's got 2 balls.
Yeah, so if obviously if hoop is not scored, then jaws is good because red's not relevant. Yellow would have a long return shot, but I think these players are looking just for the straight out outright hoop, obviously. Hoop in the match. Difficult position here. Blue really does need to take it on because red can clear black off at an angle, so this is the hoop shot.
From this angle, you just can't appreciate what the angle exactly is.
Wow.
Okay, and that's game. So J Riva is through,
That's a very, very well contested match.
You just pan over there.
and that's been going on for a number of hours. So we're just flicking on to Lozano and Webby, which is 6 each.
At 6 each, and blue plays up, and red has what looks to be either a cuddle opportunity on black.
Yes.
So
So all of these games we're watching at the moment are high quality games and very close, as you can see. So Brian Lozano, does he play in America?
Yes, Brian plays a lot of his croquet here. He's a member of the USCA and really quite prominent figure in a lot of our top tournaments. He's been coaching in the mountains of North Carolina, in the western end of North Carolina, where we've got more than a dozen clubs in close proximity, all with croquet courts and very active programs, and absolutely fabulous venues.
Looks like he's taking on the hoop.
Yes, yeah, I'm sure all his home members at the Coliseum Club are hoping he's successful.
I
Oh,
noticed.
brilliant shot,
he-
brilliant shot, playing to the jaws. So now we see if a New Zealand jump shot works, I think.
Yes.
Oh no, he's okay.
No, he's,
yeah, well, he's taking to take yellow out, but
taking-
or cuddle yellow, I think will be the play.
He's
You need to cuddle
managed
with
to cuddle that.
cuddle without a contact. We don't want a firm embrace. We just want a light cuddle here, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, because if it's a touching ball, it's too easy for a good association player or person to be able to manoeuvre that ball.
Oh, he doesn't think he can get blue. Get calling for the referee.
Yeah, that's also been something very prevalent in the tournament, how respectful the players have been of the situation on the court, and then bring a referee over to make sure there's independent judgment on any call that needs to be made. And Ellie Griffith, who's from the Cactus Creek Croquet Club out there doing the refereeing, has done a fabulous job this week. I think Ellie and her husband Matt travelled out to the over 50s World group that was played in Australia recently.
Yes.
It's become quite a circuit around the world of different tournaments.
It has, and I think over time you get to know more and more of the other players from around the world, which is really nice.
Yes. Yeah, I've enjoyed this week catching up with Stephen Mulliner, who I first met in '82 in Sydney in Australia, so it's gone on for some years. So
He's tried to block. I'm not sure that he was successful though.
no, I think it's missed
Felix
that.
looks like he's lining up for a jump shot.
Yes, so here we are. We need a little bit of forward press with the wrists here will probably give enough elevation on blue. A lot of the players this week have been over jumping because of how firm.
Oh, he's put it through.
Oh, he's put red through. Okay.
Okay.
So that's game to Brian Lozano, 7-6. First of three.
And we're now flicking over to
You can
Ben
see,
going.
the viewers there can see the vastness of this portion of the Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club. This is the section where there's a 4x4. There are 16 courts that are all laid out there. And then behind the camera would be where the original 8 courts were built in a 2x4 pattern.
Yep.
So we've moved now over to the match with Ben Rothman, playing blue down to hoop 2.
And this lawn here used to be a peach orchard.
It's a much better use of it than growing peaches, I think.
Don't know which would earn the most money though. I suspect the peaches were probably a bit more profitable.
That's right. I would imagine so, but
Which is the most work, the peaches, or looking after peaches, or a croquet lawn?
yeah, I'd say mowing 5 or 6 acres of flat grass takes more than a little bit of resources to achieve. So Black's played into position here on hoop 2, and I'd say Robert Fletcher is probably looking to take Black out of play here. Not much to be gained by moving that blue ball a yard or two. I think he knows that red is toast in a subsequent turn, so he'd be looking to move Black across the court and stay relevant.
Yep.
Good, perfect shot by Robert. Really playing some nice croquet this week.
Hold it on that for a second, Frank.
So
What are you trying to show?
you've got a game going on here with former world champion Ben Rothman playing against probably the #1 seed and top player in the world right now, Robert
Yep,
Fletcher.
Robert Fletcher. Yep.
Yeah.
He's not on
And Ben playing with his Mulford mallet, whatever. It's quite a sledgehammer of a mallet, really. And blue to take red away, which he does successfully.
And he has a very short mallet for his height, but he obviously does very well with it.
He crouches with the Solomon, not dissimilar to the way Peter Olsen used to play back in the 80s in the Australian team. Played with Solomon grip, heavy mallet, and phenomenally accurate player. So red has played a little bit beyond the centre line, obviously trying to hide from the blue ball successfully, I think, behind the wire.
He's good.
To a shot of the Sperry.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, yeah, this.
Sperry just went downstairs.
Okay, and here we are. This is a photograph of where we're commentating from in the Sperry Media Centre. And Ned Sperry and his wife are here today at Chesapeake Bay enjoying it. And we're enjoying broadcasting here from the Media Centre at Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club. So we're back now with Robert Fletcher and Ben Rothman. On court.
Unfortunately, Ben's ball just went past.
Yes.
So, looks like Robert's going for the hoop.
He does appear to have a relatively good angle on this. That ball didn't remain jaws. It's bounced out a little bit. It will allow clearance opportunities with blue and black. And the ball appears to be sitting on the wire such that red might not be able to adjust that position of yellow. And a lot will depend on where blue leaves that ball. Certainly, I think Ben will be looking to clear yellow from the hoop. Ben playing with a Solomon grip here. A steady stance, and while he swings over the top of the ball, he typically comes to rest behind the ball and just makes the single backswing and forward motion into the ball. There he is, he's set. Yes, good shot by Ben Rothman, picking off maybe, probably could see an inch on the side of that ball, I would think.
Yes. And I think Robert's in a very good position there to go through.
Yeah, either through, difficult to tell from the
Through,
angle,
or
or
is
the
the
jaws
Yep.
would be a good spot here.
Or do you think he would try and go through and get himself a promotion?
I don't think you want to risk bouncing wide of the hoop. I think it's very
Just try
potent.
and get it through.
Oh,
Yep.
well, what do we know?
Put it
It's
to
just
the
gone
end.
right through. A simple
Right
shot.
through.
I've found that some shots are simple for Robert Fletcher, but not so simple for the rest of us.
Yes. I've seen him play some amazing shots and some amazing croquet this year.
Yeah, I think Robert's got an exceptionally good example of even tempo, maintaining that throughout games.
Brian's, he just left,
So
so he's not in his cue. What did you want to say?
So I can shoot quarter 11 from where Brian is this way, and I can
So Robert's playing yellow over to position on hoop 3, looking for stout position there, knowing that he's got a clearance ball with red on black coming up, a 14-yard shot approximately. And Ben's playing blue into hoop
Actually, I think
3.
that's a pretty good position.
It does. It looks very good.
See what Robert does.
I think Robert's going to be forced to take the clearance shot on the on black.
get two parts of the diagonal angle gets bigger on opposite corners.
Robert playing a right-hand orthodox grip. Oop.
No, he's just
Played.
coming in.
I think that's not what he wanted. I think he needed position or a little bit past that, because
Yes.
black is
Can-
going to take red downtown there.
10 is bumpy. So I think we probably won't use 10 to the final.
Provided
I
blue.
think black will get
Oh, he's-
rid of yellow.
11,
what's...
He looks like
No,
he's taking
looks
the
like
hoop
he's
on.
going for the hoop.
15, 14,
And I guess, you know, first ball open shot at the hoop, and may as well take it.
Absolutely.
they won't use these two.
Did he say where he was going with the second one?
Yeah, so Ben Rothman for hoop 3.
14, it's gonna be 13, 14, 15.
Yep,
Yes,
beautiful.
yeah, good point there. And Karen, I'm told that 100% of the balls that don't shoot at the hoop never score a point.
I think that's pretty true.
Yeah, so Ben deciding to back his own talent and ability here. Robert will play down, no doubt, to position to score hoop 4, but Ben's ball's travelled through. Very good defensive ball.
And he's ended up in a lovely position.
Yeah, a little tough position for Robert because either he plays very tight or he allows easy clearance for Ben Rothman when black comes to play before yellow in the next turn. So Ben will play in tight with blue, but obviously trying not to block the shot. Yeah, that's a phenomenally good shot. Superb shot. And I think you see Robert just played a position here. Robert ahead in this game 2-1.
And what a beautiful position.
Yeah, phenomenally good shot. Robert's obviously hoping any clearance here on the yellow will leave yellow in an open position to take the return shot on blue.
So getting him to flip.
Again, Ben going through the identical routine, back to stance, and then very deliberately back and through the ball. Yep. Good shot there, clearing yellow, but leaving yellow open
Yellow.
on blue, with his partner red in very good position. So that was well thought out by Robert, I think.
I think so.
You got a lock pick.
And this is a relatively easy distance for Robert. I should say comfortable distance.
Yeah, obviously he's expecting, and we were expecting that he'll hit this. Question of can he centre ball? Yeah, magnificent shot there, cutting blue up the court. Yellow staying on the near boundary. And now the question is whether red is and hoop is a double or red is blocking hoop. The only outcome that Ben doesn't want here is hitting red into the hoop.
I suspect red is a little bit to the side, but it's not going to matter now. You can see Felix.
Yeah, I would think by where blue played to and how blue played that red must be on the side and not able to score that hit.
I think slightly on the side here because Robert's looking at the position.
Yeah, so clearly it's we had thought that red was in tight position, but clearly not. It was interesting with red there. Black can always play blue into a position where red now becomes open. So
Absolutely, and he may think about that if he can't see the...
Well, if he's watching the telecast, he certainly would think about it, wouldn't he?
Well, also, yellow is there to potentially clear.
Yeah, so what's interesting here is we've got Ben playing with a typical Wood Morford.
He could actually see black could see red by looking at that. We couldn't appreciate that from here.
That's right. Karen, I was just going to comment here for the viewers that you've got Ben playing with a wood shaft and a Mulford mallet, and you've got Robert Fletcher playing with one of his new Invictus mallets, which is a 3D printed titanium mallet. So you've got very much a clash of technology, and both these players able to play at world-class level, whether they're playing with a chunk of wood and a broomstick or is playing with the latest technology. It's fabulous.
think it's showing the most important thing is the person who's behind the mallet, not the mallet itself.
Oh, so you're saying the player has something to do with the responsibility where the balls go. I've always thought you could blame the equipment, but apparently not. I've been set straight here today. Yeah, so red's going to play here into position on 4. Currently red and yellow with Robbie Fletcher have a 2-1 lead. In the game. Good position here for blue and black because even if yellow tries any sort of clearance on blue, it'll still be relevant to clearing red.
Back to the mallets, I think the most important thing is you have to be playing with something you feel comfortable with.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, yeah, comfort, because so much of the force and action on the ball is generated by how the swing is delivered, and that's all from the shoulders to the ground.
Yep.
Oh. And I think both Ben Rothman and Robert Fletcher have swings that will last the test of time in terms of being straightforward, very simple, smooth, good takeaways, smooth follow through the ball.
And they're not overusing their wrists.
Exactly. Keep the wrist out of... the wrist is a wonderful joint, but it's very flexible and can do all sorts of crazy things. So now we've got blue for hoop 4. Red or hoop 4. Yes, blue's taken left-hand side of red, taking red out of position. And it also looks like he might have cut red to the position that is yellow is protecting black, which is a fortunate outcome for that shot for Ben Rothman.
Now that I've been insulting mallets, I understand you've got some high-tech mallet.
Well, I actually have a second-hand Bob Jackson mallet that I've been playing with for some time, and people do comment on it's about 8 inches long, and it's a short little stubby thing, but it does the job, and I wouldn't quite put it in the high-tech category. It's more like a small hammer, but I really rather enjoy it. One thing I find on the short-headed mallets in playing croquet shots is it does allow my angle up on the ball under the equator to be exaggerated beyond the longer heads that people use. So I'm trading some taking advantage of the ball control versus what some people think the lack of twisting moment, or the moment, second moment of area, or moment, the ability to turn and twist the mallet. So it looks like Ben may have a hoop shot here.
I think he's going for it.
And he's
I
gripped
think-
down on the mallet. You think a little jump's coming? Or?
I think you're right, yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
And he does it.
2 each.
I guess when you're a past world champion, that's just sort of matter-of-fact play, isn't it? You know?
I think both of these, yes.
Yeah, so here we've got Ben Rothman pulling back to 2-all against Robert Fletcher. Oh, Robert, what are you doing? I thought that Robert's ball needed at least to be hoop high with that, if not a yard past, if you go long.
So just an update in the Felix versus Lozano game, it's 1 each in the second game. You can just see that in the background.
And that's a further indication of how close all these matches are being knockout and contested. I think Robert was going for a little bump on yellow there. Promote that ball
I think
a
he
little.
was.
Yeah. And interesting with Ben playing in there for the block, and he's probably close to succeeding. Thinking probably yellow clears blue to the boundary. He's then left on the open side of the hoop and still with a good opportunity to clear with that ball, so he just chose to bring black into play, trying to block. We can't see exactly if he's achieved that or not, but we're going to find out here in a minute.
I wonder how much of blue he can see.
Oh, it's a good shot. He's taken black onto blue. Maybe he couldn't see very much at all.
Maybe not at all.
Yeah. Unfortunately, even when you block Robert Fletcher, he still manages to play the rush and clear the ball. So.
Yep. So Ben will be wanting to clear yellow and hopefully stay there himself, but he's just having a look at his options at the moment.
Yeah, I would think
Well-
blue onto yellow here just makes sure of the clearance of yellow away from hoop scoring.
Yep, but
And I can't see whether black has a double hoop and ball and hoop or not, but it's better to rely on the short ball here to bump yellow out of the way.
I think he was thinking about going in. Maybe he was thinking. No, still thinking.
A bit of wind out today too, it may be factoring into some of this.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a breeze blowing.
Yep, you can see the players' shirts moving. We haven't had much wind for the last few days. It's been absolutely amazing conditions.
Yeah, the other thing that's also helping the conditions of the courts right now is the nighttime temperature. Getting below about 50 degrees pushes the grass into dormancy. And so that's also helped it have a low growth pattern at the same time the courts are drying out. You know, for a world championship, obviously we want very quick and smooth courts. And right now the courts are playing very well.
Yep, they're very true to play. You're not getting much character in the lawns. Pretty much if you want the ball at that position, if it's not in that position, it's your play and not the grounds.
You have been a bit.
Hmm?
You have been a bit. You already have been some.
Yep, Ben with black clears yellow. And red may be in position to be blocking blue, and so
Might be a
Yep.
jump shot.
yellow may play in and say, Ben, see if you can do it 2 in a row. Although it looks as though Robert's taking aim at that blue ball.
Tried. Oh well.
Yeah. Certainly an effort there to clear the blue. So,
Looks like red's directly in front of the hoop, so another jump shot.
yes, yeah, he's taken his grip down a few inches from it. And one thing a lot of these players have had to adjust is that the bounce out of the very firm ground, they don't need as much angle forward on the ball to elevate the ball. We've seen a lot of balls fly over the hoops or into the crossbars as players have been adjusting. In this particular instance, Ben's back far enough, probably his ball's going to be on the downward trajectory by the time it reaches the hoop. No, probably feeling a little unfortunate that on rejection from the hoop it didn't bounce back and dislodge red from its position, but
Unfortunately, even with the jump shots, you seem to have to be very, very accurate to get them through. A millimetre off, you'll be out.
yeah, absolutely. All right, so Robert to take a 3-2 lead. If he's successful, be looking to roll down to hoop 6. He's played that very well.
Yep, and beautiful position in front of hoop 6.
Yeah, certainly guarding any approach that blue and black can make there. And
Ben looks like he's trying to clear. Not sure if blue can see I wonder if blue's a little bit wide. It's a little bit.
although it did bounce out to the side, to the right.
Beautiful.
That is a nice shot. Obviously, Ben thinking if he doesn't take the hoop, he can scoot back and stop red if red was to jaw as a ball. That's a very strong play by Ben Rothman there.
Well, red's in a good jumping position if it is still there.
Well, I'm thinking yellow might try to bump red down a bit and improve the angle on black here. I think that could be a possible play, but you know, maybe yellow being played with the strength to run 2 yards past if it doesn't hit red, and then if you're fortunate enough to get that red ball, that would certainly make clearing black out of hoop 6 a lot easier. Yeah. Again, yellow here just needs to preserve not going offside for hoop 7. He's just come to position. Ooh.
Oops. Centipede got in the way.
Yeah, it's a little early to be doing that, isn't it? You know.
I think we've seen a few, watching yesterday, some of the players in the knockout. I think you can see some very tired players because we've been going for a number of days, and I think you're starting to see it in some of the play. It's not quite as good as it was. This is the lesser players, but the top level players are still playing at amazing level.
Yes, yeah, there's no give in any of these players. They're really playing high-class croquet.
It's a marathon sport, really.
Without the marathon.
Well, the marathon's standing for hours on end every day.
Yes, yeah. Oh, Bed does a peg-assisted cuddle on the yellow ball there. That's a crazy outcome.
Don't think those two are planning on either of those balls.
No.
But as I said, I think there's a few little mistakes creeping in once in a while, just with the length of time they've been playing.
Yeah, I also think from that position, even if it is a cuddle, I think that yellow's free to move to hoop 7. So if hoop 6 resolves itself in the next 2 shots, yellow will be able to be successfully played to hoop 7. So
Looks like he's going to this.
he must believe that black can't score that hoop.
Perhaps, yeah. Maybe he's going to the side.
Yeah, or hitting his ball off to the refreshment tent, maybe. No.
No, he's just better position. It must be on the leg slightly.
Yes. So now it's very important whether we've got a cuddle of yellow in contact with blue, because if red can't play tight in jaws and red still has a jumping opportunity, and then yellow can dispose of the blue ball to a very difficult position, it's going to be interesting.
Or he may just stay as a cuddle so that blue has an opportunity.
Good point. It's interesting, Karen, because it just shows the different tactics. You can go with the brute strength, or you can go with the subtlety and positional play, and that's a very good option, I think, at this situation. We'll see what they do.
Ben's doing a lot of thinking at the moment. I think he's calling for a referee.
Yeah, I think that's a good, respectful call in terms of the play. Possible crush here with black in the hoop and double tap with the mallet. Steve coming out to do the job of marking the ball. The officials have been very, very efficient, both diligent with their marking, their attention to the courts. It's been phenomenal effort by these referees that have volunteered to provide the necessary official for the event. It appears that Ben, from that warm-up shot, might be trying to score the point.
I suspect you might be right. It looks like he thinks he can get it.
So the referee's taking position to very clearly look for any possible double tap.
No.
All right.
And it's interesting because Ben's got one of these slightly flatter mallets, hasn't he? It's not a square, it's more of a rectangle.
Yes.
If you look at the mallet, the surface of Roberts, it's a square, whereas Ben's playing with a flatter.
It's sort of a broad, wide head, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Still not wide. It still fits. It's still the good size, but it looks. I presume it's more accurate.
Yeah. Do you think Roberts put holes in that so he can hold it up and use it as a face mask? Your eyes can see through the holes there.
Yeah, I noticed he's got some of his mallets have got different shapes.
Mm-hmm.
There's multiple shapes of his mallets. The actual head.
Yeah,
so he's done a snuggle and tried to block.
Yes. Interesting situation here, because we'll either have again another 3-all or we'll have a 4-2.
Yeah, I wonder if he can't do anything, whether he's actually better to clip off blue. Ben, I know he's going to clear it. No, thinking about it.
Yeah, often a tough situation here to decide whether you're going to get your ball relevant to the play or you're going to continue to play a fairly defensive, and obviously he's choosing to take yellow out of play.
He's trying to clip it, but clip it so that he goes into a onside position. Well, he hasn't moved much at all, has he?
Looking to put yellow in a wire there so it can't advance to hoop 7 perhaps. That's a very nice subtle play by Ben Rothman.
So, Robert, are we going for the jump shot?
Yep. Yep. Feet position forward on the ball, hands probably dropping an inch or two down the mallet.
Okay, beautiful jump shot.
Successfully.
So that brings the score to 4-2.
4-2 to Robert Fletcher. You could also see as he ran the hoop that slight bit of backward movement of the hoop as the ball struck the uprights. A lot of people think these hoops are so static in the ground, but the impact of the ball on the top of the hoop has more leverage than at the base. So often we see a very firmly hit ball.
Oh, did that go through?
Yes, I believe that Robert
Just
has scored the
noticing-
hoop, but Ben,
Just wondering why Ben's...
I think that places him in the position to
Just
have
so
an
he
open
can-
shot at hoop 7. So he's dribbled back through a couple of
He has,
inches, so
yeah.
he's got that open shot. He didn't need to go very far, so
He's just, yep.
and that
Yes.
gives him the widest breadth, I think, at possibly clearing balls from 7. From that warm-up swing, it looks though he might be taking on the yellow ball here.
Yes,
Yep.
and he's got it too.
And it's nice, even though blue hasn't rolled out, it's rolled it probably wide enough that any blue of yellow's clearance on blue subsequently will still leave it relevant to hoop 7. If it had hit that square and stopped short, it would have been disaster.
Now, Robert's played quite tight in there. I wonder what black can see.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell from here also the angle of red at the hoop, but
Well, you obviously can see it.
yeah, we also can see Adam Peck there in the background carrying the sledgehammer needed to tighten these hoops up here at Chesapeake.
So it looks like a mallet, but it's a lot heavier.
Yes,
And-
a lot heavier. And even then, even with that monster mallet, it still takes significant work and effort to drive these hoops home.
So you can just see, I've just lost it. There was a couple of hammers, the orange ones in the foreground with the referees, but I understand a few of these have been broken trying to bang in the hoops.
Yeah, I think when the hoop sees that little hammer coming, it sort of says, "You're joking, aren't you?" It's,
It's not very often you see the hammers being broken.
but that's the test we want for a world championship. We want extremely quick lawns, we want very firm hoops, and we really want it to be a contest, and that's what we've seen over this last week and a half. It's been fabulous, both through the qualifying tournament and into the main event. Yellow playing for jaws here, or tight position. Robert happy with a 4-2 lead to have Ben chasing him now a little bit on this hoop.
Where do you think blue is in respect to red? Do you think it's blocked, or do you think blue can actually see yellow?
I think blue could see yellow, but I'm more thinking that blue's going to say goodbye to red and
Yep,
then
looks
leave
like
blue
it.
in hoop position is what I would be hoping.
Okay.
No, that's not a particularly good shot by Ben there. He's got very little travel on blue. I think the the danger there for Ben, if he'd played with more forward press of his hands to induce more spin on blue, there was a chance he would have launched blue over the top of red and end up with a disastrous result. So he didn't have the angle in order to move blue ahead. So he,
Yep. Robert's just looking at where he's going to place his ball. I see blue's there and black's just on the short boundary.
I think Robert's probably got to go boundary on this behind the hoop. That's
Yep,
what
I
I'm
think.
thinking is a good play here.
I think you're right there. Oh, looks like
No.
he's it's coming in.
Playing
Yes.
wide, playing wide.
Wide.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. And we were just hearing that the hoops are 1 and
32nd,
1
I
and
believe.
32
Yes.
inch, so
Yeah,
very
we-
tight.
Yeah, down to a 32nd in concrete like clay. Very, very good test. Yes, and that's a great clearance from black. And it's going to force when yellow plays in for blue's clearance on yellow. Only way to avoid that was Robert will have to go boundary with this yellow ball.
No, I think he's coming in. Is he trying to? Oh,
He's
yep.
coming in.
He's coming in. Yep.
I'm not sure that's the best play here. Okay, is there a possible in-off opportunity, or taking yellow out and leaving blue relevant with a very good centre ball clearance? It'd be interesting to see what happens here. So now red will change tack rather than removing black from the action. I'm thinking red will be a foot to 2 feet past the centre line of this hoop with an open hoop shot. Yep.
Okay, so at this point I'm leaving and letting Kate McLaughlin, a fellow Canberra club member, to take over.
Oh, more Aussie backup, huh? That's great. Thank you very much. Enjoyed it, Karen. So here we have Ben Rothman clearing red from position. We're at hoop 7 with Robert Fletcher leading this match 4-2. Kate, good morning.
Good morning, Damon. Yeah, it's a very exciting match, this one. Very important match, I think, for both players.
And Kate, do you have a favourite in this game? Are you cheering for anyone particular?
Oh, gosh, let me think. Who would I be supporting? Obviously, Robert Fletcher's the remaining Australia in the quarterfinals, so my hopes are pinned on him. And he is the #1 ranked player in this tournament, so he's got some pretty good credentials. But he's up against Ben Rothman, world champion, very strong US player. So this game is definitely not a given.
Yes, well, the Australians have had some phenomenally good players. You know, young Addison has played superbly in games.
Yep.
Robert's brother, Greg, played beautifully. We're
Yes.
unfortunate Malcolm couldn't make the trip, but we
Yep.
know he's very much supporting his brothers in their efforts.
Yeah, we're pleased with the group. The Fletcher brothers will contest the World Teams event in Tasmania in February, so they've been preparing themselves for that contest.
So that's really a bit of a family outing for the Fletchers, isn't it?
It is really. All three of the Fletchers are three-quarters of the Australian team, with the addition of the South Australian Ed Wilson. So it was a shame Malcolm couldn't make it, and Greg's had a good tournament. Just didn't quite make that second round of this knockout.
Yeah, I watched many of Greg's matches, played superbly.
Yeah.
In this tournament. So now we're still at hoop 7, and we've got yellow looking for the clearance on the blue ball, which has an open hoop.
And I was commenting yesterday that one thing that always impresses me about Robert is the care he takes with every single shot. So it doesn't matter what the shot he's playing, he will give it the same degree of attention. So Ben's ball's being cleared, so he will be looking to clear red with this shot, I think.
So bring you an update from the game 2. Felix Webby leads Brian Lozano, what appears to be 4-1, I can see from the scoreboard here, in the second game.
And I think Brian won the first of those games.
Yes, so Felix coming back strongly there, but back to this game with Ben Rothman clearing the red ball.
Yep.
No.
Or going for the hoop, but not quite managing it. He may have had a double shot there, so either a clearance or a hoop run would have been satisfactory, but unfortunately he didn't succeed in this.
Well,
this
Kate,
one.
it appears that the Aussie invasion is here because I'm going to be relieved now with Peter Coles from PFC Mallets is going to take over. So not only have we got a titanium mallet out there, we've got a maker of very finely engineered mallets coming to the stand. So thank you. Enjoyed being with you all.
Well, thanks, Damon. So Robert's taking his time on this shot on hoop 7. It looks like a reasonably easy clearance, but he's hoping to get down to the next hoop. So he's going to, and he's bounced off. Yep. So 2 misses there, first by Ben and now by Robert on hoop 7. And the contest will start again. And welcome, Peter Coles.
Thank
Hi.
you so much, Kate. Lovely to be here with you again.
Yeah, again after our start yesterday. That's right.
It's wonderful. And so much more important the games now because we're getting very much the sharp end of the exercise.
We are. We're now into the best of 5 matches because we're at the quarterfinal stage.
Yep.
So it's gives you much more time to establish or come back against any losses that you might sustain. So it's really keeping your play and consistency over a longer period of time, isn't it?
Concentration is just mind-blowing. I'll talk about concentration of another area of the exercise here between games because quite often when we have competitions in clubs all over the world, there's 1 or 2 or 3 people organising who plays when and where and so on. But I'll describe what happens when you have 24 games running simultaneously and pay homage to Jeff and Aileen Sue for what they've done. I'll describe exactly what they do. It's incredible.
That sounds a great thing to do because I don't think it's always realised what it takes to make a tournament happen. But we're back at hoop 7. Ben Rothman's just cleared the yellow ball, but just to that short boundary. So all balls are pretty much in good ability to contest this hoop. So Robert will be looking to clear the black ball, and he's of course up 4-2, as you can see on this scoreboard in this first game. And Ben's retrieving that ball. So this is the first of the quarterfinals that's starting. There's a number of matches still being completed from the previous second round of the knockout, and there's been a few surprise exits. We've just had the Mexican player was beaten by J Riva, the Spanish player, 7-6 in the third. Mo Karem, my apologies, thank you. And so that was a very tight game. So Mo Karem is a very well credentialed Egyptian player, and J Riva did very well to take that best of 3, and he'll proceed to the quarterfinal. So a lovely clearance from Robert, very controlled, and keeps him in front. So we just had a little report from Damon on the match. Felix, the New Zealand player, playing Lozano from Mexico, and Lozano had won the first game, and Felix is up 5-1 in the second. So Felix coming back. F Webby, very strong New Zealand player, has come back very well. So that's another of the games that will determine who proceeds to the quarterfinal, and Felix is the last of the New Zealand players. Ben's just had another go at hoop 7 and hasn't managed to run the hoop, but he's kept his ball in a pretty good spot.
He's in a controlling position there for the hoop. It's in a very good position.
Yep. I think he would have been happy with a jawsing there because it was a long ball from the border and at an angle. So getting a jawsing would have been beneficial with Robert not being in very close proximity, but he's just next to the hoop. So Ben's now got another shot from...
I can't see. Let me see if we can see directly down there where the ball is. I can't determine whether it's impeded by the hoop, but it's very close to the hoop. We see in 2 dimensions on the TV screen in front of us, and we can look across actually into the field itself, but there's a fair distance away, so dimension's a little bit difficult for us.
Yep. Well, he's giving it a lot of thought, isn't he, Peter?
He
Which
certainly
implies
is.
that he hasn't got a clean shot.
Yes.
He's just seeing whether or not he's got a view, a good enough view to get down and take out the red.
He's doing his swing. He's doing his preparatory swings. Very pigeon-toed, straight legs. Marvellous to watch. Just fabulous. Concentrates, mind-blowing.
He's got a lovely long flow to his stroke, doesn't he?
He does, and he missed that by a gnat's whisker. Okay.
So we've still got...
So we have yellow now to dispense with blue.
Yep. And hopefully leaving Robert in charge of hoop 7.
Now let's just watch Robin. He's lining up. He now walks forward very, very slowly, little step by step, comes back, watches the back of the ball, lines up again, head down, straight forward, and hits that blue ball slap bang in the middle. A fabulous shot. These people have such incredible power.
They do, don't they?
And you know, the power is almost not necessary because they hit the ball so accurately in the centre of the target ball.
Yeah, I think it sometimes appears effortless because they have such smooth swings, don't they? They're not heaving it. They're really just making the most effective use of their mallet and really pushing right through the ball. And look at the way he's looking down. He's certainly not lifting his head, is he?
Oh, he just missed that
very
again,
close
but he
again.
hit his own ball over on the western boundary.
Often in these games, you can clear your opponent, but it doesn't mean you're safe
Yeah.
from anywhere on the lawn.
Yep.
Yep, unless you've got some cover from one of the other hoops,
Yep.
you can still be a target
I
and
noticed,
quite successful.
I noticed, Kate, in the early games that they didn't seem to hide behind the hoop as much as these guys do. It's a little bit of finesse, which maybe they could use a little bit more.
Yes.
Hiding behind the hoop is the most fabulous way of ensuring that you've got safety.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's one of the few weapons you might have against a very, very strong clearer.
Yep.
It just gives you a position without being vulnerable.
Look at Ben's approach. Let me see if we can see directly. We
So
can't
he's
see.
probably about 6 or 7 yards out of hoop 8.
Yep.
So the score is now 5-2. And Robert's brought his yellow ball. It's 5-2 to Robert. And Ben's now approaching with his second ball.
Ben's stroke is, as you say, is so smooth.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
It's just beautiful to watch.
He really takes full advantage of his swing. He's got a very broad swing. So he's probably looking to protect his black ball from red at this point in time. And Robert's seeing if he's got a view on it. So that's the other way to hide, not only behind the hoop, but using your balls for protection. That's a pretty common strategy. But the skill of it is to get that placement right, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And
knowing the run of the lawn.
Yep.
Also, Kate, out there it's starting to become quite windy.
It is, isn't it? It's a cooler day today, and the wind is quite cool. And you'll sometimes he just missed that one.
Wow.
You'll sometimes see the players just stopping mid-stroke and resetting, and sometimes that's because of the wind. It doesn't look too bad from here.
No.
But the tapes are flying around, you can see. I think that gives you an idea.
It's quite gusty, actually.
Yep,
Down in our sales booth, it's very windy.
yep. So
Ben's
Ben,
going to do a lovely stop shot. Oh, he didn't do a stoppy stop shot, did he?
no, I think he was hoping to just creep closer to the hoop, but he's gone to the side. But he's still very much in control of this hoop 8 in this first game,
There's a
and
lovely shot of Ben.
I think he'll be happy with that position. He needs to now get himself into a position where he can take several hoops in a row to get himself back into this game.
contention.
So, often in that situation, you might try and set up a jaws where you can put one ball into the hoop and then push it through with the other ball, and get that ball across to hoop 9. It doesn't always work fantastically well for this hoop because you end up often behind the hoop. But that's one way. And once you get across to hoop 9, you've got the opportunity to make 2 hoops in a row, 9 and 10. So that's a beautiful clearance from Greg. He's just cleared the blue ball.
Still 5-1.
Okay. Still 5-1.
We're trying to see if we can get the camera set up and switch to that game.
That'd be fabulous.
It's going to go to game 3, and that's an elimination game.
Have you got a piece of paper that I might have, please?
And I do notice that the game against the 2 Americans in the previous round, Stephen Morgan versus Tom Balding, Tom has won the first game 7-5. So he needs to win a further game to get himself moving into the quarterfinals. And it looks as though Tom has won the second game. So he is in fact moving through to the quarterfinals. So he will be playing K Kamel, the remaining Egyptian in the quarterfinal part of this tournament. And Stephen Morgan won't be continuing. So some really tough games here with some very good players missing out. But well done, Tom, American player, for getting through, and he'll have the chance to contest the quarterfinal.
So we have a 5-game match here. So it's going to be a long, long morning for them.
That's a lovely clearance.
And black just stayed pretty much where it was.
I think red can just see blue, but obviously Greg's got yellow. He didn't manage to clear the blue with yellow, but he's on a good boundary. He's not too far from his next hoop. So even though Greg's in a strong position in this game, he still wants to contest every hoop that he can.
Yep.
The sooner you can get that win, the sooner you can proceed
It
to the
looks as
next
though-
game.
It looks as though Greg's...
Robert.
Oh, sorry, Robert's ball is offside and his other ball is offside, so he's got 2 balls offside.
So Ben's just scored that hoop, so that'll be 5-3. And as you say, Robert's got 2 offside balls. I suspect they're pretty comfortable taking up position from the offside positions. I think they'd practice that. Do you think?
Absolutely. A few times in their
Just
lives.
a few times, yeah. So, the red ball seems to
he
be...
has-
But he's either been told to play it from there or indeed it wasn't offside. I think it was cleared by black. So, Robert takes
Now,
position.
Will it run there? Will it run? Will it run? Will it run? Yes, just enough. 5-3.
So great position for Robert in
Yes.
front of hoop 9.
Yep.
And again, this is an important hoop because you do have an opportunity to go through hoop 9 and get a great position for hoop 10. So on those odd-numbered hoops, you hope to get 2 in a row. And I know one of the coaches that I've had, Peter Landreeb, who's a fabulous Australian coach, says one of the strategies of this game is to look at the opportunities to get 2 hoops in a row, because often the game can simply be trading hoops. It's your hoop, my hoop. So getting that leap over the other player and getting 2 hoops in a row is how you get the win.
Get that one up makes all the difference.
So it looks like Robert's going to be clearing with
Yes.
the red not running the hoop.
Well, maybe red's out of the zone. Maybe
It
it's
could be,
too-
yes.
too sharp an angle.
Yep, must be. Nice clearance.
Yep.
I don't think black's too far, but black's still got either a run on the hoop or a clearance on yellow to leave blue in position. So this is a good opportunity for Ben. And notice the distance that he moves back from the ball.
Yep.
That
Yep.
really long stalk, really giving him a good view
Stalks the
because
ball. I
he's,
mean, look where he is. He must be
he's going to be a good 15,
6, 7,
15
8
yards
steps.
away. Yep,
8 steps towards the ball.
yep.
Incredible. Has this lovely swing. Gets himself very comfortable. And head down, you watch, it doesn't move.
Good shot. Lovely clearance.
Yep.
So that gives him prime position on hoop 9, which is really important, given that he's just won hoop 8, to bring it up to 3-5. And this is the first game in the first of the quarterfinals, and one of the very significant games to determine who goes through to the semi-finals.
So,
So Robert does a fabulous clearance. Oh no, actually he's missed it, hasn't he?
I think
Sorry.
he did. I think he missed.
You just got the edge of it. So yellow's back to the line. Blue's got a good shot on the hoop now. Again, he's really taking a great long line on the hoop, on the ball, giving himself a fabulous chance to get his body in the right position, get himself lined up.
I don't have a signal. So you
Now the
get a
question is, will he hit this really hard, or will he just hit this more gently to get it through?
Yeah,
See what
I
happens.
think he's going to want to get to the next hoop, so I think it's going to be quite hard.
Head down, doesn't move. Look, incredible.
That's beautiful.
Yep, beautiful.
So that was a firm shot, but it
Wow.
wasn't a whacker.
No,
was
it
it?
wasn't a
It
cannonball.
was nicely controlled and smooth. Wasn't a whacker. So the score's now 5-4 or 4-5. Ben's
Creeping up.
creeping up on Robert.
Yep.
Well, we don't need you up here. Why don't you run? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Are you gonna run the camera, or are you gonna?
So yeah, there's been a lot of exciting play, Peter.
Yep.
And the quality, the standard is absolutely outstanding.
And you know, Kate, I'm going to say something else. The quality of the cameramanship is fabulous.
It's great,
I
isn't
mean,
it?
when you look at what they're doing, they're panning in, they're panning out, they're coming right in. It's
Yep.
just incredible.
Yep.
And congratulations and well done, guys.
There's a screen set up in the clubhouse just opposite us here, and a number of people, I think, are taking advantage and watching it on the big screen because we're getting such lovely close-ups,
Yep.
and getting a sense of the games across the lawn.
Yep.
We're gonna run a signal now.
No, she's going to run the camera for us. She's got a book here.
Oh, that's my book, isn't it? Oh, my apologies.
Are you going? Okay. Ben takes his long approach to the ball, and he does this absolutely every time. This beautiful swing I've mentioned many times. It's just an absolute delight to watch. And he'll stop, put the mallet down, watch his head does not move an inch. Watches the back of the ball, bang.
Oh, it's okay. Are you okay with that, or would you rather?
No, I'd like it on.
Oh, sorry, he wants it.
Can we have that on?
Oh, I see there, it's 6-1, you said?
Yeah, much better.
Score 6-1.
Oh, that was a beautiful
That was
shot.
a beautiful shot.
That's what we call them a fork. So you're hoping that your opponent goes away and you end up close to the hoop. And
Yep.
in the hoop's even better.
Yep.
So very beautifully done. You've got to get the pace right as well as the direction.
Ah, that's better. Yes, we do. Yes, please.
So we've now got Roberts in control of hoop 10. Critical hoop in the game, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but Ben's got a good clearing shot.
Ben does have a good clearing shot.
Mind you, the percentage of ball that's available to him is not high.
No, exactly. Roberts put it so that the leg is between black and red, but he's got a little. He'll see a reasonable amount.
This is interesting. What's he doing?
He's not actually
That's
clearing.
interesting. Now,
isn't
why on
it?
earth didn't he do that?
He might have been just trying to get in the way of red. I don't really understand that shot.
And it may be that red is resting against the left-hand side of the hoop, which may make it a bit difficult to put it through. And look who's waiting in the background to get rid of him.
Yeah, that would be the reason to play that shot. Absolutely. Roberts contemplating his options. So
he has a choice. What would you do, Kate?
look, from the angle I'm looking at, I'd be trying to get red through with yellow.
Yep.
But the fact that he's thinking about it means he probably doesn't have such a clean shot.
Felix about to go to game.
So,
Felix is up 6-1.
so from the other match that we've got, which is Felix Webby from New Zealand, who's playing Brian Lozano
From Mexico.
from Mexico. So Felix is up 6-1 in the second game. So they're playing best of three at that stage of the competition. So Brian won the first, and Felix is looking pretty likely to take the second, which will take it to the third.
A long day.
Very exciting, yeah,
Yes,
very
it's
exciting.
gonna
They
be
both
just fabulous. Thank you.
they both really want that to get through, don't
Yeah,
they?
they do.
Very, very motivated. And Felix is the last of the New Zealand players. Edmund Fordyce didn't progress this morning, so I think the honour of New Zealand's on Felix's shoulders, as it is of Mexico on Lorenzo's shoulders. So
But good to see two
Fantastic.
countries, two smallish they're not small, one small populated country.
yeah,
But not big in Mexico, particularly not big in croquet.
croquet, no.
Good to see.
Lozano. Sorry, I'm saying his name wrong. It's Brian Lozano. My apologies.
Now, what's Ben done here? Oh, he tried.
Try to clear and shot.
We've got a better shot at red there. Okay, now what's red going to do? Because red is followed by black. That just might be not a possibility to get in, so he's just may hit away slightly and
Yes.
protect red with the hoop.
Yep, exactly.
Certainly having a good look at it.
So it looked like that was a pretty smart move on Ben's part
Yes.
to give Robert that dilemma
Yeah.
about how he plays the shot. If he was feeling adventurous, I think one of the other younger impetuous players might have jumped yellow. in that situation. But you don't want to leave the red ball in this place.
Oh, look at that, an absolutely perfect 50% call straight down the middle of protecting a red by the hoop. Absolutely, and quite often in our
So
club,
I guess Ben can try and run the hoop backwards, which could result in a clearance, but that's why Robert's got yellow there.
Yep, it looks as though he's going to...
It looks like he's going to try and shoot.
Calling for the hoop to be hit down slightly.
Okay, all right. Yes, that's a fairly steady demand of the ref to make sure that the hoop is completely firm, particularly when they're trying for a pretty hard shot through the hoop. They want to make sure the hoop's not wobbling in any way. So most of the refs wander around with a hammer in their hand, ready for this. Well, it looks as though in this case he's doing some repair work where the previous hoop holes were. That's a very precise.
We'll square it up.
That's a very precise thing that he's doing. So to make this area of the lawn smooth, does that imply he is trying to move red from the side with the quarter ball he can see?
Yeah. Well, I think that's...
I'd be trying to go through the hoop, I would have thought, but
I mean, if he does that, look where yellow is. Yellow's got a good shot of the hoop, so I would try and get in the back, which is what you mentioned before.
yeah, that's what I thought.
And that would stymie everything.
If he does clip the left-hand side of red, red's going to shoot sideways and yellow won't be in its way.
Yeah.
So that's one of the benefits of playing the shot that Ben's looking to play now.
Now, what's he trying to do?
I think he's trying to hit the quarter of red. That's my prediction. Yep. Oh, well, he clipped it, but he didn't do it at high speed.
No.
But therefore, yellow didn't impede it.
No. The danger was, of course.
I don't know whether the red's now protecting yellow.
Yellow, I mean, look where blue is over on the left-hand side. It's got a clearing shot on yellow if yellow sits in the hoop.
Well, so I would have thought yellow can run the hoop, but he must be to the side.
Yep.
It is, as you say, the angles are not apparent to us because we're a little bit away from the game on the side.
Yeah, he's just walking up now. I'm looking across at the lawns directly and not on the TV.
I would have thought this was a pretty viable hoop for Robert.
Well,
he's just put it in. Yep.
So blue's now going to have a clearing shot.
Yep, that's right.
So Ben's just over there waiting on the next lawn.
That's right.
Approaching himself for his long setup.
That's right.
Walking across, no, he's not kicking the tube. Ben is very pedantic. He makes sure that the equator of the ball is directly above the line.
So we can see a range of games. We can see Greg Fletcher in the background and the fellow from England, Tim, I think it is, from England. And Ben's clearance unfortunately misses yellow.
Yep.
He'd be a bit disappointed in
So that's
that.
going to bring the score up to 6-4.
So, well, we've still got reds to play next, so let's see whether Greg simply does a block.
And we might even see a long jump from black.
We could do. It looks as though Robert's going to go behind the hoop. So the fact that we've got a few of the players who haven't progressed to the knockout playing in the background means that the bowl and the shield is probably underway, so they'll be playing for those contests.
Yep. This is going to be an interesting shot, Kate.
Yeah, I'll keep Russ updated on the state of the games. It's still game 2 for them.
So it's we've just been told by our production crew that if the Felix Webby and Brian Lozano match, oh, look at that. Oh, That wasn't too bad, was
Wasn't
it?
it? Had the right
Lovely
height.
double,
had the
lovely
right
double
height,
bounce.
Had everything.
Yeah.
Just slightly to the right.
Just slightly to the right.
Yep.
So we're likely to switch to the Webby Lozano match for game 3 because that will be a determining game. Hopefully we'll just conclude this first game of the Fletcher Rothman match, and then we'll probably switch to the Webby Lozano game, which is pretty exciting. So we've got Robert likely to bring this game to 6-4, unless Ben can perform a miracle. But Ben's still in this game. He's going to be first to hoop 11.
It's 6. We've got to go up one. Fletcher's got to go up one.
Fletcher needs
6-4.
to, yes.
Here we
So
go.
that's it, 6-4, and Ben's.
Just been told Lozano has just scored to bring their score to 2-6.
So Greg doesn't have a. Does he have a promotion shot here, or is it simply they're just closely located? I wouldn't.
He doesn't seem to be shaping in the right way for a promotion shot,
No,
though, does he?
he
Going
doesn't.
to slide past yellow to the right.
Some people are big fans of that promotion
Yes.
shot.
Yeah.
What about you,
Yeah, I like
Peter?
it.
Do you like it?
If ever the opportunity prevails,
I
every time.
I like to treat it as an option, but the success rate is. See, he's just done a hit. Success rate can be not great, and if you don't get that promotion successful, you've left your prime ball, your next ball behind, and
Not a good
so
idea. Not a
if
good
it works,
plan.
it's fantastic.
Yep.
But its success rate is not always great. So now Ben's playing into hoop 11 with the score at 6-4 to Robert. So that's a lovely shot, beautifully placed.
Their understanding of the lawn is just fabulous.
It's fabulous,
These-
isn't it?
These guys are incredible.
Well, they obviously have to adapt. Robert has never played on these lawns before, so you need to adapt and get the feel of the lawn during your early matches, don't you?
You do.
Because their placement rates are pretty impressive.
And I don't think there was much dew this morning.
No,
So
no.
therefore, the balls will not increase in speed during the day.
No, you're right. Yep, we've had most mornings we've had dew because they've been still clear nights. But last night we've got a bit of wind, there was a bit of cloud around. But still, I think predicted to be 23 Celsius or something like 74
Today?
Fahrenheit
Today?
today, something like that. I don't know if my translation's very good. Ben needs to clear red, and he's got his black ball in a great position.
Bingo.
Beautiful clearance.
Bingo.
Might even have got a block in. It would be not essential.
And so now red comes back and red gets rid of black.
Yep. So Robert will want to finish this match up sooner rather than later. But nonetheless, he knows you need to be patient. Oh, he's big bounce over black there. So red's got itself right across the lawn, and black will come straight back. So Ben's still in control of this hoop 11, and the odds are that he's likely to get it, but it's certainly not a given. Robert will keep contesting this as long as he can.
Wow, that's a little bit short.
A little bit short.
I
Looks a
can't
bit
see
short,
from
doesn't
here.
it?
No, a little bit short. Now, how far over to the left will Robert go? I wouldn't have thought that was hard enough. That's a little
That
short
looks-
one too. Oh, but
Yeah,
see,
I
now,
think
now,
that-
see
I
for
think that
example, he's
looks
gone further
okay.
out to the left.
That's right.
So, a lovely shot.
And it doesn't matter if he's a little bit to the left, because if you're behind black, the clearance is much more likely to take you just straight to the border.
Yes.
And then you've still got a side on the hoop, and you're
Yes.
still in the game.
Yep.
in the V, as we say.
So red will... Now what's red going to try and do?
Well, if black's out of position, red could just come in,
Set up.
set up, and let black take yellow, and then yellow's still got a shot on blue. Oh, he's done a... Yeah.
Tried maybe to block.
Maybe tried to block,
Yep.
yep. Didn't quite succeed, I don't
It's a long way,
think.
but these guys are so good, many times it comes off.
And you're trying to achieve a few things, aren't you? He wants a hoop runner.
Yep.
And you want a block on black would have been a bonus. But
Yes.
his main goal was to get red across there in a hoop running position. And it may be a distraction too.
See if Ben can hit yellow on the right-hand side. No, he didn't. That's interesting. He's given yellow a straight shot at the hoop or a straight clearance at
Straight
blue.
clearance on blue, I think. He might have hoped that red would be a blocker, but Robert's still got to achieve the shot. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Yep.
And a lot of the times you hope that your opposition will put your own ball through, but these people don't do that very much. I'm quite good at that. Hitting my opposition through.
Yes.
It's a talent.
Aren't we all, Kate?
Yep.
Oh, that was a lovely
He's
shot.
just clipped it,
Yeah, but he cleared
he
it.
would have liked it a bit further away,
Yep.
I think,
Yep.
because now blue can clear red and black's left in charge of the hoop.
Ben's walking up, gives himself a great distance to stalk.
Yeah, I've loved the fact that he really just takes a lovely long stalking position and gives himself gets his body in the right frame.
And he brings that mallet back quite slowly too, particularly when he's one of these finesse shots.
Yep.
And even
very
when
good.
it's a long shot, he still brings the mallet back quite slowly. Now,
So I fancy Robert will just bring this ball in
just
front.
set up, yes indeed.
Yeah, because they've got a little bit of a distance to make the hoop.
Yeah,
The
maybe
hoops are challenging.
maybe a foot or 2 or 3 feet out. There you go, and stopping beautifully
Lovely,
in front, and
yep.
maybe blocking.
Because they're quite close together, the two balls.
Yes,
So
yes, they are.
he could succeed in blocking both of them.
Yes.
And gives him time to get his second ball back into position and stay in contention for the hoop. So we're on hoop 11 in this first game, Robert Fletcher versus Ben Rothman. Ben Rothman just played his black ball,
A nice setup.
ready to run the hoop,
Yep.
hoping his blue will clear red.
And not blocking any excess to red.
So Robert's coming down with his yellow ball. In the background, you can see the Webby Lozano game. I think they may be getting ready for the third one. He would have liked yellow to block the blue or stymie the blue, but not so. So now Ben's got the opportunity to clear red.
Clear red, yeah.
And run the hoop with his black ball.
It's black, yeah.
Such a lovely follow through, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
And again, he's cleared it, but not very far. So that gives Robert a bit of a heads up
Clearance on
now.
black. Yep. Yep, that's a bit
It
unexpected.
doesn't take much, does it?
Look, Kate, anything can happen at any time. It's just amazing.
Yep.
How many times have you heard that?
Yep. So he's not going to clear with red, is he? Oh, yes, he is.
Yes.
Yep, he's done that. Because I thought yellow's a little far back. He could have... One option is to put red in place and then clear with yellow. But I think he had such a good shot on red and he needed to... such a good shot on black, he needed to move it. So they're both patient players, Ben and Greg. They consider their shots, they take their time, assess the positions of the ball. They're not going to be rushed. They're not going to be rushed into the shot. So it looks as though Ben might be sitting up to do a block on yellow with his black ball. So it's a little bit of a risk, but yellow's a fair way back.
Robert over on the right-hand side, just watching everything, just relaxing, having a look around. Fabulous to see.
I'm sure everybody's been following on croquet scores the progress of the competition, and watching some of the really fabulous games, or seeing the results of the fabulous games. It was a tough game, Edmund Fordyce against K Kamel, and Kamel was successful. And the Stephen Morgan Tom Boulding match, which is the previous round, again, both American players, is still in progress.
One game, 7-5 to Boulding.
Or did we get an update on that? I think Michael might have given us the update to say that Tom actually has won that one.
Ah, did he? Okay.
And we know that Ewan Burridge was successful against Matthew Essick. So that was...
Tom Balding is just getting ready to begin a semi-final match with Khalid Kamal.
Okay, I've just been told that Tom Balding is through and he'll just about to start his quarterfinal against Khalid Kamel. How do we say that one? Kamel. So that's another quarterfinal underway. The Ewan Burridge is ready is a quarterfinal player, and his opponent will be J Riva from Spain. I don't know whether that game has started. It doesn't look like it. And of course, this is the first semi-final to get underway with Fletcher versus Rothman, Robert Fletcher versus Ben Rothman. And they're contesting hoop 11. So Ben's just getting another ball into play. And Greg will be looking, I wonder if he's clearing black or blue. Blue is the immediate danger, but black's got a much better position on the hoop. So yes, he's clearing blue. So Robert's now got himself in a pretty strong position to take the hoop. So as we've said, the game swung back and forth, hasn't
Backwards
it?
and forwards, backwards and forwards.
Yeah. Just one good clearance, and the...
Ben had himself set up perfectly, then Robert did. Now
Yep.
Robert's in the process of setting him up perfectly. Red's got to clear black. Yellow's there to come in when necessary. But all that'll be blown away when we see what Ben does. That's okay. That's okay. Can you see?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, Michael.
Oh yes, it's better. Oh, you've got the shine of that.
That's okay. Got my cap. So, look at Ben back on that previous lawn, getting his line up. Fantastic. Just keeping his eye on the target, walking straight towards his ball. A lot of people ask, why do you need to stalk the ball? And it's really about getting your body in alignment and getting that target fixed so that everything is square, that you're not approaching it from a diagonal.
Bingo.
Beautiful
from that
shot.
distance, unbelievable.
And he kept that quite controlled.
Yep.
But his blue ball's still gone, travelled a bit.
That was 14 metres he hit that ball.
Yep. No, it's a lovely clearance. Very important clearance. And equally, Robert needs to clear the black and keep himself. Oh, so no, he's electing.
He's setting up so he can clear with yellow.
Yep.
Clear black with yellow.
So, but he's put red in front and black looks to me as though it's still got a run on that hoop.
It does.
So that was
That's an interesting shot.
yeah, I didn't, unexpected.
2 at hoop 9, 7 to 2.
So we've just been told that Felix Webby's just taken the second game in his contest, 7-2, and he's been playing Brian Lozano from Mexico. So that's one game apiece in that second round of the knockout. The New Zealander Felix and the Mexican Brian. So there'll be a third game, which we hope to cover for you as soon as we are able.
There you go.
He's got that hoop. So
Yep.
that was risk. I was surprised Robert
a
took.
strange shot, really. Didn't
Yeah,
treat
he
that at all.
doesn't. He doesn't normally leave
No.
that kind of opportunity for his partner.
So Ben has come right up. He was
So
way
he's-
back. Look where he is now, 6-5.
Yep,
That's-
he's absolutely in contention, and
Yep.
he's first to hoop 12.
Yep.
So Robert needs to really be on his mettle to keep this game in his grasp.
Just see if I can just.
So if Robert is still in the prime position, he's still got 6 hoops and Ben's got 5. And he's got his yellow in a reasonable position, a little bit to the side. But Ben's got a good black ball and coming in with his second ball.
That's okay, we need some time.
So I'm not sure if Robert's playing this one through the hoop. I would imagine he's playing it off to that left-hand side.
You know,
He's a little
Kate
bit.
Black just may have a shot at the hoop, and that'll bring it 6-all.
That's
And well
right.
done, Ben. Look how he's come up. It's incredible.
Yep, he's done
He
great.
was way behind.
And do you think he's going for the hoop, Peter?
Yep.
I think he is.
Yep.
Beautiful
6-all,
hoop, 6-all.
Absolutely beautiful.
Well done, Ben.
We mentioned yesterday there's a credit card
Yep.
gap between the ball and either side of the hoop.
Did he run the hoop?
Yes, he did.
So it's 6 all.
Yes.
To see the way the ball went through the hoop, the accuracy of his shot was incredible.
Yep.
There was no I don't know whether there was any deflection, but it certainly didn't slow down by the hoop.
No. The last 2 hoops he's run have been really smooth. He hasn't been
Look at
forcing
that.
them.
Look at yellow.
Yeah, yellow's in a lovely spot. Lovely spot.
Isn't that incredible?
But he may not still be there.
No,
Peter.
exactly.
Well, who knows?
Yep.
Black and blue have both got a
Yep.
opportunity to dislodge yellow.
Yep.
Certainly blue does, I'm pretty sure.
And Ben's taking his customary
Customary,
stalking
long
approach.
stalk, very long stalk.
Because this is a critical to get rid of.
It
You
is.
must get rid of this one.
And when you've just run a couple of hoops, your confidence is up,
Yep.
you're feeling as though you're getting control of the game.
Yep.
So that's the time to really go for the shots.
Ah, that's a shame.
Unfortunately, he's
He
had a
didn't hit it
miss.
too hard.
No,
No.
didn't quite get the yellow one.
Yep.
He may have an opportunity with his black ball.
Now, Robert's coming up to sit further out. That's interesting.
Well, he doesn't want to get in the way of yellow.
Yep.
And I'm not sure what angle he had to see, but red's down there and it's
It looks as
closer
though,
to the hoop than black.
It looks as though black
Up
has
to
got a
blue.
sight on yellow. Now, well, just watch this stalking. He's still walking away, still walking away. So he would have to be
Yeah, it's at least
6
15.
meters, 6 meters back to
You
walk
reckon?
in.
15 yards, I think.
Yeah.
Here he goes. He
he
really does
goes.
need to clear this
He's
yellow.
got a clear yellow.
Yeah.
And queue up these scoreboards.
Now this is shot would be probably about 80 feet.
Yeah, so everybody knows it's 6-6. Yeah, it's just that somebody tuning in doesn't know that.
It's true, but
Didn't hit it too
So
hard.
he's
The score is
missed that one.
6 to each of them, and to complete the game here, Robert's having a shot at hoop 13. There you go.
And he's
There's
done
the
it.
game, first game.
First game to Robert Fletcher. Just
Khalid Kamal and Tom Balding.
okay.
They're playing for game 1, and it is 1-0 to the black. Who's that? Let me see. Can you see the board?
So it looks as though we're cutting to the
On
game
which one?
that has just begun.
Oh, it's this one down here.
Very shortly, we're cutting to the game of Khalid
It's
Kamel
1-2.
against Tom Balding.
1-0 to Tom Balding. Okay.
We're just watching Robert Fletcher having completed the first game in his quarterfinal against B Rothman. And we're
Wow.
watching the hoops being set on the F Webby court. The referees are very conscientious in checking the hoops at the end of every game.
Every game, yes.
And
Yep.
adjusting them where needed.
Yep.
And with some of the fiery players, it's much needed.
It
I
is.
would think,
Yep.
because the hoops do get moved,
Yes.
despite the firmness of the ground and the setting, a very good setting of the hoops. They're really wanting to keep them at that very high competition level. It looks as though we have crossed to the quarterfinal between Tom Balding and Khalid Kamel from Egypt, Tom Balding from the US of A. And I believe there's a score. We do have a... They've started the game, so they must be on about hoop 4. Is that correct? Hoop 2? So it's 1 to Tom
We
Balding.
can see it down here.
And Khalid is about to go for hoop 2 and had asked for the hoop to be hammered, which the ref has done. Khalid is a very accomplished player. He's had some very good wins in this competition.
This is...
Doesn't seem, no.
No.
Unfortunately, croquet scores is not quite up to date on this, on Tom Balding's previous game, but he has indeed won the match against Stephen Morgan, and he's now in the quarterfinal, which has begun. So I'm not sure why Khalid is pausing here. The hoop's been hammered in. I think he's probably just getting himself in the right frame of
Yep.
mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
And he moves the mallet pretty quickly. He's got a very classic Egyptian style where they line up pretty quick swings, put your hand down the mallet, and then wham. So he's just made that hoop 2. So that'll be 2-all. And Tom will be first to
Should be
hoop
1-all.
3.
That'll be 1-all.
Sorry, 1-all. Yep. Thank you, Peter. Oh, he's a little short. Tom's a little short to hoop 3.
This is just the beginning of the game, so I'd like to just describe to you the complexity of setting up games. At the beginning of event, there were 80 players on 24 courts, and Jeff Sue organised who was playing and had a schedule as to the sequence of players. He would then hand, when a game came up, he would then hand that to Elaine, his wife, and she was sitting on a great big board, and she would then would determine which court that particular person would go to. To watch it, 80 players, 24 courts, no disruptions. It was just amazingly done, and full credit and congratulations to both of them. It's incredible to see.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Peter. Fabulous work of commitment and level-headedness, because there are a lot of players involved and a lot of tournaments to run, and there's a lot at stake. So there are some pretty... people are keeping an eye on what they're doing.
Yep. There's a lot of tension there too, Kate, and people can be very easily upset, and there is none of that occurred. It was just fabulous. That was a lovely clearance shot. Look where Blue is.
Yep.
Sitting slap bang in front of her.
Yep.
Lovely shot.
So Tom Balding is, it's 1-1 in this quarterfinal, and Tom's got his ball in front of hoop 3. I think it's Khalid to play, is it not?
Khalid to play red, yes.
So it looks as though we're going to have another commentator. We're very honoured to have Dr. Mohammed Kamal. Kamal is a 4-time national champion and a member of the Hall of Fame of the World Croquet Federation. USCA, of the USCA. So he's going to enable our Egyptian colleagues to be able to participate by doing some Arabic commentary. So thank you so much, Dr. Kamal. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
Come.
It is, of course, an honor to participate in the USCA YouTube channel, live streaming of the matches.
So we've got, we have one of your Egyptian colleagues in this match.
Yes. I'm going to give some Arabic comments to our fellow Egyptians. صباح مساء الخير. خالد كامل بيلاعب توم بولدينج من أمريكا، وخالد كامل من اللعيبة المخضرمين في مصر، وواحد من الناس اللي كانت مشتركة في فريق مصر لما لعبوا أمريكا الشهر اللي فات. النتيجة 1-1. وخالد طبعا توم بولدينج من اللعيبة الصاعدين في أمريكا، وهو لعيب الحقيقة السنة اللي فاتت عمل نتائج جميلة جدا في أستراليا، وقدر إن هو يرفع من الترتيب بتاعه في الرانك الدولي. بيلعبوا دلوقتي على الأرسو الثالث والنتيجة 1-1. وطام شال كرة خالد وكرته الثانية السوداء في مكان كويس قوي قدام الأرسو. خالد طبعا دلوقتي بيحاول يرد البولاج. اللي هتلاحظوا انه في فرق في طريقة اللعب بين اللعيبة الامريكيين بصفة عامة وبين لعيبة مصر. خالد يتميز ان هو السوينج بتاعه هو طبعا زي المصريين كلهم بيمسك بالطريقة الايرش، وتلاحظ ان في تركيز على الريست في السوينج. بس خالد ستايله جميل جدا لان جسمه بيبقى ثابت، والصورة دي بتوضح ازاي ان الجسم بيبقى ثابت اثناء اللعب. ولعب بولاج جميل جدا، شال الكرة تقريبا في قلبها وطلع على اللاين، ودي دي حاجات شفناها كتير من خالد في البطولة دي. On the other hand, I also think that we should keep the English-speaking audience entertained. So I don't want to entirely take
Yeah.
the mic. So I'm happy
Sure, yes, no, that was, it's great to enable, and I think to emphasise the international status of the competition, how many different nations we've got here, and the Egyptians are obviously some of the best croquet players in the world, and we've got a fabulous match going on here, where Tom Balding and K Kamel one hoop each, and it's the first game in their quarterfinal. This is a best of 5, and neither of them are giving any of the hoops easily.
Absolutely.
Each hoop is contested very with a great deal of vigour.
Absolutely, and if you observe the blue and black are a little bit of angled, yellow is also angled, and I think Khalid is probably trying to just take advantage of his straight position. It's not really straight, but it's a better angle than the other balls. So I'm not sure if he's trying to take a position or run the hoop. There's a lot of things to say about impatience. He's actually waiting for the wind to slow down.
Yes,
and زي ما احنا شايفين خالد بيحاول يستنى في هوا، فهو بيحاول يستنى لما الهوا يهدى شوية، ودلوقتي بيحاول يلعب على الأرسوم من على اللاين. So I think he's trying to run the hoop from the boundary.
Yes, I think you're right.
An aggressive play.
Yes.
And he missed.
I don't think he got that one. No. But he's a very, as you say, he has an attacking style of play.
Right.
But he always is very thoughtful about setting up his shots. He gives them consideration and gets himself ready for the shot. So. And Tom's been a very successful player too. He's so Khalid is looking for the hoop to be tightened.
Yeah.
Tom had a very tight game against his countryman, Stephen Morgan.
Yeah.
So he did very well to prevail in that game.
Yeah.
So both of these players have fought their way through to this quarterfinal.
Exactly. Yeah. خالد كورته صفرة بجنب، احنا مش شايفين بالزاوية دي هو عنده ايه. هو الكرة شكلها نايم على حديدة أو حاجة، وأنا شايف احتمال يكون خالد بيحاول يطلعها من على الحديدة. I think Khalid is trying to just kick the black ball out of that position.
Yeah.
Simply because his other ball is too far. And
Yes.
هو طلب الحكم يثبت الأرسو، والظاهر انه عشان الكرة لازقة في الحديدة هي مش هتثبته له. ما اعتقدش ان هو ده القرار.
And he might hope that the yellow will end up in the hoop if he gets it in the right spot.
Yeah, I think that this is probably what he was thinking, trying to do that. From this angle, it's very hard for us to determine.
Yes.
But I can see black going to the left, and maybe yellow will just bounce back to the side of the hoop.
This is
or go below, go down towards hoop 4.
Yes, that would be ideal.
Oh, he was trying a jump shot.
I think you're correct. The angle is quite tricky to see. So Tom will now have the opportunity with his blue ball.
Just giving you Felix Webby and Brian Lozano.
Okay.
We've switched to the Felix.
We can handle that. Kate and I can handle
it. And you can still see what's going on, so you can give updates.
We're just switched to game 3 in the Felix Webby and Brian Lozano match, which is at a critical position as they've both won one game each, and they're just starting their third game.
Yeah. The good thing about this match, it will guarantee an additional country into the quarterfinal.
Absolutely correct.
Because we don't have anyone from New Zealand, and of course Brian is the only player from Mexico.
Yes.
So, and I'm glad that we're showing that, because it would be also good for our colleagues in Mexico and New Zealand to see their countrymen competing.
Yeah, absolutely. it's very heartening to see the number of countries that have got to this level of the competition. The range of countries. We have an Australian, we have a couple of folk from America, we have an Englishman, you and Burridge, and here we may opportunity to have a Mexican or a New Zealand player. So, and we have Spain with Jose Riva. So, it's a really good sign for the health of the sport, I think.
It is. Yes, there was a time where, you know, the quarterfinal would see like 5 or 6 Egyptians.
Yes.
And
Yes.
these days are well behind us now. نتكلم نقلنا للماتش بتاع فيليكس وبراين لوزانو عشان طبعا يعني حاجة كويسة ان احنا نوري الدول اللي هي مش ممثلة. الاثنين دول يعني لو حد منهم كسب هيبقى اول واحد الوحيد من نيوزيلندا او الوحيد من المكسيك في البطولة. فعشان كده نقلنا على الجيم ده الجيم الثالث. وكلكم عارفين براين من بطولة مصر الدولية السنة اللي فاتت لما اشترك فيها، وكان الحقيقة يعني حضوره جيد جدا، وهو شخصية لطيفة الناس كلها بتحبها، وهو يعني محبوب جدا حتى في أمريكا. بالنسبة للماتش توم وخالد، بس اديكوا ابديتس انه توم دخل الارسو الثالث والنتيجة دلوقتي 2-1 لتوم وخالد في الجيم الاولاني. I'm just giving updates on the other game that we were watching between Tom and K Kamel, and we reporting that Tom ran hoop 3 to go up 2-1. وخالد بيحط بليس على الرابع وعشش. And Khalid, his first ball to hoop 4 is in the jaws, giving Tom probably a very long jump shot. Oh, but hold on, he oh yes, yeah. So that's
So it's a very exciting match. He's getting himself the best opportunity to level the scores. It looks to me.
Yes. And so that the audience are not going to be confused, I think what we should do is maybe just report results on the other game, like when hoops are made to report results, and then the play-by-play would be on this game between Brian Lozano and Felix Webby.
Yeah.
This would be.
Yeah. And not to confuse the commentators either.
Yeah. and just for the audience knowledge, we are watching on a screen this match between Brian and Felix, and then through the window we are watching Tom and Khalid. So
it's a fabulous centre that we're able to be in here, isn't it?
Yes.
Mohammed, it's we get a great view across a lot of the lawns,
Yes.
as well as having the video screen. So
it's a beautiful view with the lawns and then the trees, you know, in the background. It's quite a scene.
Yeah.
All right. So now.
Okay, so we have another result to let you know. Ewan Burridge, who's playing Jose Riva, the score there is 5-all, and so that's the first game in their semi-final, best of 5. So that's a pretty tight game there, both of them playing extremely well. Quarterfinal. What did I say?
If any لو حد من مصر عنده أي تعليق أو أي سؤال ممكن يحطه في الكومنت وإحنا هنحاول نرد عليه. I'm asking if anybody watching has any comments, they are free to put it in the comment section, and we will try to address the question and answer it.
Yep, that's a very good idea. So we have Felix and Brian contesting hoop 2 in their game. So the game, Brian's won and Felix is yet to score, but he's in front of hoop 2.
And the score on the game between Khalid and Tom is 2-2. So Brian is trying to play this ball and probably was hoping for an in-off. He wasn't just looking to hit the blue ball away.
Yeah,
And
I
he
think
missed.
you'd be right. Yeah. Just to-
Felix had a very dramatic finish in his game yesterday against Ridge Bamford. And after running the deciding hoop 13 in game 3, he screamed, "I'm still here,"
Yes.
which I asked him. It gave me an impression that somebody was questioning him or something, and I give advice to everybody: never question a world champion.
Yes.
I watched him win the under 21 world championship in Australia in 2017, and he had an amazing tournament.
Yeah.
And followed this up with a great performance in the main event, and he reached the semifinal.
Yeah.
He's quite a yes.
He's a terrific player from New Zealand.
Yeah.
And that was a little while ago, so perhaps that was partly behind his statement. I'm not done with yet.
Exactly, and he's still young.
He's still young, indeed. Edmund Fordyce is similar, isn't it? They seem to have been playing for so long, but they're still in their early part of their life. So Felix has now got a long shot to play to hoop 3. And he's in his distinctive black. And I think the wind's affecting him. You can see people are resetting, and you can see the flags blowing. But yeah, Felix in his distinctive black New Zealand uniform, in contrast to the white that most croquet players are wearing. I often wonder how hot they get in those uniforms.
توم دخل الأرسول الخامس والنتيجة دلوقتي 3-2 لتوم وبيلعبوا على الأرسول السادس. So Tom just scored hoop 5 and he's up 3-2 against Khalid.
And we've got Brian Lozano playing across to hoop 3, and he's got his first ball there, so the second ball is...
So you notice that you notice that when Brian put his first ball, the red, that Felix shot at that with the first ball. This is somewhat of a contrasting approach. You notice most Egyptians would take a position and then hit with their second ball.
Yes.
And you see this a lot of times that that's like one of the contrasting differences in style.
Yes. So you're noticing that with some of the New Zealand or American players, are you? That we commented ourselves that our standard strategy would be position first with the first ball, clear with the second ball, and that there was a lot of clearance with the first ball.
Yeah, and I actually my personal view of this is that it's also, in addition to being a good tactic to always hit when you have a position, it demonstrates some kind of a confidence that, I don't need 2 balls to clear that. I can just take it, and it builds in you when you start to think this way. I'm not saying that they're doing it because of lack of confidence. I think they're doing it because they think it's a better tactic to approach, take more chances on that good position.
Yes. And it looks like Brian's just run that hoop so that he's 2-1 up.
Another contrasting thing in this is that you notice how soft Brian has a beautiful swing. And in these hoops, these angles are best run with this kind of power.
Yes.
I think you try to overpower it. You can run the hoop, but you have to be 100% accurate.
You do, yes. And that's another reason that taking position to me is a good strategy, because the hoops are so tricky. People may think that the hoop is a given. That's not necessarily the case. And so you put that extra pressure. If you miss this hoop, I'm right here.
Exactly.
So I think in these hoops, it doesn't hurt to really give yourself that second chance that comes more often than you might expect at this level. So, but yes, I think we're often amazed at the speed that some of the players will take the hoops, and I guess some of that is if you develop a style that works for you, you want to be consistent and continue to be able to reproduce that shot.
Absolutely.
And if you then have to take a different shot, a slow shot, you're going into something that's not your standard practice.
Yeah.
And then the confidence may not be there, you may falter.
That's-
So even though to me it seems that they're taking a risk, they don't want to change what works.
That's a great point, yes. I'm going to actually translate this conversation to the Egyptians because I think it's worth it. Khalid اتعادل 3-3. Now Khalid scored hoop 6, so the score is 3-3 against Tom. So أنا كنت بتكلم على فكرة إنه لما براين حط بليس بالكرة الأولانية فيليكس لعب بولاج بالأولانية، وأنا كنت بقول إن دايما الستايل المصري إنك بتحط بليس وتشيل بالكرة التانية، وده في رأيي يعني بالإضافة إنها تكتيك أحسن لأنك بتشيل وأنت عندك بليس، بتبين برضو للخصم إن أنت عندك ثقة إن أنت مش محتاج كورتين عشان تلعب تشيل الكرة دي، أنت عندك ثقة إن البولاج بتاعك هيجي لما تأجله. وكيت وافقت على الكلام ده وقالت إنه برضو بتحط ضغط على الخصم لما يلعب كورة بالطريقة إن هو عنده فيه بليس موجود جنبه بتخليه يقلق، ودي نقطة مهمة جدا برضو. براين دخل الكورة زاوية ولعبها بالراحة، ودي برضو نقطة تانية أنا وضحتها إن هو الأرسوهات دي بالذات في الزوايا محتاجة تكون بتلعب بالراحة لأنه الأرسوهات متثبتة جامد في الأرض ولازم تبقى يعني الدقة 100% عشان تعرف تخش جامد بزاوية. Alright, so now we're on hoop 4 and it's 2-1 to Brian.
And he had a hampered shot from his hoop 3 ball, although he's got the red down in a reasonable position. That was a shame.
An unexpected miss.
Yes. So Felix had overshot his 2 balls and so needed to get back into position. And so he's now got 2 opportunities to have hoop runners. And Brian's just a little further away. So Felix has set himself up to level the scores here.
Yes, and he's covering all of the bases because he blocked the hoop on red.
Yes.
And now and black has a good hoop shot, so red has to go after black.
Yes. Yes, quite so. Some of the shots that I've seen, they succeed in clearing both of the balls, particularly when they're reasonably close.
Yeah.
Robert Fletcher was doing it. I think Kamel was doing it, so they bounce from the black and clear the blue. This is a more risky shot, I guess, but
That's a great.
what a great outcome.
Yeah.
He's cleared blue in this case,
Cleared
but
blue.
has he blocked black, do you think?
So here's the question: now that blue is closer to 5, would Felix just take the hoop and take advantage of his blue being near hoop 5?
Yeah.
I think that's what he's trying to do. He tried to jump it because I believe probably it was partially blocking.
Yes.
We couldn't tell from the angle.
No. And sometimes the jump shots, they enable the top spin will take the ball through the hoop.
Yes. And
Some players find that works better.
and in these hoops also, I think the top is slightly wider. Slightly. wider,
Yes, yes, I think you're right. Not so much with these quadway hoops, perhaps his other hoops, but still.
So Ewan Burridge won the first game. 7-5.
He's having a
Do we have
fantastic.
any score on Ben and Robert Fletcher?
It's 1-0 Fletcher. That's the last update I got.
So if we can get us the score.
1-0.
1-0. Okay. Yeah, the other game that is also of interest, especially to us here in the States, is Ben Rothman versus Robert Fletcher. Robert Fletcher is the #1 seed. And Robert Fletcher won the first game 7-5, and the score now is 1-0 to 1-0 to Robert.
In the second game, so the first game Robert took.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You notice that this clearance didn't happen as Felix would have wanted. It cleared the red, pushed it a little bit back. I'm assuming that there are two choices, either to hit the black away or to play a jump shot. If this is an angled one, then he's going to try to just hit the black away. And I think his stance is showing that he's trying to do that.
Yes.
Hit the left edge of black. His left, of course. Oh,
He could see the
he
hoop.
could see the hoop.
And
so that was actually the worst outcome of the shot than what we expected, because before the attempt that Felix did, the only shot Brian had was a jump shot.
Yes, yes.
So now the score is 3-1 to Brian.
And Felix is first to hoop 5, but being the short hoop, then his chances of being cleared are high. So.
And of course, given the position of red, Brian took took position with the yellow, and he's feeling confident about being able to hit the black ball with the red.
He is indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what club do you play in?
So I'm at Canberra Club. So Canberra's the capital of Australia, and we have one major club, and a new club has just begun. He's just gone behind the hoop, I think, has he?
Interesting that if black didn't have a hoop shot. I think we missed it. Was blue? Did blue try to hit the black ball? I think that this one pushed there. The blue was trying to hit the red ball. I think that this is what happened.
Perhaps you're right.
We were busy chatting.
We were. Too many things going on. Because it seems that red's about to take his shot, isn't it?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
And Brian's making some interesting signals there, so I don't quite know what he's...
He's probably trying to see the very thin edge of black. I think that this is what he's trying to do. These shots, you just need to aim at missing the wire.
Yes, indeed. And sometimes that clearance is good because the ball will travel a long way in the opposite direction. And he's got his yellow ball already there. Yes.
Yeah.
So he has cleared black. Black's still got a good view of yellow.
It's really, really interesting, these angles. Like, if I was looking at this, I would think that he sees the other side of black. I thought that.
Yes, it is difficult for us to kind of get the perspective from the players.
Yeah, because you know why?
Position.
This is the difference between a 3D view in real life and a 2D view on TV.
Exactly. So that was a bit unfortunate. Felix nearly pushed yellow into the hoop, and it's banged off and stayed quite close.
Yeah.
So giving Brian a prime position at the hoop.
Yeah.
So Felix has got his work to do. It's one game each in this match, and this is best of 5. So Felix didn't succeed in clearing yellow with the blue ball, but he's still got his black ball along the side, so he could have a second opportunity. But it does give Brian a dominant position at this hoop.
Yes. And K Kamel scored hoop 7, so he's up 4-3 now.
Okay.
Against Tom Balding.
Yes, it's a very tight game, that one, isn't it?
Yeah. And in the background, you could see Ben Rothman playing Robert Fletcher in the background of the screen.
Yes, you can. And looks like Robert scored a hoop in that game. So Felix is, now needs to certainly clear the yellow, but he's unfortunately missed. So we're just hearing that the second game, Robert Fletcher against Ben Rothman, it's 2-love to Fletcher. So Brian Lozano now in front of hoop 5, He's 3-1 up in this third game in the match, and he's in prime position to take hoop 5. And a lovely smooth shot, and he's not too far away from hoop 6.
خالد كامل أخذ الأرسو السابع، فدلوقتي النتيجة 4-3 لخالد في الجيم الأولاني، وبيلعب على الأرسو الثامن.
So we're seeing Felix Webby and Brian Lozano. So Brian is probably got the better position on hoop 6.
Only because the both blue and black are on the side.
But yeah, they're all in contention here. So Felix will be clearing red, and perhaps aiming for a block on yellow. I'm not sure that he succeeded in that. And you can certainly see the wind gusting up on their clothes.
Yeah.
So that makes it tricky for the players, but they'd be pretty used to playing in all conditions, so they don't normally lose a lot of form. I notice a lot of the players are casting. They're doing a lot of casting.
Yes.
And in Egypt is the style that the casting is simply to get the line for the shot.
Right.
But you would not play the shot as you were casting.
Yeah, the only two players in this Egyptian team that are casting are Ahmed Al Mahdi and Omar Fahmy, and everybody else has the hit, the strike starts with the ball, with the mallet on the ground.
Yep. Yes, I feel as though it's more common than it was a few years ago to be casting and hitting the ball.
Right, and I actually think that like pretty much all the New Zealanders cast.
It's very, yes,
Yeah.
I think you could be right. It's a style in Australia that a lot of women players particularly favour because I think it gives you more strength in your stroke.
Yeah.
And I know one of our top players, Alison Sharp, is a caster, and so of course a lot of us have followed.
Right.
We followed her lead.
Yeah.
But it has its advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah.
Now
And
Felix,
here Felix missed, and Brian now is ready to go up 5-1 with this shot on 6.
yeah,
And you would notice also that somehow it seems effortless on Brian's end.
yes, yes,
And if anyone is wondering why that's the case, I think a lot of it has to do with his positioning. If you notice that a few times, Felix's positions were a little bit off, so it doesn't really
help.
No, and I think Felix, because Brian's taken control, or it just may be the way Felix is playing, his roquets are now not quite as sharp as they were earlier. And sometimes there's a pattern in the play when you start to miss a shot and the confidence perhaps diminishes. So Brian's now truly in control of the game.
Absolutely, but you can
But you
never
never
count
know.
Felix out.
No,
He's a champion, and a champion can always come back.
Absolutely correct. As he said.
As he said, he's still here.
I'm still here.
And again, this is another example. You see the blue ball, instead of being right in front of the hoop from a very close position, it went a little bit off. So it makes the game more difficult.
Yes.
Your game is going to be a lot easier when your positions are better, because you always go first to the hoop that you don't win.
Yes.
To the next hoop that you don't win. So
I think it's true. Sometimes you need to concentrate on the simple shots because they're the ones you're most likely to get right.
yes.
He may have gone too far, though, to that hoop because he was not wanting red to clear and stay in position.
Yeah, but to
Perhaps.
see where red is right now is not really advantageous. And I would have loved for Brian to be more patient and go for a deep position.
Yes.
And then wait to see what blue's going to do. Because
Yes.
jazzing is not 100%, and you have another ball that could be in a place to jump. So I think the tactic of not going after the ball in bad position is I prefer it better.
And particularly because, as you say, red wasn't in a prime position. So it's not an immediate risk, immediate threat, or the threat is diminished, yeah.
But Brian has enough experience to kind of, a lot of times you do things based on how you feel.
Yes.
And,
And how he thinks Felix is playing.
right.
Yeah, yeah. So this should be Felix's hoop because he was the first to get there.
Unless,
But Brian is now scattering and giving himself, I guess, the opportunity to stay nearby. Yes, he does. He does seem a very composed player, Brian. And the score showing that is it's now 5-1 to Brian Lozano against Felix Webby from New Zealand. And
زي ما احنا شايفين براين وفيليكس النتيجة 5-1 وبراين طريقة لعبه مساعداه في الجيم ده، وبليسات فيليكس في أول 6 أرصات هي السبب الرئيسي في إن هو متأخر 5-1. لكن شكله دلوقتي بيلم نفسه. طبعا 5-1 دي ولا حاجة، لو واحد دخل السابع في الثامن يبقى 5-3، ماتش عادي في الملعب يعني. خالد كامل دخل الأرصاد الثامن دلوقتي. خالد كامل 5-3 في الجيم بتاعه ضد توم، واحنا يعني بنعتذر طبعا ان احنا مش بنوري الماتش ده للأسف، الموضوع ده مش في ايدي. انا نفسي عايز اتفرج عليه، بس هم اللي بيقرروا يعني. نحاول كده نشوف لو الماتش قرب لاخره ننقل لكم للماتش ده. I'm actually wondering if there is any chance we can show the end of the game between Khalid Kamel and Tom Balding. If there's any chance we can switch to that. It's 5-3. It's 5-3, and I think we showed the first half of Brian Lozano and Felix. Yeah, and we will come back to the end of that game. المحاولة نجحت وعرفنا ننقل لماتش خالد، فأرجو إن الإخوة المصريين اللي بيتفرجوا يكونوا مبسوطين يعني. احنا بنلعب now we're playing on Hope 9.
we are, so we've switched to the Balding Kamel game. And I think the score in that one is 5-3.
5-3 to Khalid.
Khalid, yes. So it's a pretty exciting match, this one. Tom's been playing really well, as has Khalid, and it's the first of their games, so they're both establishing the play, establishing their the way that they are facing each other, and attempting to get into a dominant position early on.
And Tom is one of the rising stars of the Americans, and you could notice his soft clearing is phenomenal. He has a tremendous ability of hitting consecutive dead center center ball shots with different powers.
Yes.
And he is really one of the most dedicated players to practicing. I see him on the court all the time, which is quite impressive.
He's certainly very in control of his shots.
And this is a beautiful shot by خالد كامل عمل لعبة جميلة جدا قفل من بعرض الملعب وتبعها توم لعبة أجمل لأن هو سلم الكرة الحمراء للكرة الزرقاء. You notice that he basically delivered the red ball to the blue ball, right? And he made it effortlessly because when you're practicing a lot you can do that. And now Khalid is going to hit one of these two balls.
Whether the blue ball is probably not blocking the black, is it? So
it's not, but also if the red cannot see black.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's
so
why
he's cleared black. Yes. And it's the danger ball. Exactly. Beautiful clearance, though,
Beautiful
wasn't
clearance, but I really loved Tom's shot of softly, and now blue is wired.
Yeah. It looks simple because the shots seem so easy, but that's because he's kept the control and he's played a shot that's strategically very clever. Yeah. So whether or not would he go through the back of the hoop, or this would be a line of play
I don't think that would be a
favour?
good strategy because you can get stuck this way, and also he has a ball that can hit. His yellow ball can always go after blue.
Yep.
But it depends. Like I can see. I don't like going through the hoop because you can get stuck. Right?
Yes.
You can get stuck.
Yes.
But if you go from outside in a position like what he's doing right now, and actually this is quite ambitious because he didn't give himself room to clear the blue ball, right? Meaning that there's a risk of hitting red. I mean, typically you want to be out of the way.
Yes.
So when the yellow hits the blue, you don't really.
You won't suffer from any
accidents.
Yes, indeed. Collateral damage, as we say.
Yeah,
yes.
Friendly fire.
Friendly fire, yes.
خالد بيلعب دلوقتي بولاج على الكرة الزرقاء. بولاج حساس جدا. This is a very critical shot because blue can also run the hoop and get advantage on hoop 10.
Absolutely.
So it can easily tie the game.
Absolutely.
And he missed.
He hasn't hit that one.
Yeah, and I don't think red was a good shot because I also question if red is makeable after.
Yes, it feels to me as though you would need to put it in the jaws, and then you've got other things that can happen.
So now we'll see how well blue will run the hoop.
So he's given himself a good clearance without trying to get straight to the next hoop.
Yes.
He may be in the way of red, which is a very useful thing. So red has limited.
And now the score is 5-4 to Khalid. People are not happy we switched? Okay. Well, we're sorry about that, and we will switch back soon. What's the score on the...
It's still 2-5.
Okay, all right.
So the score on the Felix and Jose
And Brian Lozano.
Brian Lozano, thank you, game is 5-2 to Brian.
3-0 Fletcher.
So in the Robert Fletcher versus Ben Rothman, it's 3-0 to Robert in game 2. Thank you.
And you can see now these tight positions
Oh, that was nearly a
is
brilliant shot.
really beautiful.
That's still very
So-
useful.
Felix
Yeah.
has managed to move both of Brian's balls. Red's still.
Oh,
That was a critical miss
didn't quite.
for Tom.
Yep.
And one thing I think I want, I hope Tom doesn't really get too upset with himself. Everybody misses, and it's just a shot.
So the score on this one is
5-4.
5-4.
to Khalid.
Yeah,
if I
that's
can
what I
read
thought.
the score.
Because we are at hoop 10, aren't we?
Yeah, 5-4, and Khalid seems to be in complete control
He
of
does.
this hoop.
He does, but the score's still
Yes, of course.
doable for Tom, of course.
We've seen many games in which the player who is down 6-4 ends up winning at the hoop 13.
Yes,
Yeah, so
yes. It's always
And again,
doable.
this is a best of 5 match, so there's a lot of croquet left to be played.
Yes, and I don't think people would be panicked at this stage of the match. This is the
And I think actually maybe this makes a good argument for us after this game to switch to Felix and Brian, because that match is the best of 3. So we could basically finish it and still come back to this one.
yep.
So we promise that we will do that, and we just want to be try to be balanced between all the countries.
That's right. We've got 4 countries here
Yeah,
at
yeah,
stake,
yeah,
haven't we? In 2
yeah,
games.
yeah,
It's,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
very exciting. Looks like Khalid is going to run this hoop 10 in the first game against Tom Boulding, and he has. So the score is now 6-4 to Kamel, and Tom will be first to hoop 11.
And then
Let's cut back to coming back to F Webby.
So we've just cut back to the match Felix Webby playing Brian Lozano, where the score is 2-5, we understand.
Yes.
and they have been playing a lot of. They took a lot of time on this hoop so far.
So this is the third and final. No, this is still 5. This is still a best of 5.
No.
It is best of 3.
This is the best of 3.
So yeah, this is
so,
the.
so that's why I think we needed to finish this.
That's
off.
correct. So this is the final game when they're 1 game each, and Brian is in good control of the game at hoop 8. Felix Webby just considering his options. This is a hoop where you can have an opportunity to make 2 hoops in a row and bring the score back level.
It would be a momentum situation now, being down 5-1, and you come back and 5-3.
Yeah, and as you say, we've seen Felix come back from some pretty tricky score lines to take some very good wins. So he's taking his time here. He's not rushing his shot, not rushing his decision.
Yeah, I think that the issue here, maybe Brian managed to put the blue ball in front of black. So if black had a hoop shot, I think this would be a no-brainer. He would have run the hoop.
Yeah.
But now the decision is he's trying to maybe considering options between maybe blocking red from running the hoop or blocking yellow from hitting blue. So that's probably where the thinking.
Yes, yes.
And also there may be a concern about an in-off yellow into blue, and then the hoop. So that maybe is another thing that
Okay.
he's worried about.
Yep.
So
So he might be
opted
trying to do about 3 things with this with this ball.
So yeah, so he
to
now went for blocking yellow from hitting blue.
Yep. So it's interesting, the pipes are very useful, but they're quite firmly secured in parts, aren't they?
Yeah.
So the players are having some trouble finding the space for their shot. And we were commenting before on how big a stalking Ben Rothman takes. He
Oh,
goes
yes.
back
Yeah,
about
yeah.
15
Yeah,
yards to get himself in the right position. So they're frequently going back and forth over the pipes.
Yeah, Ben has a wonderful routine, a pre-shot routine that is so consistent, and
Yeah.
he has one of the best swings because he's well controlled. You could sense the.
Ooh.
And Khalid just ran hoop 11, and now he wins game 1 7-4. So that's game
okay.
1 of the best of 5 quarterfinal.
Against Tom Boulding. Yep, that was a very good win by Khaled. And so
So now-
Brian attempted to put his, I think the yellow, he was either trying to come off blue or go straight through the hoop,
Yeah.
which he didn't manage, and Felix has run this hoop. So it's 3-5. He hasn't, yes, so they're now
Yeah,
heading to
we
hoop
can-
9.
We should stay with that. Yes.
Score, maybe just score.
So the score is 5-3 Brian in game 3 of the round of 16.
Letting Brian get lunch right now. All right. Send it August to get lunch right now. Karen.
So Felix is assessing the situation, needing to really get a couple of hoops so that he can be on a par with Brian.
And you're going to see the same thing again. He's going to go with the first ball.
So you think he'll clear with the first ball?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a.
It's a pretty good ball, the red, so I think that's probably one of his assessments, wasn't it? He's just checking that there's something in the background.
Spectator, probably.
Probably. It's way too many spectators. It's lovely to see the number of people coming to watch.
Yeah.
And of course, there's a lot of volunteers who are helping to do the scoring and do the refereeing, and teammates watching. And it's such a big complex that it's hard to appreciate how many people there are here
Yes,
over the 24 lawns.
One of the volunteers, and let's see this shot first. So he missed.
Yeah.
One of the volunteers showed me her steps, and it was a lot more than my steps in 6 games.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not surprised, because a lot of the referees are covering 4 lawns, and
Yeah.
and being called from one to the other, there's quite a lot of distance to be covered.
And that's a beautiful second ball by Brian.
Yeah.
Again, even better than red. And again, I actually think that the strategy of hitting with the first ball. Now, even if you hit red, then you don't have a ball.
No, you don't
on
have
the
a ball
hoop,
in
yeah,
front,
yeah.
and red's only on the close boundary, so it's still a pretty dangerous ball to be in play.
But there are other points that can validate this approach. I'm not really saying that it's entirely wrong, but I feel that that there is now he hit.
He's cleared yellow.
Yeah, he hit the yellow, which puts pressure on red, and I actually would definitely agree with that decision. But think about it. If he had a position and that same hit happened to red,
That's right.
Felix would have been really.
He'd be in a stronger position. Yeah. So now Brian's got to weigh up. I think when you're in front of the hoop, you've got to go for it, really, don't
Yeah,
you?
I think so. At this level, and you're up 5-3,
Yeah.
and you should just, play your shot,
Yep.
take your swing, commit to the shot, and then just go for it. And that's okay. I
Yeah,
mean, these
he's-
things happen. Nobody is perfect. So at least because of his beautiful swing, he missed, but he stayed around. So he's, still, in contention for the hoop.
Exactly, yeah. And he's still a danger.
Right.
So Felix now needs to take a longer position.
Right.
So I think, as you say, it's the right shot, and the hoops are challenging.
Yeah,
All the
yeah.
players are aware that the hoops are definitely a challenge.
That's another beautiful position by yellow.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. He's just a very smooth player, isn't he?
He is. He's
He's very controlled
Beautiful
and
swing.
lovely swing. Yeah, very impressive.
This is actually with this, even though red and yellow are too close, I can tell you that the control of this hoop now is with Felix, simply because red doesn't have a hoop shot, and if it has a jaws in position, black has a good jump shot, and then when red hits black, it's going to send it just to the boundary.
Yes.
So, it looks like Felix is going after the yellow ball, which is, again,
Yep.
an aggressive tactic. But if you look at where blue went, a position by blue could have given them also a chance to, when red hits black, then black can take care of yellow and send it down.
Yes.
So, it's again, I mean, these are all good tactics. Nothing is absolutely right or absolutely wrong.
No, no.
But I just wanted to highlight this as a different option.
Yeah, and to have the opportunity to shoot the ball into the wider field is much more advantageous than hitting to the boundary.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take a break. Thank you. I need my lunch.
Okay, so that's a good shot by
That's a good shot.
by Felix, and now it leaves yellow in that position, and he's checking the hoop, so he's going to go for the hoop shot.
Which is an interesting decision, but because black is right there, I'm not
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
that he can do anything.
Anyway, so
More.
this is a good option for someone who's confident in his shot and feels that they can go up 6-3 with the hoop if the hoop is made here.
But the risk is, I guess, that he's leaving the hoop to Felix if he doesn't, if he goes past.
I would go for this if black was in position, but you can take a deep position on this hoop and control it with the
Yes.
yellow.
Yeah.
It's a good option, but I don't think that this is a bad shot. I just think it's an aggressive one.
Yeah, yeah. And as you say, he's.
Oh, and then we lost
we've
the
just lost our link.
connection right at the time.
Do we know if he's run that hoop?
So we don't know what happened with this shot, if he ran it or not. We just lost the feed right at the time.
I think he ran it because Felix, I can see. Yeah,
Wonderful.
there he is. He's going to the
He ran
next
the hoop
hoop.
and now it's 6-3. So,
it paid off, as you
paid off,
say.
And sorry for the audience, we just lost the feed at the time the ball was going through the hoop. But it was a
Yeah.
beautiful shot by Brian, and it's
It was, and
it's
it's
a
showing
confidence.
confidence, isn't it?
yeah, it's a confidence shot.
And as you say, he's in a strong position in
Yeah.
his score, and just in the way he's playing, I think he's playing very beautifully.
Yeah, there is a lot to say about momentum in this game. This shot that kind of broke Felix's momentum, right?
Yeah,
And it's
exactly. And a lot of it is just how your mind, how you're approaching
Yeah.
things, and what you think you're capable of. and whether you're feeling the game is going according to the way you would like it. You're not trying to defend all the time.
Exactly. And then when you have a swing like Brian's, and you have the confidence in your swing, you can take a shot like that.
Yeah, but see, that's a beautiful clearance.
Beautiful
Very
clearance,
controlled.
center ball.
He's kept his ball there,
Yeah.
and
And whether it can run the hoop or not, it doesn't matter. You have two balls on, versus one.
yeah. So he's left blue there.
So this is a shot that I've seen. I can't tell from this angle.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? How angled it is.
But
But he's going at the hoop.
shooting hard at these hoops from an angle is always going to be a challenge, and it's not impossible.
So it looks as though I've got the opportunity to take a break, and there's a croquet player that you might have heard of, Matthew Essick, who will be joining us. So thanks, Matthew.
Matthew Essig, we don't need to say that he is the current world champion. But hey, Matthew, how are you?
Doing well, Mohammed.
It's great to be able to do the play-by-play with you.
Yes, I'm excited.
Yeah.
We've got a good match here. This is still the round of 16 here with Brian and Felix. And thanks for having me on. You mentioned the world champ. Maybe not for long. I'll still hold that title for a couple of days, so I'm going to hold on to it while I can. So, Mohammed, how's this match played out? I've gotten a chance to watch some of the others since I've been here, but I know both these players play at a high caliber, but Brian must be playing really well.
Yeah, I think what hurt Felix up until that point was his positioning, but Brian had a very consistent play. It didn't seem like he did any miracles. He just had a beautiful hoop 9 from the boundary, but he was up 5-1, and then Felix took 7 and 8.
Okay.
And then Brian ran 9 from the boundary. So now we're at 6-3. But Brian's swing is coming for him today.
Yeah.
With like very good clearing, and he's not exerting any effort like in his swing. Just like softly, everything is like center ball.
Yeah, great shot.
You see that, and then now he's like playing with the intention of finishing this match.
Yes.
It's so great to see how Brian have done over the past couple of years. It's just like really, he's an amazing player.
I mean, he's always been a good player, but I think he's really taken that next step of with his preparation and the mental side of things. I really think he's in a good headspace, as well as his swings in the right place as well. He was in my block, and that might be the match.
Yeah.
But he was in my block, and he was my one loss in block play, and he plays a game that kind of lets you make mistakes, and he takes advantage of those mistakes really well. I think somebody that is playing at top peak form, can take Brian on just because he is giving up those tougher shots.
Right.
But if you're missing those tougher shots, he's just going to absolutely take advantage of those mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's it's really a pleasure to watch him. And now he runs the hoop 10, wins the match, game 3, 7-3. He played a beautiful game against a really great champion.
Yes.
Felix is a wonderful player. And now we're shifting to the match that I think everybody wants to watch. Robert Fletcher versus Ben Rothman. Best of 5. Fletcher won game 1, 7-6. And then game 2, Robert is up 4-0. Ben has had a wonderful tournament so far. It was so great to watch him. And yesterday he had a big win against Mohamed Nasser.
Yes. He has you know, one of the negatives of the United States croquet scene is that we're so big that it's hard to get a chance to get a tournament where all of us can get together. And so Ben and I have, you know, known each other for, I think I met him when I was 11 or 12 years old, but we've only got the opportunity to play against each other or at the same tournament, you know, a handful of times. And but what I can say is Ben is playing the best that I've seen him play in years. And, you know, you're going to need that form to have any chance against the world number one. Because not only is he the world number one, but he looks like in pretty tip-top form.
Yeah. What do you have, tell me what you think of Ben's pre-shot routine.
So he's very committed to his stalk, and he's very consistent with his routine. So he never breaks away from his routine. I guess the one thing I would say that I don't do myself is once Ben gets his line from his stalk, he trusts that that's correct and goes with it. And I guess I'm just somebody who needs to double check.
That makes the two of us, by the way. I'm like that too.
You know, I guess I just don't trust my stalk nearly as much as Ben does, is a good way to put it. But it really shows from his results that his stalks are consistent. And you know, I think this week he's really getting center contact more than he has in the last couple of years. And it's great to see. You know, he's a champion. He's an incredible player. And I think he's gone through some stretches where he hasn't played poorly, but he's just not been at that form that he's used to. And so it's nice to see him, you know, back at that place.
And the point you brought about us being in the United States and not being able to, to have more tournaments and like it's impacting also the number of tournaments, right? So there are many times where there will be a tournament on the East Coast where West Coast players cannot make it. Just because of the travel burden. So this is, and you could see also this would not be a shot that Ben would take normally. Usually he would basically try to line up and wire from yellow.
You know, I have some experience playing against Robert Fletcher, some in AC, some in GC, and you know, I think he's one of those guys. There's very few in the world that. You can't be scared to lose 7-0. And what I mean by that is you can't be scared to be aggressive and take shots that might not make sense against other people. Right. Because if you play the slow game against Robert Fletcher, you're just going to lose the majority of the time. He's so good at it, and he's so consistent. Right. He's a player that I think the more shots that you take, the more of an advantage he has. And so... he's a player that you just have to be a little bit more aggressive. Obviously not reckless, but a little bit more aggressive to the point where you're putting some pressure on him. Because otherwise he's just right in his wheelhouse of, you know, center balling clears, making hoops from 3 and 4 yards. So he's very different than I think anyone else in the tournament, really.
Yeah, but one important thing is that when you're playing anybody, you have to really believe that anybody can miss. And I don't like it when I see people entirely changing the strategy because of the idea that this opponent is never going to miss.
Yes.
I think a lot of times, you know, we call it the correct, you know, strategy should always prevail. And then if you end up missing, you miss. It's okay. But I feel like sometimes you give an advantage to the opponent when you start doing things to indicate that he's gonna make every shot, especially when it's like an impossible or difficult shots.
Absolutely.
So, but again, I mean, like for example, I like that Ben took a position with his yellow ball and didn't go after the blue ball, for example. This is good because now Ben is saying, okay, even if you hit me, I'm gonna try to hit the blue ball away.
Yes. He placed blue in position instead of taking yellow, and now he's going to try to get yellow. We assume that yellow's in running position. It's hard to tell. I was watching a little bit of the live stream earlier, and you made a really good point. We're watching in 2D versus the 3D that you get to see out there, and so it's hard to tell for us, you know, just like you guys at home, what we're actually looking at as far as the exact position of the balls. But We assume based on Robert's decision that yellow is runnable.
Yes. And also, we're very close to that screen.
Yes, yes, we are.
It makes it even more difficult.
That's right.
Again, he's taking his very long stalk.
Yeah. John's live. He's gonna move the mobile to 17.
I'm gonna say a few words in Arabic for the
Please.
Egyptian. احنا دلوقتي بنشوف ماتش بين روثمان وروبرت فليتشر. روبرت فليتشر ده نمرة واحد في العالم طبعا وعامل بطولة هايلة. بين روثمان من أحسن اللعيبة زي ما احنا شايفين. As you can see now, he hit the yellow ball.
Yeah, great shot.
Which is a good shot, good confidence building. فطبعا البطولة دي روبرت فليتشر يعني لاعب ماتشات هايلة. ما خسرش غير جيم واحد بس من شريف عبد الوهاب. The only game he lost in this tournament so far is from Sharif Abdul Wahab.
He's just been so consistent.
Yes, and you could طبعا روبرت فليتشر الستايل بتاعه والدقة الضربات بتاعته يعني بصراحة أحسن واحد في البطولة لغاية دلوقتي. هو نمرة واحد في العالم. So I'm saying that he's number one in the world, and it's not a coincidence.
No,
because he's so consistent.
He really is. He is, I think, the pinnacle right now that everyone's chasing.
There is something to say about best of 5 matches as well. I mean, if this was a best of 3, you would. And I know that Ben knows this, and he had so many best of 3 matches. But you know, there is a lot of croquet to be played. And you just think about it at one shot at a time, and then one game at a time, and you keep moving. It's not the end of the world to be down one game and down in the second.
Yeah.
In a best of 5. I like this. I don't know if he's trying to hit the red ball. I'm okay with that shot.
Knowing Ben's typical strategy, I would assume he's pre-clearing red. He's really big on that. You know, especially inside of 7 yards.
Yeah, and you've seen him over his career that he would do this cross-court center ball.
Yep.
And he just stopped. We were in Egypt last month, and in the Egypt versus US match, he missed. In the Egypt versus USA match, he was playing one of the matches, and he was the score was tied 5-5, and hoop 11, very long shot. And then I was talking to an Egyptian next to me. He said, "Watch this hoop shot. He's going to run it with an advantage on hoop 12," and we did it exactly that way. He said, "Wow, you know him." I said, "No, Ben is known for that. That's one of his trademarks is to run long hoops with control."
Yes. I think the thing that you know Ben has been so good at for so long is that you know I myself fall into a little bit too aggressive of a play style too often. And I think Ben's very good at being aggressive when it calls for it and being conservative when he can. Yeah. Not taking crazy chances unless he has to.
Yeah. And you can see Robert missed the shot, so he's human.
Yes, yes. You have to give him the opportunity to miss some.
Yeah.
He can miss. But 5-0 right now. Ben's just got to try to string a couple together to get this thing competitive.
Yeah. I like this one too.
Yep.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with this. I think it's wise. There's a ball right in front of the hoop, and Blue had a longer hoop shot, so to do this and keep playing, I think that's fine.
Yep.
Yeah. And again, if you notice, he played a stop shot.
Yes.
I notice a lot of players, they think they're going to get the stop shot by just hitting the center of the ball. And the stop shot is a separate shot. You have to basically have a flat swing.
Yes.
To get that stop shot effect. And that's what Ben did here. You could see it in the swing.
Yep.
And I think that it's a shot that needs to be practiced.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think you can get the stop shot result. I think something you said there is really important. I think you can get the stop shot result whether you follow through or don't, as long as the swing is flat.
Exactly.
And that's the key. Because so many players get caught up in what do I do with my mallet as far as at impact, after impact. And As long as the swing is flat and you make center contact, then really whatever happens after is irrelevant.
Yeah.
And so it is something you have to practice and get a familiar feel of how to flatten out that swing.
Exactly.
To change it.
Because sometimes stopping the mallet results in affecting the aiming, because that movement to stop the mallet could really ruin your accuracy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, I do a lot of teaching, and one of the things I'm very big on is that speeding up or slowing down the mallet, there's only one way to do either one, and it's controlling it with your hands.
Right.
And if one hand does a little bit more than another, the mallet starts to twist and turn, and we've all felt that before. And so it's a skill that if you are going to stop the mallet, you have to work on and try to get a familiar feel of the hand pressure.
Yeah. And then now Ben is going after the red ball because his black is in a good position, so blue is going to try to hit red. And he did center ball, a beautiful shot.
That's a great shot.
Yeah. Here's another thing that I want the young players to observe. Ben is down one game. He's down 5-0 in the second game. If you watch without looking at the score, you would never be able to tell that Ben is down. He has the same, the same attitude, the same, walking on the court like he's competing.
Yeah.
He continues to compete, and that helps his shots.
Ooh.
So now, if he scored red, no one can blame Ben, right? I mean,
That's
he's
right.
Just like he did everything.
That's right. Yeah. No, his demeanor is always very calm, and it looks the same. Like you said, he could be up 5-0, down 5-0, and you would never know. So I think we have 3 of the 4 quarterfinals underway. Ewan and Pepe Riva are down there. K Kamel and Tom are in the second game here. And then and what we're watching here with Ben and Robbie, I think the one we're waiting on is Blake Fields and now Brian Lozano, after beating F Webby.
Yeah.
So we should have all 4 quarterfinals underway pretty soon here, and this is the one that started first, so we're getting a chance to cover this one. Just for an update for those that are wondering, it looks like K Kamel is up 2-0 in game 2.
Yes.
And he's up a game. We know that this is a best of 5, but he is up 1 game. We can't really see what the score is between Ewan and Pepe Riva, but I do know that Ewan took game 1 7-5. For those.
And it's 4-4.
It is 4-4, I've been told, in game 2. And they are contesting hoop 9. So anyway, back to our match. Looks like we're at hoop 7, and Robbie's playing in from the penalty area with red.
So I've been following World Championships, playing and watching since '97. So the first World Championship in '96 I didn't watch. It was in Italy. There's something that happened today, the first time to happen, which is the first time a player from Mexico reached the quarterfinal.
Oh, that's really cool.
So that is something to, congratulations to Brian and Mexico.
Yes, absolutely. And obviously you get to the knockout of the World Championship, and there's no easy matches, but Brian has taken down Yasser Syed and F Webby, which are 2, I believe, both under 21 world champions at one point.
Only Felix. I think Yasser was a semifinalist.
Semifinalist. Okay. Yeah. Either way, 2 very strong opponents. I believe Yasser's was number 3 in the world, and Felix is a previous under 21 champion. So congrats to Brian. It's a really good tournament so far, and I know he has. He's trying to continue to move on. I think one thing that'll be exciting, so it looks like Robbie's trying to clear blue here to preserve the hoop shot with red. But I think one thing that'll be exciting with that Brian and Blake matchup is, for those that know both of them, understand this well, great shot by Robbie. but the ones that know Brian and Blake well understand this. But for those that don't, Brian was the professional at Blake's club in Mission Hills, and so they've gotten the opportunity to play many matches. You know, we were talking earlier about how in the United States we don't get to play as often. Well, those two are part of the exception where they got a chance to play very often. So they're very familiar with each other's games, and so I think it'll be exciting to see how that match plays out. Two really good young players. So we'll see how that goes. So Ben going with his 10-yard stalk across court 18, I believe, court 15, shooting it red.
And I'm just going to give the result of the Kamel and Tom to the Egyptians. خالد في الجيم الثاني 3-0 وشكله مسيطر على الأرسول الرابع. طبعا احنا هننقل برضو نجيب جزء من الماتش ده بعد ما نخلص الماتش بتاع روبرت فليتشر وبين روثمان. بنحاول يعني يبقى في بالانس ما بين الماتشات الأربعة اللي هتتلعب. وللأسف هي كاميرا واحدة وتشانل واحدة يعني أو يعني هي تشانل واحدة بس في أكتر من كاميرا. Okay, so now the score is 6-1 to Robert in game 2 and he's up game 1. Good position by Ben. So what's your next tournament?
I've actually got a tournament in 4 or 5 days down in Mountain Lake in Lake Wales, Florida, where a lot of the top Egyptian players here are going to make their way down, and a lot of the top Americans are going to make their way down to play in that tournament, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I can find some form before I get there.
It's there.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there. I had a pretty tough week. Something you mentioned earlier about giving players an opportunity to miss.
Yeah.
I feel like I won a lot of matches this week where my opponents were just expecting me to hit, and so they would play a more aggressive line, which allowed me to kind of get through matches with wins without playing well.
Right.
And then Ewan took advantage of the fact that I wasn't playing well and kind of gave me some shots that I normally would be very content taking, and they just weren't going this week, and that's why we keep coming back.
And this is a little of an angled shot, and Ben is taking a jump shot.
He's been really good at these this week.
I think that this is a reasonable strategy. It's okay. I mean, with knowing how well his jump shot is, I don't see any problem doing this because the options are limited. You can't jaws it because yellow will hit blue and red will jaw. And there's a risk also if you try to jaws it to give an in off to yellow.
Yep.
So it's just really, if the position is not straight, I would take a jump shot on an angle more over a hard shot, for example.
Absolutely.
Especially with these hoops.
Yeah, and I've seen people have success with the jump shot this week on these hoops a lot more often than I have the hard pace, still on the ground.
Yeah.
And of all people, I think Ben's one of the ones I think Ben and Jenny Clark have been the two that I've noticed that have had the most success with those shots this week. And it's a nice crafty shot to have in your bag.
It is, yeah, it is. It's sometimes, for me, sometimes it's the only shot that I have.
That's right.
That originally in GC, jump shots were disallowed. In the Egyptian rules and in the first version of the WCF rules, when they adopted the Egyptian rules, we kept the jump shots illegal. And then in 1998, it was clear that this is a refereeing nightmare.
Oh, great
Beautiful
shot.
shot by Ben. So it was allowed in '98.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was that when, the only way you could do a jump shot was by hitting the edge of another ball to get it to hop? Was that allowed at that
It
time?
was so the historically, and this is like going to age me.
Yeah.
Historically, the Egyptian referees would the rule in the Egyptian laws would be that if you can demonstrate the ball, they said it's a ground game.
Okay.
If you can demonstrate that, so you can use a curve and in the ground, demonstrate this for me. So if you hit it hard, then you can't demonstrate it. So that would be automatically disallowed. The referee would rule before the shot if there was a line on the ground or not.
Wow.
And they would declare it. Then if you play hard, then it will be disallowed. If you play hard and you run the hoop.
Wow.
So it was a nightmare to referee.
I'm sure.
And they were worried also about the safety of the referees with the Egyptians, like hitting hard and somebody's going to be on the line watching.
Yes.
So they said that we cannot do that.
Yes.
So, but if it's an accidental, like you hit the edge of the ball and that would be okay because it's not
Okay.
really intentional. But you
Wow.
couldn't just jump. But you could jump to take position, but you couldn't jump to.
Wow.
And the score for Khalid and Tom Balding is 4-1 to Khalid. خالد في الجيم الثاني دلوقتي 4-1. And you can see now the positioning of Robert.
He's
Putting the balls as if he's placing them by hand.
Yes. There's no weakness in his game.
No.
Positionally sound.
Right. And it has to be a result of tremendous investment in practice. I mean, you don't get like this without really practice.
Absolutely. And I haven't gotten, I've talked to him a little bit about it, but not much. But I think one thing, he's been messing around with the mallets and the balls that Invictus is working on. And I think that might have actually given him an opportunity to really get in tune with the mallet he is using now, just because he's been doing so much work trying to find the best pieces to put together for their mallet. I think he's really found a mallet that he really likes, and it's really showing in his results.
So for the audience, could you tell us more about the Invictus? What is that?
So Invictus is a company that the Fletcher brothers have started together. It's a great shot. I believe that's like we talked about. We can't see from up here, but it looks like it has a chance to be half blocking yellow and blocking the hoop as well.
Right, and then now we have another historical jump shot.
That's right. It looks that way. It looks that way. You see those hands go down an inch or two, and you know it's coming. But so Invictus is the Fletcher's company that they've started. They started with mallets, and now they've started manufacturing some balls as well. And they're, I think the WCF just approved them within the last week, which is great for them and great for the croquet community just to have another ball that is WCF approved. Ooh, looks like the hoop was open.
He had a line and he missed, but.
Yep. And so anyway, Robert he started with it's a 3D printed mallet, and he started with I believe it was a plastic composite material that he started with, and now he is, I hope I get this right, I believe he's 3D printing titanium. A great shot by Robert, and he takes game 2, and so it's a 2-0 lead in the best of 5. But I believe it's a 3D printed titanium mallet. That he's been working on and trying to find the right end plates, trying to get the peripheral weighting correct. And the main thing that he talked to me about was taking weight out of the middle of the head and moving it to the ends. And that's very common in our game is you're looking for the weighting, the peripheral weighting on the outside of the mallet. And okay, so it looks like we flipped over to court 13, I believe is the court. Or is it courts? I think it's court 13. Yep. And so
by the way, court 13 is named after Sharif Abdul Wahab.
That's right. So it's 4-2 to K Kamel, and they're playing over to hoop 7. So anyway, just to wrap that up, basically Robert has been toying with not only the mallet that they're going to be manufacturing to sell, but also his own mallet. And so I just think he's found all the right pieces to put together that he really likes. So it's nice to see him playing well. Okay, so we are in game 2 here. K Kamel took the first 7-4, and Khaled is up 4-2 in the second. And I think he's been one of the more impressive people this week for me. I haven't gotten a chance to watch him prior to this event very much, but he's just got a really nice hoop stroke. I mean, he runs hoops really well. And
one of the things that if you observe his shot, his body and torso on the hard shots is very steady.
Yes.
If you notice Ahmed Nasser and Mohammed Nasser, who are amazing shot makers and they're very accurate, there is a lot of movement in the body either before the stroke or after when they come up.
Yes.
He stays. You notice his torso is somewhat steady.
Yeah, great shot by Tom.
And now it's 4-3 after being down 4-1.
That's right.
And I wonder if he was down 4-1 or 4-0.
I think he was down. It was 3-1. So
3-1?
yeah,
Okay.
so I know he was down 4-1.
Okay.
But yeah, it is something interesting. You know, both of the Nazar brothers are. Let's call it a timing-based swing because there's so much movement that the timing of their swing has to be on, and it's on very often if you've gotten a chance to watch either one of them play. But I do think the more stable you are, the more consistent your timing, or the less consistent your timing has to be.
Right. Yeah. Tom had an amazing summer when he went to Australia, and he had just these amazing results.
Yeah.
And his practice is paying off also because his shots are so natural and just like it doesn't take a lot of time and just hits it. And a lot of his shots are center ball.
Yeah, I think that's one of the cool things to see. You know, when I was considered to be the young American coming up, there wasn't a lot of others. You know, Blake's been around for a while, but Blake was very young, and now you look around and there's a lot of younger guys that are really playing well with so much talent. And you know, I think Tom's biggest hurdle, and he would tell you the same thing, has been the mental side of things. I think Tom's raw ability has been there from day one.
Yes.
But his ability to understand that I am going to miss shots and I'm going to have periods where I don't play well, and being able to overcome that and still, you know, fight it out and play well after a bad stretch. I think that's his biggest thing as a player. And he's really, really playing at a high level in both AC and GC. It's fun to watch. It really is.
It is, yeah. And he's really committed to practicing. I mean, we saw him this last week. He's always on the court, from the Big Oyster, during, after. He really practiced a lot on these courts.
He did. Tom's the one person, as a good friend of mine, he's the only person that I play with regularly that I consider myself to be a croquet addict, but Tom has surpassed being a croquet addict. You know, we were here 2 days before the event started, getting some games in, and
Can either of you get court 17?
and he we'd play a game, and after the game, he'd say, "You want to play another?" I'd say, you know, Tom, I can't play 5 games today. So he's just all about playing croquet.
Yeah.
All right, so Tom takes hoop 8 to tie the game 4-4, and
I was talking in the previous game with Felix and Brian about momentum.
Yes.
And now you could see the momentum is shifting to Brian.
Absolutely, or to Tom, yes, and
to Tom. I mean, yeah.
It's a huge part of croquet. For those of that play, we understand, but for those of you that are watching and maybe don't have a lot of playing in tournament experience, it's a huge component of our game where a couple of good shots can really change your confidence, can really change your opponent's, decision making as far as what they're going to give you, what they're not going to give you, and I think it's important to be able to gain momentum when you're down, and also kind of stall the momentum when you're up.
أنا وماثيو معايا هنا ماثيو آسك بطل العالم بنعلق على ماتش خالد وتوم وكنا بنتكلم على إنه لما يبقى واحد مغلوب ويرجع في الجيم يتعادل بتعمل حاجة زي اسمها مومنتم أو بالعربي يعني اسمها زخم. مهم أوي اللعيب يفهم تأثير المومنتم ده على الجيم ويلعب على أساسه. Tom just hit a nice shot here, leaving Khaled. I think Khaled needs to have doesn't have to be a stop shot, but at least a center clearance. That's the worst outcome is for yellow to go under the hoop.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, because typically now you want to wire and you would wire deep. You want to wire deep, of course, because you don't want to be available to red to cut you.
That's right.
So that's I don't like that. I think it needed to be a little deeper.
Yep.
To make the cut for red more difficult. Of course, if it's available for yellow, I don't think that you cannot trust that black will leave yellow alone, right?
That's right.
So even if yellow can see blue, red has to take blue away.
It's hard to tell how deep blue is. Well, actually, we do have a view here.
No, actually, it's deep enough. Actually, I take that back.
I think
on the screen, you're absolutely good. Now that we're looking through the window, yeah, that blue ball is actually good.
I think blue's good, but that's a good shot there.
Center ball.
But I do like Khaled's play of the block there. I don't mind taking blue, but I don't mind the block there, especially if yellow's open. Basically say, hey, if you want to go for yellow, and more power to you.
Yeah. On the screen, it looks a lot closer.
It does. It does. So that
and if you wonder why Khaled is hesitant, because this is deep enough that you would consider maybe trying to block it or something.
Absolutely. That's a good shot.
And that's a good shot. And again, I think this is when it comes to momentum. When you're playing somebody who's just coming up and getting back in the game, you don't want to leave him another, easy shot to take the lead.
That's right. One thing I'm big on, and I don't know how much you do this, Mohammed, but when I notice my opponent starts playing poorly, based on their standards, I am trying to make as many hoops in the period of their poor stretch as possible. And take advantage of their play.
Yeah.
Versus when they are playing extremely well, I'm trying to drag hoops out a little bit longer and say, hey, how many shots can I make this hoop last?
Yeah.
Even though they're playing really well, to maybe get them out of this hot stretch. And I think that's a very important part of our game.
Yeah, no, it is actually important. And I want to make a comment that we're now getting to be really geeky.
Yes.
When it comes to croquet. But yes, I completely agree with you. This is also a beautiful shot by
That is a great shot.
And I wonder if he just wants to hit the touch of it or this is the thing. I mean, this is really the beauty of that red ball is that he put it in a way that, created furniture in between.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great shot by red.
Yeah.
All right.
This is good. Stays out of the way.
Yep.
It's a second position. Oh,
that was a fortunate bounce.
And this was intended. He was not just hitting. He was just
Yes.
it seemed too casual when he was doing it, but that's how good Tom is.
Yes, that's Tom's play.
Yeah.
He looks casual all the time, but he's a very deliberate player.
And there is something also to say about being patient and not trying to rush things. And it's the more experienced player, you see them demonstrating a lot just patience.
Absolutely.
See
Yeah.
center ball after center ball. This is where I would tell you that this is extremely dangerous for Khalid, because if Tom ends up winning this game, Khalid's going to have a very long day.
Yes. Yes. So I was not here this morning, but I assume he finished the match with Edmund this morning from the round of 16.
Yeah, 7-2.
7-2. Okay, I wasn't sure what that score was.
Yeah.
And Tom, I assume, finished the match with Steven this morning.
Yeah.
Won in the second game. And so both of these players had a little bit of play this morning before this match, and looks like they're getting underway here in game 2. So.
And also, the score at the bottom is just showing that Brian and Blake are about to start, but that game hasn't started yet.
Yes, and the score here is still 4-4.
Yeah. And I think from our angle here through the window, it looks like Khalid is trying to hit the blue ball away.
And it's hard, once again, we're going to say this all day, but it's very difficult to see. But there might be I don't know that he's going to go for it, but there might be a possibility to flick into the wicket, maybe into the jaws, maybe through the hoop. But it's hard to see.
And it depends. If blue has a hoop shot, then yes, there is a chance to flick it. If it was just jazzing only based on this angle, it may be, hard for yellow to do an in off.
Yes. Okay. So black is just going to play a controlled clear here on red. That's a good shot. And an interesting decision here for Khalid. I believe he's going to play in and try to get the block line and kind of dare Tom to take this hoop. He's played a little far. And this is an interesting choice. With the situation being what it is, where red and black are, and red not being able to clear black very far, I like this play better. I also don't mind going for the hoop. I think both are very reasonable options here. Yeah, he did. I liked his original thought. Hiding behind yellow there I thought was a very good option. That was the safe option. It's the safest of the options available, but we've talked a little bit about patience, but I think there was an opportunity there to. That's a great shot.
All of these center clearings are amazing, and then now I think the only option for yellow is to try to control the hoop from a deep position.
Yes.
And rely on a hoop shot or a jump shot. If blue and black end up.
I don't think that's deep enough.
No, I don't like it.
Tom is going to go half ball on the right here, try to take control of the back boundary, and get yellow over to the corner. So that's an okay shot. He really wanted that right half to get off the boundary there.
So, oh, he ended up hitting it in.
He basically hit it dead center to here left of center,
Yeah.
and this is going to give Khaled a chance to take the blue and maybe hold position after red and black play.
So here's another question. I don't like the deep position with red here.
Me neither.
Because if black does this, then it puts a lot of pressure.
Yes.
And then also you need to have a good stop shot here.
Yeah, this is all about center contact here. Just holding position. That's not good enough.
I mean, he's the only thing that's going for him now is that yellow has a line on the hoop.
Yes. Red has a line on the hoop, and
if blue left it.
no, I don't think Tom's leaving that one. Ooh.
Yeah, so I think it's this is one of the turning points of the match. You know, not in the match. I mean, of the game. It's the best of five. It's a lot of croquet to be.
Yes.
But he's gonna try to go for the hoop. I mean, would you go for the hoop or go for? Black?
You know, it's easy sitting in this commentary box to say I'd go for black, but I can tell you as soon as my feet cross that line that I'd be shooting the hoop.
Yeah.
You know, I think with my play this week I would probably clear black.
Okay.
But you know, when I feel like I'm playing really well, I think I'd be shooting the hoop here.
I think 10 out of 10 Egyptians would go for the hoop.
Yeah.
And in my form, I would also go for the hoop because my second ball is not nearby.
Yes. And blue's controlling that back line. And an interesting thing, it's hard for us to see, but if he does make the hoop, it's hard to know if black has a line to hoop 10 or not. So not only if he runs the hoop would he win hoop 9, but he has an advantage at hoop 10, assuming black has no line to get down there.
Yeah.
It does look like black's a little bit offset on the hoop, so black can get down to hoop 10. But if black couldn't, it makes even more of a reason to take on the hoop.
You know, the wind, of course, is they're not used to playing in the winds.
Yes.
I mean, we do have winds, but you know, for some reason, being in Cairo, most of the play it rarely gets windy. So
I think everybody. I think that's an interesting thing to talk about. Is that everyone has. There's obviously so many factors in croquet, but wind, I think, would be widely agreed upon as the hardest thing to overcome for most croquet players. Just because your entire stance, technique, everything is dependent on a constant of no wind, and now you add that as a factor, and it's difficult to compensate for it.
It's a big shot here. Ooh, he missed. And again, this is a major momentum switch because black has a chance to run the hoop with control and be in an advantageous position on hoop number 10. But I don't blame him for making the shot.
No.
I mean, that's the right decision. And again, he did that, and he's a beautiful.
Oh, that's a great shot.
And he's like almost. Oh, it rolled.
Yeah, so it looks like we're heading to hoop 10. And, you know, I think an interesting thing to also talk about is pace of play, Mohammed, and just what is expected at a world championship. And I can tell you from my experience, you know, with untimed games and, you know, a collection of the 80 best players in the world, you know, you want the play to be at a reasonable pace, but also I'm never going to fault anyone for taking a couple of minutes to make a decision, or you know, taking a little bit longer than usual to take their shot. It's everyone cares, and everyone has goals they're trying to achieve, and I don't think anyone's going to get caught up on taking a little bit more time than normal to make a choice.
At this level, no player, I can say that for sure, no player thinks that it's a tactic to
Correct.
delay play. I mean, it's just like it doesn't do anything. But you know, the player is entitled to take his or her time, and we've seen Reg Bamford, for example, take a lot of time before position shots. He stands and he looks and he measures and you know, takes his time. That's fair. That's reasonable. So I don't really see that being an issue at this level.
I think the only time you would ever hear a complaint from anyone is if one player was constantly taking well over the allotted amount of time of, you know, around, let's say, a minute to play their shot. If they're constantly taking 2.5 minutes to play every single shot at that point, you might run into a problem. But I've never seen that.
Exactly. We don't
It's
see that at this level at all.
you really
So-
don't. So it looks like Khaled has attempted a clearing from around hoop 5 on the blue ball, and he's missed a little bit on the right, and so Tom's got a chance to go up 6-4 here.
So this is an amazing run for Tom after being down 1-4. He's about to go up 6-4.
Yes.
زي ما احنا شايفين خالد كان leading 4-1 ودلوقتي توم نجح ان هو يتعادل ويعمل 5-4 6-4. توم من اللعيبه اللي هي لما بتعمل كده بتمسك ايديها بتلاقيه يعني بيلعب حلو قوي يعني. بتلاقيه ماسك نفسه يعني وايديه بترجع وبيلعب بثقه اكتر من الاول. كانت فرصه طبعا لخالد انه يسيطر على مجريات الماتش لو كان حافظ على الليد ده، بس هو ما اخطأش في حاجه. انا شايف انه اللعب كله في الملعب وتوم هو اللي بيلعب يعني بايده، يعني قدر ان هو يتعادل. So I was just mentioning to our Egyptian fellows that you know, the way Tom came back is not really due to any lack of effort by Khalid. It's basically Tom is playing beautiful shots, one good shot after the other, and that is expected at this level.
Absolutely.
And you know, this game is far from over. Although yellow, you know, needed to be in a better position than that.
Yeah.
Knowing that black was so deep.
Yeah. If yellow's in position there, Khaled's in great control at this hoop. He might still be in great control at this hoop.
Yeah.
So blue's missed. So, Mohammed, are we going to see is it common for the Egyptians to go for the jaws? Are we going to see a jaws here? Or are we going to see red all the way down?
Yeah, it is possible that he would do that. I don't know if he would worry about the jump shot from Tom. And especially if you haven't seen the player, you don't know the player, you don't want to take a chance. But it looks like, you know, he has both. Yeah,
oh, that's a great
beautiful shot.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, but I wouldn't jaws if I don't know the opponent's abilities, right?
Yes.
So let me, going back to the wind, I want to ask you a question. Yes, it's 6-5 to Tom. I want to ask you a question. You have two grips. You have the Solomon, which is played from a stationary position, and then you have the Irish, which is a pendulum. Do you think the wind affects one more than the other?
Absolutely. So if I'm playing in windier conditions, then I will switch to Solomon grip for more shots than I would normally play. The only thing traditionally, it changed a little bit of this week just based on my form, but traditionally I'm still going to shoot hoops with the Irish grip no matter the wind, just because it's my most, it's more confident on hoop running strokes. But no doubt about it, that's a great shot, Tom. That's a great shot. But, you know, we went to Cairnley for the 2020 AC Worlds and also the McRob in 2022, and the conditions there were windy almost every single day, and we had a couple of days where it was 30-plus mile-an-hour winds, which it changed not only my entire approach, but I think everyone else in the tournament as well. And so with two grips, it does make a difference, and I view it more as a benefit that I have another grip to go to in windier conditions versus a standard player who just has one.
That's good. Yeah. Khalid now is trying to hit the black ball to save the game.
Yeah, this is a big shot. Great shot.
That's a great shot. And again, if you notice his body and the stability.
Yes.
Very stationary.
Yeah.
The word I use often is compact. You know, I think if you have a swing that's compact, it's easier to repeat. It's more consistent. You know, the more loose you get with your body, your hands, the harder it is to replicate. It's a great shot, Tom.
Yeah, Tom can do this for the whole day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tom goes through periods of times where he makes 14-yarders look like 5-yarders.
I don't like it for yellow at this point, given how Tom is hitting. I wouldn't put a position for yellow.
So where would you place yellow here, Mohammed?
Place it, you know, on the other side of the hoop.
Okay.
And that would be defended. You know, try to wire from black.
Okay.
That would be a better control for the hoop. I mean, of course, Khalid has confidence that he's going to hit that cross court shot, but I think that the playing yellow long and wire from black.
Yes, I love it.
Would be the better position. Especially that wire from black doesn't really give blue a wiring position from yellow.
Yes.
But again, I mean, of course, somebody who has confidence in his hit, and it's unfortunate. If yellow was here, it would have been great.
Yes. Yes.
I really like the pace of Tom's shot.
Yeah. So he mentioned to me earlier in the week that his mid-pace clearing feels better than it has in a long time, but his full-on clearing has been a little bit off, and so he's switched throughout the week to a little bit more mid-pace than he normally is playing, and it's been really good for him, and I think it's made a big difference.
That of course is trying to save the game again.
That's a great shot.
You know, the other thing about red, I think he was trying to put red in front of blue, and I really don't think that a player at this level needs to take that tight position.
Yes.
You need to give yourself more room of, margin of error.
Absolutely.
But it's, again, this is a beautiful game for those who enjoy croquet. See two contrasting styles. And again, another thing about this shot too is that a straight stop shot would not be a good shot.
Yeah, I think you have to get separation from black here.
Exactly. Yeah. Understanding that black will never leave red if it's a straight stop shot.
That's right.
I mean, it's a beautiful stop shot.
It's good. It's just not going to be there very long.
Okay, so that worked.
Yes.
That worked for Khalid. Again, maybe another thing that we said earlier, that you can't really play an opponent thinking they're going to hit every shot and every shot in dead center.
Absolutely.
So maybe that was not such a bad shot from Khalid. Of course, hindsight is 20/20.
Of course.
And it's easy for us to be sitting here and
we're sitting here for a reason, folks. So just for those curious, it looks like Ewan and Pepe just teed off game 3, and I believe Ben Rothman and Robert Fletcher have just done the same over on court 14 as well. So Those two matches are back in progress, but we are going to finish game 2 here before going anywhere else.
Oh, so blue, that's an interesting place for position for blue.
Yeah. I think what Tom was worried about, not that he made the right choice by any means, but I think what Tom was worried about is giving the yellow the flick up to 13 off of blue if he happens to miss. But he just, I think, played a little bit too deep. That's a great shot, Tom. Yeah, if you can do that, you can put blue wherever you want.
You can put it in your pocket and walk away with it. So now I would go for, I mean, this is kind of tight. There is a spot right in front of the hoop that is wired from both blue and black.
Yes.
However, any ball running the hoop could take that ball away.
Yep.
So what I would do here is try to wire from blue, and basically count on hitting the black away.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant wire from black.
Yes, wire from the second ball.
Yeah. Wire deep. Not yet. See, this is yeah. This is.
So he's going for wider position on black. It looks fairly good from our angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be. So Tom's just going to lay black in position and bank on blue, clearing red.
Which he's done a lot of these shots.
Yes.
So.
So John Joseph, I have the comments open here, and he asked, would you play with a heavier mallet in windier conditions? I think that's an interesting conversation. I haven't played around with it enough, John, to know. I have a heavier mallet in general. Mine's 3 pounds 1 ounce, and I think would be heavier than the average for most people. Oh, great shot. So I think we did have a good camera angle to see there that I believe red actually hopped over the edge of black there on the clearing as well, which we're seeing a lot of this week on these courts is the ball's kind of hopping around, just the courts are a little bit bouncy, and I think that's been a little bit of a disadvantage for the heavy hitters on the clearing shots.
Yeah.
You see a lot of these top players that hit the ball hard, you know, kind of ramping up the ball, catching it halfway up. Right. And not getting the full, you know, center-to-center contact.
I have also a comment about the question with the heavier mallet. I think that one, I mean, your mallet weight is going to be almost the weight you play with. You're not going to be able to switch between a lighter mallet and a heavier mallet. It's going to be very difficult. The other point is there are two components. There's actually the weight of the mallet, but then the torque, like the peripheral weight effect. So a mallet that has more enhanced peripheral weights will not be impacted as much with the wind.
Yes.
So that could be something that you would have, but I can't see somebody having 2 mallets with 2 variant, a big variance between the weights that could switch in between at will in tournaments. That's going to be very difficult.
Yes.
This is a big shot for Khaled, trying to save the game. He hit 2 before. He missed.
Okay, so we'll.
This was a very entertaining hoop, by the way.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
A lot of back and forth. And
I-
Tom is opting for the clear.
I don't have any problem with that shot, by the way. If it was the other way around, where Khalid is about to hoop to take the shot, I would say Khalid would run the hoop. Because if it was the other way around, Tom would be able to hit that ball, center ball, and,
Yeah.
and maintains control. If Khalid hits yellow into black, he's not going to be stopping
Yeah.
nearby. So
Yeah, I think that, you know, for those of you that don't know, Chemo and I play a very different style of croquet as far as tactics. I think that's one, in my opinion, there, as good of a player as Tom is, I would be taking the hoop shot on. And I'm just somebody that believes I do not want this hoop to get to a position where I never get another chance to run it. And I want to give myself that chance, especially if it's that close of a hoop, and I can handle missing that hoop, knowing that I got my chance to shoot at it.
yeah. And we switch back. We're gonna switch after this game. We're gonna switch to you and
So
Vegas.
we've come back to this game. Sorry we flipped away, guys. I think we thought it was Tom was going to run that hoop, and so we've gone back to see the end of this, and then we'll flip back to Riva and Burridge.
And Khalid wanted to wire from blue, and then basically take his shot with the red. Again, contrasting style.
Yes.
Tom would have gone after black, but again, I mean, this is the options. Favor the odds favor Tom here, but
Yes. And for those that are curious, it looks like Blake Fields and Brian Lozano are warming up for their quarterfinal match on court 10. So we hopefully we'll cover some of that action at some point, but that should be a fun battle.
yes, yeah. They know each other's games very well.
Yes.
so.
I think this has been as a spectator, this has been a really interesting knockout so far. Seeing a lot of the top seeds go out early, and see a lot of players that are in good form, playing well, advancing, and it's been a really fun knockout to watch. That's a hard luck. So Khalid hits a great shot, catches the left half, and it bounces off the wire, and looks like Tom's going to have an opportunity to finish up game 2, 7-5, level out the match. Nice shot, Tom. All right, so
This
it's
game is over, and it's.
so we're going to cut over to Jose Riva versus Ewan Burridge. This is game 3, and I believe did Ewan win the first and the second? I think we'll find out very shortly the match score. I do know that Ewan Burridge won the first 7-5. Game 2. Did you win the second as well?
Okay, we're no longer live.
No.
Oh. We are live. I'm going to be signing off, Matthew. It was,
Okay, so Ewan won the first 2 games, and
and then I'm going to be signing off, Matthew. It's really been fun.
yes, it's always a pleasure.
Let's try to do it again. And Jamie is going to be joining. All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Bobby. All right, so we've joined in with this match between Jose Riva and Ewan Burridge, and Jamie Gumbrell is going to be joining me on the mic here. Hello, Jamie. How's it going?
Hello. It's going good. Just, excited to watch some of these. It's quarterfinal games still. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. So we've got Jose and Ewan in game 3, and I'm not sure who got the second hoop, but I do know they're contesting hoop
It
3.
looks like Ewan got the second hoop because I can see a 2 on the scoreboard.
Okay, so Jamie's eyes are better than mine because I cannot see that too, but I believe she's right. It's 2-0 to Ewan, contesting. That's right, contesting hoop 3. So Ewan's had a great tournament so far. I think that's something that, you know, he's young. He's got a very good game and just hasn't had the opportunity to break through. And this is an event where he's really played well and moved on. So up 2-0 against the number 1 player in Spain, and probably feeling pretty good about himself in this best of 5 so far. Have you played either one of these players before, Jamie?
Yes, so I actually was in the same block as Ewan and came down to the final day of which one of us would get through to the knockouts, and he won that, so he got through.
Ah.
Yeah, I just missed out.
Yes. That's the hard part of a world championship is, you know, so many quality players, and you can play well for a couple of days, and but there's so many good players.
Yeah, the level is just so high that I've definitely noticed that even just watching the knockouts once they started, it just went up significantly.
Yes.
And it looks like Jose's just missed a quite short hoop.
Yep.
It's hard to tell from the distance.
It is. We've been talking a lot about how our view is 2D versus when you're out there watching, it's 3D, and you get to see everything from the angles, everything.
Yeah, so I think this blue is about 2 yards out of the hoop, out from the hoop.
Yep,
And
great shot, Ewan.
yeah, so that's 3-0 to Ewan. And that was a really nice roll down as well.
He's got great position at 4, and he's got a nice control of this match so far. And I'm sure Jose's kicking himself for an opportunity for that to be his yellow ball instead of the blue. But all right, so it looks like Jose's taking
closer to the microphone.
Yes. So I listened to a little bit of the live stream this morning, and it can be very hard to hear. And so just trying to make a point for you guys watching to let us know if you can hear us clearly or not, and we'll take a look at the comments and make sure we're trying to do our best to give you the best product.
Yeah, I don't know if this is any better now that I'm sitting right in front of the microphone, but hopefully you can hear me.
Yes. All right, thank you, Allison. So, all good now, and okay, so Ewan has played 2 good balls into position here, and
Jose has a long shot to clear the blue.
yes, and we believe that red is open on black as well, so this is definitely a shot at blue.
Oh.
Close miss on the left. And Jose's one of the people this week. I've gotten a chance to talk to Jose a lot this week, and but I haven't got a chance to watch him play very much. And so I don't know what kind of form he's been in, but obviously he's playing fairly well to reach the quarterfinals. But he's a player that I've seen play a lot of AC, but very little GC. And so I'm excited to watch this just to see him play. I haven't got a chance to watch him play very often. It's a great hoop by Ewan to take a 4-0 lead in the third game. All right. For those of you that are interested, while they set up to hoop 5, it looks like Blake and Brian Lozano are about to get underway over at on court 10, and Ben Rothman and Robbie Fletcher are still in game 3. I believe still at hoop 2, but it's hard to see. So Ewan with a good clearance there.
Yeah, that red was, it was a bit hard to tell from the angle of from the camera, but it was sitting right in front of the hoop. So definitely a good clearance.
And so Ewan, you've got your connection to Ewan through the blocks. Ewan is the one who knocked me out of the knockout as well. And his positional play was really good in our match. And I think that's something important to watch for this match as well. But I think what is unique about Ewan is he doesn't take aggressive shots often, but when he does, at least in my match, he was successful. And so there was many times where I felt like I had control of the hoop, and Ewan would hit a really, really good, difficult shot. And it's hard to play in against an opponent that is you really feel like you've put them in a situation to make a really difficult shot, and they succeed.
Yeah.
It's a really tough opponent.
A nice promotion from the red to the yellow. So yellow's now sitting right in front of that hoop, although black can see it. So and he gets it.
So he's doesn't look too pleased with that, just because for all of us out here that have been playing this week, he kind of got a little bounce right before he got there, and it clicked about halfway up. So yes, he's cleared yellow, and yes, it's a good shot, but black has ended up a lot farther away than it would have been had it not hopped.
Yeah, these lawns are definitely good for jumping, but they're also quite challenging. Just hitting a roquet, it will sometimes bounce.
Yes, and you know, I don't know what you've noticed about it. So Jose goes for the clearance on blue and doesn't quite get it. It's hard to tell if blue has a hoop shot.
Blue does have a hoop shot.
Okay. Whether he'll take it or not is to be determined. But my question, Jamie, is at the pace of your clearings, have you noticed the ball hopping as much as some of these other people that are hitting the ball significantly harder?
I haven't noticed it as much as I've noticed it in others. Most of it's I don't know what I'm trying to say. My shots will stay flat and hit, but the speed isn't there to clear.
Yeah, and I think the pace of the clearing on these courts is a huge part of whether it's bouncing or not. I noticed myself with a softer clearing, I wasn't getting nearly as many hops that are jumping over the ball or catching the ball in the upper half. But as soon as I tried to add a little bit of power, I was getting that hop. And so I'd mentioned a little bit how some of the Egyptian players that play with a lot of pace were having a very hard time on these lawns, just based on the fact that the ball is hopping so much for them at that pace that it's very difficult for them to control where their own ball is ending up.
I've also seen a lot of people jumping over balls when they're hitting dead center.
Yes.
So anyway, back to the game. Red did make that hoop, but it's only just rolled through, so it's a hampered shot to the next hoop. It does look like black is a bit to the side, so isn't a runner, and yellow seems to have responded to that by playing to the other side.
All right, blue with a nice ball in as well. And we'll see what Pepe can get out of this. believe he's jumping.
Yeah, it appears.
No, so he's going for the jaws.
I think he might have been looking for to run the hoop rather than leaving it jaws.
Yeah. The pace would indicate that for sure. So I do think Jose can get this out. The problem is blue.
Yeah, blue is definitely a runner.
No doubt.
Oh. Did hit it, but just didn't hit it out.
So we'll see if Ewan is going to be aggressive. Yep. So he's going for the left half there, trying to get over to, with some progress to 7 as well. He does score the hoop to make it 5-1. And he's got great control of this match so far. So Tom Balding and Khalid Kamal have started game 3 at 1 game apiece. We'll give you updates on that as we go, but they are still at hoop 1 as of now. And so, like I mentioned before, Lozano and Blake have started. They are at hoop 2. I don't know who got hoop 1, but we'll give you updates as we go. And Rothman and Fletcher are in game 3. Fletcher up 2-0, and the score is 1-1 as of now.
So it looks like I'm not entirely sure what just happened in this game.
No, it looks like Ewan's
It
clearing,
looks like
though.
there was a yellow cleared the. I think yellow cleared the blue.
Okay. Well, so red was in position. Yeah, yellow did clear the blue. That's correct. And so Ewan has just played a nice clearance on red. And Jose's going to have a shot at black to try to preserve the hoop. So Daniel Larson says, so we have 2 world champions commentating. That's correct for now. In 2 more days, we'll only have one world champion commentating, but for now, I will hold that title. It's a great shot by Jose. So Ewan's just played in with black. Where's yellow at again?
Yellow's about level with hoop 6.
Okay, there it is. So with red being where it's at, he's just going to play in and let red make the clearance on black. And Ewan's going to go for this block on red. Looks like he's come up a hair short.
Yeah,
but once again, it's hard to tell.
The blue looks a little too far from the small amount that I can see around the corner. But it may be blocking the hoop.
Yes.
Jose is definitely having a look to see what he can see. Oh. Yes, so I think the the blue definitely was blocking the black, so Jose's gone for the hoop. And these hoops are really tight, so just getting the wrong spot is enough to get it to spit out.
Yes. All right, so Ewan takes hoop 7 to go up 6-1. And he is 1 hoop away from the semifinal.
So yellow's in a position right in front of the hoop. Blues come in a bit to the side. So this shot with black is definitely going for clearing that yellow. And he gets it.
So we've got a question in the comments here, and I'll let you answer first, Jamie. But for us, what do you do to maintain focus over all these days of matches? What do you think?
I don't know, it's difficult. I sort of just try and once I leave croquet, sort of just once I leave, just focus on something else, get some sleep, have something to eat, all that. But while I'm here, a lot of it's just thinking about nothing, I guess.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is, like during the match, trying to, I guess, be present in the match and not really thinking about anything other than playing the next shot and analyzing the situation. But I think Jamie mentioned it. Enough sleep is a huge part of quality of play, I think, and especially over the course of a period where this tournament is 10 days or 9 to 10 days, and if you have 4 or 5 days in a row of not getting great sleep, it's going to show itself eventually. And so I think getting the right amount of sleep is good. Great shot by Ewan. So Ewan takes the match 3-0, and he is moving on to the semifinal. I wish we had a bracket. Actually, I'm going to pull it up here to see. So Ewan will be waiting on the winner of the Fletcher and Rothman match. And I believe we're going to flip over to that now to see what's going on down there. From our view right now, it looks like the score is 2-1 to Robbie, and he is up 2-0 in the match. So congrats to Ewan, and we'll see what we have here between Ben and Robbie.
So, okay, Ben's playing blue-black. Robert's red-yellow.
Yes.
Okay. I haven't been following the first 2 games of this, so...
Robert has played he's played a fantastic tournament so far, but he's played really, really well in this match, especially in the second game. Just putting a lot of pressure on Ben, and it shows in that score, 7-1. He really, really dominated that second game. And but it's a best of 5 for a reason, and so if you can take it one game at a time, you never know what'll happen. So Robbie with a nice clearance on black.
Yeah, so we were talking about the jumping, the bull's jumping. We saw that black bull jump a bit once it was hit.
Yes. And one thing I've found very difficult this week, Jamie, is let's say that there's 2 balls in position and you have an opportunity to maybe hit off of one and get the second. I had a lot of
Yeah.
situations where I'd hit the first ball and the striker ball would hop over the second ball, trying to get both. And you know, that's just not something you run into very often on most courts. And so I think that's been something that's a little bit more difficult this week than most weeks in most venues. Nice shot. So Ben played the promotion on blue, and he's got both balls in position.
John, nice work on the zooming in. That was very good.
So looks like Robert's just coming in for a block. I think that's short.
It looks to be short. Not sure what they're discussing, but blue is up to play, and I think blue has a line at the hoop.
It's hard to say.
It's hard. It's also hard to see what red's position looks like. But I think one thing that Ben is thinking
Yeah.
about right now is if he runs, red was there off of black. How good is red's position? Should he take his hoop now or play the clearance on
Yeah,
red?
I think that might have been the discussion, whether red hit a ball. So blue could possibly be open on the hoop, but Ben's deciding to go for the red so that it won't be left in that position if he makes it.
Yes. All right, so he's got half ball on the left, and Robbie's got around a 13-yarder at black. And this is where he's been so good all week. Better than anyone else I've seen as far as 13, 14-yard clearance is just the consistency. And I'm sure you see, misses a little on the right. But I'm sure you see a lot more of him playing than I get to, obviously being in Australia. And he's just extremely impressive from the times I've gotten a chance to play against him and watch him. And
Yeah, definitely.
Where'd you tell her to go with the Rover kid?
And another hoop to Ben Rothman, so that's 2-all. So yellow did have the hoop in the way, so couldn't get too much closer than that to the hoop. Ben's just come in. I can't tell if that's blocking. I don't think it will be.
no, I don't think so either. It's close, but I don't think it's blocking. I think he's going to take yellow either way.
Yeah, when the ball's that close and blue's a runner, definitely the best choice is clearing yellow.
Yes. So, classic Rothman going into the previous court to stalk his shot, and looks like he's going to be taking a shot at yellow. Oh, great shot. So he gets yellow pretty much center ball, and it's a great shot with blue's position, giving himself a chance if Robbie misses to take a 3-2 lead. But as we know, this is
What's the ball?
this is a distance he hits regularly.
Check. 0-0. 2-2. 0. So they're just starting game 3. I'm updating with the iPad as we go.
So one thing to mention, you know, we're watching Robbie right now, and you're seeing him just wait. So there's the other game, Brian and Blake. Brian is taking a shot, and you'll see this a lot throughout the course of the event, where you know, players will wait on other players just to let them play their shots. It's just a form of respect. You know, you don't want to have one ball flying from another court in the middle of your backswing, hitting the pipe right behind you. That's a great shot by Robbie.
Yeah. Nice clearance all the way to the boundary.
Great shot. So the hoop is back to neutral.
Robert does have the first positioning shot back, so
Yep, definitely a slight advantage.
I told Chris Clark we had penciled him in for the final, but much to want for him, we probably ought to use him for the semis too a little bit.
oh,
In his recommendation,
so black comes in for a close positioning shot, and I think is just slightly short.
probably ought to get him up here pretty soon. We're going to hurt his feelings if we don't get him.
Yellow coming in and doubling up.
Yep.
Maybe getting a block from the blue as well.
Yeah. It's hard to tell, but it looks really close.
Also hard to tell if he was going for that or just going for the second positioning.
Yep.
Ben can definitely see some of red.
So he's clipped a little bit of yellow, and red's going to have a go at the hoop here.
Not our domain.
All right, so Robbie's
Had a go at the hoop, but got significantly rejected.
I think we'll see jaws here from Ben, or at least an attempt. This is a little bit more angled than the ones he's been trying, but he's been doing a lot of these short angled jump shots to get through. And
Robert
very
blocking our
successful.
view.
Yeah, that's right.
So seems to have bounced out, possibly. I can't tell what happened.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. I don't think Robbie will have a problem clearing this.
Yeah, definitely able to be cleared, whether there's an in-off as well. Oh, So that yellow actually hit the crossbar up the top.
All right. For those that are listening, please tell me if you can hear me any better. I think I got a little bit too far away from the mic. Okay, so yellow looks to have stayed in. Does that look like running position to you, Jamie?
Yeah, I think it is running position. The yellow did, when it hit the black, it jumped up and hit the crossbar and then went straight back into that position, so.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's, I believe it's on the left post. Doesn't look runnable.
It's on the left.
It's actually might be a great in-off from Robbie, or a great in-off for Robbie. Once again, it's hard to tell from our angle, but it looks to be that way. Yeah.
And yeah, it was.
That's a great shot. And so Robbie takes a 3-2 lead in the third. And they'll be heading to hoop 6. So I believe that we started the tournament with, or started the knockout, excuse me, with 8 number 1 seeds coming out of block, and 5 of those number 1 seeds lost on the first day. And we have 3 number 1 seeds left in K Kamel, B Rothman, and R Fletcher. And so one of these 1 seeds is going to get knocked out today. And it's really been an interesting knockout so far with a lot of upsets and a lot of people playing some really good croquet moving on. So Ben takes a run at, Robbie takes a run at black.
Yeah, so you would have seen Robert have a look at what red could see. So it appears by his choice of clearing with the yellow, red may not be able to see anything, any amount of the black.
Yes.
So interesting to see what he does here. Looks like it definitely is close with the peg.
Oh, he did get it. That's a great shot. And the question now is blue runnable? It doesn't look like it is from our point of view. So Ben's just going to play another ball in here.
He is looking for the wire from yellow.
Yes. I'm assuming then he's close enough to the block line on red that might be his play. But if yellow lands close to him, it might be a stop shot as well. So yellow's played it into a pretty good position. And we'll see what kind of patience Ben has. This is where you have the, the one on each shoulder. One's telling you to go for the block and play the more aggressive line. The other's telling you to, the other's telling you to just center ball yellow away. But Ben looks like he might be just going for a second ball in good position, maybe blocking yellow.
Yeah.
Giving Robbie that, 8 or 9 yarder.
By the looks of where he's putting his mallet, where he wants to put his blue ball, looks like it is a, I'm not sure what he's looking at.
Me neither, Jamie.
He was looking down at the mallet and then up at something in the distance.
Okay, so knowing Ben and knowing where his hands are, this is a jump. And like I mentioned before, this is a shot he's had a lot of success with this week. I mentioned earlier in the live stream that Jenny Clark and Ben are the ones that I've seen that have done the shot the best.
Ooh.
And he's just caught a little bit too outside the left wire, too far outside on the left wire. And Robbie's got a clearance on black now. To get black out of running position. So, we'll let Robbie hit this clearance, and I'll give you guys some updates on what we know about the other two. Great shot by Robbie. And he's kind of half-balled black, but he's gotten it about 7 yards away from yellow. And so Ben's going to have a clearance back on yellow to try to save the hoop. But what we have game 3 between Tom Balding and K Kamel. And Khalid is up 2-1 in the third game, and it's tied 1-1 in the match. And then Blake Fields and Brian Lozano, which just started a little bit ago. I believe Blake Fields is up 3-2 in the first game of the best of 5. And then obviously we had Ewan progress on to the semifinal a little bit earlier, beating Pepe Riva 3-0.
Ooh. So Ben's missed the clearance on yellow, which gives Robert a shot at hoop. And he gets it to go up 4-2.
All right, so 4-2 Robert in third. It's Robbie's an opponent that's it's tough to come back once he gets a lead. I think this is a big hoop in this game. Just to give yourself a chance to not only make it 4-3 but have a chance at 4-4. 5-2 is a tough hill to climb against the world number 1. So Ben's played black into pretty good position. I believe blue has a line at the hoop. It's hard to tell.
Now the thing with this shot here is Robert can clear the blue, although blue can only go to the close boundary, which is would be about 7 yards plus any angle, so gives Ben a reasonably comfortable clearance.
Yes. But I think one thing that Muhammad Kamal mentioned when he was here a little bit earlier is that I think sometimes you can get too caught up in the fact that you're playing against a really good opponent and I'm just going to assume they're going to hit this. But you have to make them hit the shots. And
yeah, you like in this case, Robert still needed to clear the blue.
Yep, and just deal with the consequences. You know, if Ben does hit a really good shot on red, then red's going to have a clearance back at black. But, you know, he might half ball it. He might miss it entirely. And so you just have to make these players, even though they're so good, play the shot. It's a good clearance by Ben there. He's moved it about 7 or 8 yards. And it's hard to tell how deep black is here. I assume we're going to see a clearance here, especially with yellow in the close corner. But if it's deeper than what we think it is, he might play
It does look like it's about 5 yards or something.
I think Jamie's right. I believe it's right around 5 yards. And so we might see Robbie play in here, but I think we're going to see red on black.
He's definitely deciding. He's going for the close positioning.
Oh, it's a really good shot.
Yeah, amazing shot.
So this leaves Ben with a decision here. With blue being so far away, I think it kind of forces his hand, being 4-2 down, into a jump. He could clear red, but then he's just in a losing position in the hoop with Robbie having both balls nearby. And so he's taking the line of play for the jump.
Oh.
And he's got dead center right wire.
I would have made the same choice about jumping that.
Yeah. I just think it's the right play. And, oh, wow. We didn't know where blue was. That makes a lot more sense with Robbie's decision. And that makes a lot more, makes the jump even more of a clear decision there.
Yeah, it definitely was the best option.
So Robbie takes a 5-2 lead and gets fairly good position down at hoop 8 as well. So Rick, I see your comment here with the Lozano Fields match. We will go there after this match soon. Yes, I believe after this match is over. But just for an update, Blake was up 3-2, and Brian just scored hoop 6 to make it 3-all in the first game. And while we got a moment here, you know, I think it's only right to, you know, shout out the video crew for what they've done. We've got a lot of hands on deck here to make this whole effort happen, and you know, it wouldn't be possible without the help of Russ Dilley, Paul Newbecker, John Graney, Damon Bidencoat, Michael Albert, and so just a big thank you, and Brian Hovis, that's right, and just so a big thank you to those people. And our guest videographer, Jamie's mom, as well. So there's been a lot of hands on deck and a lot of people helping out. So thank you to those people for really making this possible for us to document this World Championship and also give you guys at home a nice product to watch.
So we've had Black come into our hoop running position and Robert clearing that immediately. So now with blue, coming in looks a little close to red, although gives Robert a decision to make. Whether to go for the hoop or clear the blue. So Robert's decided to go for the hoop.
What would you do here, Jamie? Would you shoot the hoop?
I think I would. It'll depends a lot on the position of the other balls and how confident I'm feeling, and Yeah, but I think generally, yes.
Yes. I have watched you play, Jamie, and I think you would have gone for the hoop there. I know that I would have gone for it, but I think you would have as well. And I do know for sure that if I was Robert Fletcher and could shoot like Robert Fletcher, I would definitely go for the hoop as well. And so it looks like, Robert missed the hoop, but he's actually landed on a blocking spot from Black, or a wired spot on Black. So Black has just played in to try to block the clearance on yellow from Blue. And, ooh, that looked close. So Robbie's missed with yellow, and we'll get to see Ben's decision between taking on the hoop or playing a clearance on red.
I think in this case, I would clear the red, just with Black's positioning. Although, again, depends a lot on where, like, how far the balls are out.
Yes.
But looks like Ben's going for the hoop here. Ooh.
I think one thing to mention to our viewers there is, Ben's 5-2 down. I think if it's, 4-3, there might be a different play. And also something to take into account is we can't really see if red does have a line to 9, had Ben made the hoop. If he's trying to, stack a couple of hoops together and catch up here, he might have thought that was his best way to do that. But Ben misses the hoop. Robbie runs to make it 6-2. And Robbie is one hoop away from the semifinal.
So Black coming in, I think it's a little short, but it might still be runnable. Actually, just having a look outside, yes, it is definitely runnable.
These guys have won only game, so they're gonna get.
And yellow coming in behind, leaving red the clearance at Black.
Okay, 6-2 in the Fletcher match. When this game's over, we're going to be cutting to Karen's camera on Felix Lozano.
Robert's having a look at the angle of the Black. Checking that it is worth having a shot at. Does look, yeah, he's positioning so that Black may not be as good as we were thinking.
Yeah, I think Ben with Blue is actually trying to bump Black over. Just showing to us it's not as good as it may seem, but with the situation now, he really doesn't have much choice. Can't do much with yellow. If he takes red, he gives yellow a shot.
Oh.
So he's gone for the jaws and bounced back a little bit. Robbie's taking a look to see if red does have a line or see if blue has a line as well. And he might opt for this clearance on Black, forcing blue into a decision.
Looks to be lining up for Black.
Yep.
And clears it.
This looks like a hoop shot.
Yeah. Oh, and definitely not having much luck with these hoops.
No.
They are very difficult.
Nice shot. And Robert Fletcher advances on to the semifinal, and with a 3-0 victory. So both of our semifinalists so far move on with 3-0 victories. And just having a little chat after the match. And so we now have one semifinal matchup between Robert Fletcher and Ewan Burridge. That'll be tomorrow. And we're going to cut over to Blake Fields and Brian Lozano, who are in game 1 of their quarterfinal matchup.
And Brian's currently up 4-3.
Yes.
On hoop 8.
So this is a interesting matchup. I mentioned earlier in the live stream before this match started that these two have played a lot of games against each other in the past. So Blake is a member of Blake and his family are members of the Mission Hills Country Club in Rancho Mirage, California, and Brian Lozano was the head croquet pro there for I believe a year, maybe 2. And so Blake and Brian got an opportunity to play against each other a lot during that time. And so this is a little bit of the student versus the teacher matchup, I guess you could call it. But both players are playing really good croquet at the moment, and so it's going to be fun to watch.
Looking a bit better?
Yeah, you're looking a little bit better.
All right, so Jamie, I believe I am going to step out here and let Chris Clark join you. But thank you. It was a lot of fun.
Okay.
And look forward to watching some more good croquet.
Yeah. Well. Oh, so clearance on the black, sorry, which Brian just misses. But yeah, so as Matthew just said, we now have Chris Clark joining me.
Hi, Jamie. I think I heard Matthew saying this is student v teacher match, and I know it's a match Brian didn't want to play in the last Golf Croquet Worlds because he didn't really want the prospect of being beaten by the youngster. It's quite competitive, this, isn't it? You'd struggle to pick a favourite before it started.
Yeah.
Brian's probably improving faster than Blake at the moment. Blake got good quite quickly, and Brian's been really putting in some good results over the past two years.
Yeah, I can't say I've followed either of these two players that closely, but to get to the quarterfinals for both of them, definitely they must be playing really well.
Yeah, I watched the second game this morning between Brian and Felix Webby, and Felix destroyed him. And I made an assumption that the same would happen in the third, but it was actually the other way. A couple of key instances at 4 and 5 where Felix got a couple of bobbles, and instead of it being 3-2 up, he was 4-1 down, and soon after 5-1 down, I think. You need, on certain shots that you play here, not to hit them at full power. If you've got the power of, let's say, Matthew or Edmund Fordyce, you've actually got to take something off it to make sure the ball's on the ground.
Yeah, definitely the shot that Brian just had with the red, we could see it bouncing quite a lot.
And the other thing to probably mention about Blake is he does sometimes fail to hit the ball flat, as Edmund does. And if you just hit down fractionally on it and start it off with a little bit of bounce, that can accentuate as it moves across the lawn. They've actually, in my opinion, been really good lawns. Very flat in general and responsive to good shots. Today they've been quicker than the previous days in the tournament, and there's a breeze. We haven't had much wind before today.
Yeah, definitely noticed playing today. There was quite a bit of wind. You can see some of that wind with the flag in the background.
So there's a wind gradient going from hoop 3 down towards hoop 1 on this lawn. So you'll find shots played from north to south are faster, and from south to north just a little bit slower. But yeah, they're a really nice pace to play on today. Again, when I saw Brian playing this morning, his mid-pace shots were excellent. He was hitting virtually all of them. But when he increased the power and went full pace, then he wasn't quite as accurate. Now this is Blake's technique. And to me, I've always thought it's a bit thrashy. So if you watch him when he's playing those power clearances, the mallet actually goes past horizontal on the backswing, which is really unusual. Paul Skinley had a technique that went past horizontal, but there's a lot of swing to control then, and you can still generate plenty of power with what you might call a three-quarter swing compared to where Blake is. So he's got loads of power, but sometimes overdoes it, I think.
Yeah, I have heard from others that he's one of the few people here who can clip a ball and still send it halfway across the lawn.
That's a really good shot by Brian. When they're off straight, getting them through by more than 3 or 4 yards is quite testing, and he's got that sort of just north of peg. Another good positional shot there.
Yeah, very good shot.
Every time you leave a ball 2.5, 3 yards short of the hoop and the opponent can get inside it, it's creating that big question in the opponent's mind. On an easier playing surface, a 3-yard hoop, I know I watched you win the women's last year, and a 3-yard hoop was nothing. You were just smoothing them through, but these are much firmer in the ground, aren't they?
Yeah, they're definitely a lot more challenging. You hit it slightly off center and it will bounce right back.
So when you've got a 3-yard hoop and your opponent's got a 1-yard hoop, there's this big question, should I even be going for the hoop? And the answer is probably yes, but you're going to fail them a lot more. So someone who can win the positional battle is going to get lots of reward for it. That's a fantastic clearance. Again, you see the back ball rise up, but I think he may have a wire here.
Yeah, so both of those balls in front of the hoop, they're about 1 yard out. They're about level with each other.
Lovely, lovely shot. And when you're clearing to a long boundary like that, I don't really have a problem with Blake going full power. But the shot from 8 to 9, where you've only got to move it sort of 7 yards to a boundary, I think then he could take a bit off those shots. But to be able to clear that shot all the way off the south boundary, or well, within a couple of feet of it, that's great power.
Definitely very useful to be able to clear a ball all the way to the long boundary. That's something that I can't do.
Yeah, Jenny wouldn't be able to get that past hoop 5. So, it's an extra, 13 yards of power probably.
Yeah, and these lawns are quite a bit, or a little bit slower than I'm used to. Oh. Not sure if that's what yellow was going for.
It's really
but
handy though, isn't it? Because it's not just about hoop 10. Yellow's so much better there for hoop 11 than it would have been near the corner 3.
Yeah.
So 5 all. I'm still not sure who's favourite for this. Wouldn't be surprised to see it go to the 5th game.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like these two players have played each other quite a bit, so know each other's games inside out almost.
It's pretty good. Probably a ball too far. Blake will play the first ball in, I think, here rather than clearing. And he'll rely on his power clearance with. And this is something which I've been really frustrated. Oh no, he's actually played the right thing. Lots of players in the tournament in that position on hoop 5 and hoop 11 have been playing the black 2 yards deeper from the hoop, and it winds me up no end. If blue clears red, I want my black ball to have an easy hoop. I don't want to have to hit a shot and then still have a 7 or 8 foot hoop to run. But yeah, looks okay. I think blue's still open on red.
For me, if anything, I'm looking for the...
Brian's shooting at this. He's got a chance of maybe clearing partner as well. Yeah.
Oh.
So that was the danger there. There was something to be said for putting a blocking ball in because of the proximity of black and red. So I've got a question from Mankle100. If you had to nail predictions to the wall for who wins the GC team's tier 2 and gets promoted, and also who gets relegated from tier 1 of GC teams, who would they be? Well, that's a good question. I'll just watch this interchange. So there'll be some positional play coming up, which is all going to be really important. I think there are probably going to be 3 teams that are going to be weaker in tier 1. So you've got South Africa, who rely heavily on reg. You've got Ireland, and we don't know exactly what team Ireland will put out. And interestingly, this time I'm hearing rumours that Spain might not put out a full team. Now, if they put out a good team, it'll have a chance of doing very well, meddling. But if they don't put their top players out, they'll be in danger of being relegated. And the key thing about relegation is you don't get to play in tier 1 for 8 more years, so it's really important. So some good clearing here. Centre ball and 3/4 ball, maintaining the correct side of the hoop. Blake again should just be... This is quite aggressive. He's played it really well. That's a super shot.
Yeah, like perfect centre ball so that even with that power, it all gets transferred into the yellow and he just stays.
There's no good line of play here. That's probably as good as he could do. Some people will think he's hit that on the wrong side, but actually by getting red further away from blue, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Should black take position, blue shooting. But a really important positional shot, get dead straight, and he's woefully short. Runnable, but really difficult. And who's going to get promoted from tier 2? Well, it's tricky. You've got Wales. You've got Sweden. I don't know. I mean, Ian Burridge in great form at the moment, and Anne Harrod, fantastic shot. 6-5 to Blake. Anne Harrod played very well this tournament as well. So, you know, probably fancy Wales or Sweden. So he's run that off the boundary. I think Brown was quite right to let him have a go at the hoop.
Yeah. Definitely.
He needs to get red wide from blue, which is why he's waiting. He's waiting for blue to be put back on the boundary, and he needs to get a good positional shot that blue can't hit. And you've obviously been playing all week on these lawns, and I haven't hit a shot. So when you're playing a shot like that, how straight does it go?
It goes reasonably straight. There is a little bit of curve. But for the most part it's straight, so it's reasonably easy to get the line right. The length is a bit more difficult on these lawns. Some of them have different speeds depending on the side you're playing on.
Yeah. That's particularly lawns 5 to 8, isn't it? The northern bit of 5 to 8, under the trees.
Yeah, particularly 5 to 8.
Look at these 4 balls.
Yeah, doesn't look like any of them have a clean shot.
I think stopping black a long way away so red is still a runner is the best line he's got. Snuggling up to black is risky.
Yeah, they are far enough away that it's pretty easy to get a good stop shot on the black.
Particularly from short range.
Yes.
As the distance goes between the balls, that bobble factor does come in. But from here, you should get a really good stop shot. He's just trying to work out how hampered he is with the yellow ball. A really interesting set of quarterfinals. Lots of nations represented. We've got Mexico, America here. America v Egypt on the lawn just in front of us. This morning we had Spain v England. And we've got Australia against America, where Robbie's won that in straight games and he's looking, I think most people would agree, clearly better than any other player in the tournament at the moment.
Yeah. So they may be getting a referee.
It's a good question. So Ewan's father, Ian, was born in Wales and plays for Wales, but he moved to England when he was 2. Ewan was born in England and has lived all his life in England, so it logically makes sense for him to represent England, although he would be allowed to represent Wales due to having a parent who is Welsh. His mother could represent Scotland. But now England is where Ewan's been born and has been brought up, so the natural country for him to represent. And there's actually quite a flexible rule which the WCF has, which is players, if they've got multiple choices of countries that they can play for, they can choose to play for anyone, and then when they're 18, I think, it might be 21, but either 18 or 21, they have to make a firm choice, and then there's a penalty if you move to a different country. You have to stop playing for a period of time in World Championships, WCF events. But I think it's good to let the youngsters have the ability to make a choice later on in their lives. So this is Matt Griffiths, I think.
Yes.
Doing some refereeing. He's marking all the balls that might possibly be moved during the shot.
Which in this case is all of them.
Yeah. At the same time as doing that, he's going to try and avoid putting markers down the line that the mallet will swing down or which the balls will travel through. So it needs a little bit of careful thought. It's always useful to have different coloured markers when you're doing this. If you suddenly find yourself with 7 white markers on the floor, you're wondering which one relates to what. Anyway, so...
Yeah, which ball goes where.
Yeah. You can see Brian's shirt here is definitely blowing in the wind. Right, he's hampered with his stance. Got to make sure you don't hit down on red. Got to hit it flat. He hasn't been able to get that as good as he would like. And black now can play in, and if black can get between blue and the hoop, it's going to put blue and black in a strong position.
So
Short. That's disappointing. Now, are these in contact? Yes, by the look of it. So a good croquet stroke, sending blue past the hoop with a stop shot, and getting yellow wired from blue and blocking black's hoop shot.
by the looks of this, they may not be touching if the referee's marking them.
It's strange. It looked like he was playing directly into it, didn't he? And there doesn't, from our angle, look to be more than a few millimetres between the two balls. And Brian just walked up to it as if it was a routine shot. And if they're touching, there's no really need to have a referee watching. It's just a basic croquet stroke. Are they touching?
Looks like he's hitting on more of an angle,
No,
so...
no, they weren't. Now, is Blake going to take the power clearance on red? Or just put another ball in?
Looks like he's lining up for the clearance.
Yeah, a very aggressive player. Very much a position smash player. I think the position smash players are going to struggle to win at this tournament. You need an all-round game. Every part of your game has to be solid.
So that blue jumped. It did clip the top of the red, but still had the power to send it to the boundary.
Two legitimate choices here. Take position, trying to block black, or clear black. And given how far blue is away from the hoop, I'm tempted to clear black.
Yeah, with the position of where blue is, Blake will definitely, if he has a chance, be looking for that hoop shot. Or
Really good camera angle that. It showed quite how good Brian's technique is. It was very much straight back, straight forward. Came off to the right of the mallet, and then we saw the ball almost do mini zigzags. And I've seen that on a few lawns. I think it's due to the mowing. So they'll mow in one direction, turn the mower around, mow in the other direction. They're using triplex mowers, so I'm guessing, what, about a yard wide? So every yard, one strip's going, the grass is facing one way, and the next yard, the grass is lying the other way. So it tends to do these mini zigzags for the game. Nope. Brian stays alive, and yellow should just stop black away here. Nice central contact in the middle. And being good at this shot is one of the items that separated the players who've done well in this tournament. Very good. That's excellent. And the weight, there's no need to hit it harder than that. The players who rush that 5 yards off the lawn are just hitting it too hard. It just needs to reach the boundary. And that's well short again. The thing about blue there is if you leave it where it is and red takes position and black doesn't hit anything, yellow can clear blue getting towards hoop 13. So I would have erred on having blue overrun position than under-on position, because it leaves that northwards clearance. So
Yeah.
these shots so important. Can he get good position? It's good position. Yeah. Happy with that. Blake just playing a ball in, and now yellow has this fantastic opportunity. And this is one you need to hit hard. If you actually get a sort of almost half ball in the middle contact and you can get both of them off the lawn, it's a fantastic position for you to be in.
Yeah, so yellow has the opportunity to clear the blue away and bounce off down to hoop 13.
Big advantage to have power here. Oh, he's
Oh.
fantastic shot, but he's hit it into the peg. So yellow's gone fantastically into the corner 3 area where he wants it. But blue's 12 yards short. And I expect Blake to hit this. And then he'll have the advantage at 12.
Look, I think.
Pressure shot.
Was it the yellow that hit the peg or the blue?
I'm pretty sure blue hit the peg, or else it would have gone further. He's missed that. So now yellow is onside, up towards 13.
Checking the hoop.
Looks like it's about 7 yards southeast of 13.
Yeah.
And again,
Definitely an advantage, but
one of the great things this tournament is we've had so little of calling for referees to hammer the hoops down. Most of the time in other world championships I've been in, particularly when the Egyptians are playing, it's almost every hoop the referee's out having to hammer it down.
yeah, and every attempt at the hoop. But yeah, with these I've noticed there's been people running hoops.
Quick switch to hoop 13 on this game of Balding, Kamel, the ref pounds us in. We'll switch back for Brian.
Okay, so
Brian shoots and switch back to I'm going to leave that school.
This is hitting black on the edge to leave yellow in front and move black a long way to the left as we look at it. So he would have hoped to have hit that finer than that. Black's now a runner. Blue's a runner. Is Tom going to have 2 goes at the hoop? I expect blue to have a go here because there's not a lot else to do really. We'll just cut between the games.
So
Tom's having a go at 13. I think that's going to happen first.
and he
he's
gets
run
it.
No?
Yep. Yes, he's run it. So that's 2-1
2-1.
in that match.
And
You can see all the applause from the background, and suddenly everyone turns around.
good hoop. Good shot from Brian.
So 6-all.
And I've watched a lot of these hoop 13s. And normally the person who plays first wins about 70% of the time. In these conditions, they've only been winning about 55 to 60% of the time. And that is a brilliant positional shot. Most people have been going 4 to 5 yards deep. And now we're going to see the advantage Brian has by having yellow in an easier clearing position. Normally it would be down by hoop 12. Now it's up by towards hoop 13. If we can get our camera back in action. So he's got about a 10-yarder. Here we go. He wants to hit it on the right-hand side. Hasn't done. Now that means that because yellow is in the lawn, if red can take good position, if blue can take good position,
So
yellow's
blue
going to get
is-
cleared. Oh, that's another great shot. It's about 7 to 8 feet back. Dead straight.
Yeah. Then black has a clearance on the yellow to send it all the way down to the... always get these messed up, but is it the south boundary?
So yeah, south boundary is where black's going to clear yellow to. I think blue's good enough that I'm going to have to shoot at this. I don't like shooting here. I like playing position. But from this far away, with blue straight in front, I'm going to shoot. Nice strike. Oh, he's run hoop 10 and hit the blue. What a result.
Blue still is a runner, but it's a more difficult shot.
Yeah, this is a time Blake should just take a bit of time and get good position, fractionally on the opposite side of the hoop to red and yellow. There's no need to do this. This is wrong. This is far too aggressive. Now, the first ball in front is going to be yellow. I don't want to be forced to run that with blue. Just a neutral putting black in front of the hoop there looked good to me. I mean, Jamie, you said blue's a runner, and you're absolutely right, but
yeah,
we haven't seen too many hoops run at hoop 13 from deep and angled. Mohammed Naz had one from third corner against Reg Bamford, but most of the time hoop 13 has been run at short range. Tom's just run a hoop 13 to go 2-1 up in the other quarter.
And that was from the boundary.
I'm going to play in.
Yeah.
Yellow in, trying to block between blue and the hoop, and erring on the being straight in front side, which will allow red to come in and potentially get a block on black. And just accept that Blake will have this shot to win. Sometimes your highest percentage chance of winning is to allow your opponent to make a mistake, rather than keep hitting 30-yard shots yourself.
Oh, it's
deep.
Yeah.
It's very deep. So blue will go at this. Another problem with hitting it as hard as Blake does is that if he fails the hoop, there's a chance he might be 20 yards away. Whereas someone who plays a more smooth style might only be 10 yards away. That hoop definitely needed firming up. Went in quite a long way. Can he win game one? Just look at how big that backswing is. No, and it's not too bad. It's only bounced about 5 yards away. So red will take position, and black will be forced to clear red, I think.
But this definitely now gives Brian the advantage to this hoop. Having two balls in front.
Yeah, I don't think if red gets good position, I don't think Blake can justify not clearing it, because yellow can clear blue a long way away.
Yeah. So
Don't go for this. It's just position. I'm still worried he's... No, that's the right shot.
I think he's looking for the wire from the black ball.
Black's not that far south. I think that's wrong. Surely that was open. It's not that difficult to hoop for red, I don't think. I thought he'd just clear blue here. Jenny's been making these sort of mini jump shots look quite easy. It's a bit further away than it looks actually, red. Now we've got this angle.
Yeah, so
I'm still clearing blue.
yellow shooting for the first game.
What do you do here? Because you like taking on hoops, don't you, Jamie?
I do, but I think in this, although it may be the black may be blocking the backswing a bit of the red, but if I could run it with red, I would have cleared the blue. But I am
That was a good shot.
reasonably comfortable or confident in running those hoops.
I got that completely wrong. I thought he did it the other side. Yeah. He did it on the wrong side. Thought that was his ball on the boundary. So I think Brian's got away with that. Yeah, this is a should hit shot. And it's back to 50-50 if he does hit it. On the correct side as well, lovely shot. That pace of shot where he goes to his Irish grip and just swings comfortably has been very reliable. It's the right choice by Blake, but I think it's 2 balls short of where he wanted it. I don't think yellow will feel the need to shoot there. Just needs to play in, avoiding blocking red at black.
Yellow going in for a positioning, and then the red is there to clear the black.
Oh, wow. That wasn't as if it just flicked the wire, it almost hit the middle of the wire.
Yeah.
Now, pop another ball in. A good ball this time. Weight's good. Line's good. That's really good. Can Brian see anything of the hoop?
So in this case, yes, I am going for the hoop.
If he can't, clearing black very, very hard is okay and leaving yellow the chance to clear blue. But if you only move black 10 yards, it's no good. If I'm open on the hoop, I think I'm going to take the hoop on here. You're in a very weak position. So he's jumping. He's gone, hand's gone down the mallet from Irish to Solomon. This is his jump. Low percentage. Second prize. He's still in all sorts of trouble. The key here is not to give yellow a double clearance. Do not allow yellow to clear both your balls. Black has to be in front, ideally wired from red. And not at an angle where yellow can hit black and come on and hit blue. That's blocked blue.
Yeah, but I think it is wired from the red.
Yeah, it's strong, isn't it?
And it's far enough out that it's a runner. I'm not sure what he was doing there.
He's just trying to snuggle up behind black.
Oh, yeah.
He's, you know, even if black isn't wired, Blake could nudge it to wired.
Definitely think that clearing the...
Taking it out of his backswing. And red's probably got a quarter of a ball to shoot at. Nothing, actually. Nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely dead. Looking for some hill, doesn't get it, and it should be first game to Blake. Well done.
Yeah.
Alright, welcome back. This is the start of game 4. Tom's 2-1 ahead, having just run hoop 13 from the boundary to go to a 1-game lead. These are best of 5 quarterfinals. We've already got the top half concluded. Robert Fletcher beating Ben Rothman 3-0. And Ewan Burridge beating Pepe Riva 3-0. Enormously strong performances from both of the winners there. This has been a pretty good match. I've watched bits and pieces of it, and I think both players have played quite well. You can see already the pine trees behind this lawn are casting their shadow over the corner 1 area. And as the afternoon goes on and the sun sinks lower, this lawn will go into shadow earlier than a lot of the other lawns. And there's quite a noticeable speed change over an hour to an hour and a half as that shadow progresses. And they've been really quite nice pace today. They've been about 11 seconds. And they'll probably drop down to 9.5 in an hour period, and judging that change is one of the skills that the players have to perform. Tom's open on the hoop here, so he's going to have a go. Straight through. And he really has taken his chances well, not just to club it off the north boundary. That's finished level with hoop 2, so it's controlling a really wide area of the lawn. I coach the New Zealanders and English players to go short side boundary with yellow. I don't like this position where you allow blue to take position and then black can clear yellow to a long boundary. I want yellow on that short boundary side. And he might have blocked his own clearance there. Blue's in front. No, it's open. So if black can clear yellow in the middle, it can get it a lot further than if yellow was on the short boundary side, when it would have at most a 8 or 9 yard shot. Has he got the block? He has. So Tom now not taking that clearance on yellow because red's in the way, and he's nudged in front. And in general, the player with the first ball a few inches in front has been doing really well this tournament. Clear the blue. I really think this would have been a stronger position.
Do you know Abir?
I do know Abir. Abir Mustafa going to join me. Welcome, Abir.
Hi, Chris.
And you're going to do some Arabic commentary for our friends in various parts of the world, but mainly in Egypt.
Yes, yes.
And I should mention that Abir's played in many Women's World Championships.
All of them, actually.
Yeah, and you've got a bronze?
I've got bronze twice.
Bronze twice.
Yes,
There we go.
2005 and 2014.
Very good, very good. So we're watching Tom Balding, who's 2 games to 1 ahead, and you will know more about K Kamel than myself.
Yes.
So you can obviously, first of all, I think before you change to Arabic, tell the English viewers, English-speaking viewers, a little bit more about Khalid.
Yep. Khalid is a very good player, Egyptian player. He used to play in the Malik club, but currently he's playing in Gezira club.
Yeah.
For maybe this is the 2nd year for him in Gezira club. Khalid has been always in the top 10 players in the Egyptian ranking system lately in the past 5 or 6 years. And this year he's representing the Egyptian official national team in the Worlds.
Ah. That's news to me. You've picked the team already.
Yes, because you know we have an Egyptian ranking system
Yeah.
that takes place twice each year.
Yeah.
And in particular, within the year we're having the Worlds, we have these two ranking championships.
Yeah.
And based on the final order of these ranking championships, there are 4 to 6 players that gets picked depending on this order.
Yeah.
And this represents the official national team supported by the Ministry of Sports in Egypt, supporting their travel arrangements and expenses and so forth. So actually in this World Championship, we have 4 official ones.
Yeah.
Khaled, Yasser, Mohammed Nasr, and Mohammed Walid. These are the 4 official players, and the rest of the Egyptians has come to participate at their own expense.
Okay.
So we have like 12 or 13 Egyptian players, but actually 4 are the official ones represented by the Egyptian Ministry of Sports.
And are they the same 4 that are going to go to Tasmania for the...
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Right. Okay. So Cole's managed to get his way back in the hoop with a couple of clearances, and we're in quite a neutral position here, aren't we? Black going to try and get to a position where yellow can't clear it. So lots of viewers at home might be going, well, why has he gone the wrong side of the hoop?
Actually, this is not the wrong side at all. This is the best position depending on the position of yellow, because if yellow decides to go for the black, then it's actually going out of the zone of the hoop. So this way, he took like a defensive move. So the next move for him would be to simply move the yellow one. So if any other position, the yellow would have taken the black and took a better position at the hoop. So this was a very good tactical move, in my opinion, for the black one.
Yeah.
It's a perfect one.
You're trying to give black an opportunity to stay near the hoop.
Exactly.
And avoid the opponent clearing it and maintaining that proximity to the hoop themselves.
Yes. Well, now Khalid's tactic would be to take a good position with the red, but unfortunately this is not a very good one. So now the black would go for the yellow, and the yellow would have to go for the blue with no good position for the red. So it's a difficult position for Khalid on this hoop, if I may say. Okay, he went for the red.
Yeah, I thought yellow might be able to get in the draws from where he put it.
No, I believe it's very hard. Maybe just put it in front of the hoop.
Yeah, just a gentle run it into the jaws and allow Tom to take
a jump shot.
Now, Tom's quite good at jump shots. That's a good shot.
Yeah. Actually, in my opinion, you know, all the foreign players, Americans, British, Australian, New Zealand, everyone, they are very good at the jump shot. So I wouldn't go for this tactic. If I'm in Khalid's position, I would have tried to take a stop shot at the blue. See?
Tom's been very lucky
now.
there. That was a lucky shot.
Yes, that was a lucky shot, but he scored.
Not only did he score,
and
but
he put the yellow within the hoop, so he'll not be able to take another position on the following hoop as well.
So this red is now doubly important.
This is why, if I was in Khalid's position, I should have taken a stop shot at the blue.
Right.
Because putting the yellow this way and giving Tom the chance to take a jump shot is actually a big risk. And this is actually what happened.
Yeah, so yellow can't get anywhere near that, and red isn't in position. So black will go deep of red to control the short boundary.
And even the position of the red is not a perfect one. So what Khalid will try to do now is try to take a position in front of the blue to prevent him from shooting at the red one. Maybe I can switch to Arabic now for a bit.
Yes, please do.
Yep. نتيجة 2-0 لتوم بولدينج في الجيم الرابع. جامب شوت عملها توم بولدينج وساب خالد مزنوق في الأرسول تاني مع الأسف. هيحاول دلوقتي إن هو بالأصفر يقفل على الأزرق عشان ما يلعبش البولاج على الكرة الحمراء. نأمل إن هو يقدر يعمل كده لأنه السكور طبعا يعني تقل كتير على خالد وبريشر كتير على خالد. نأمل إن هو يقدر يتعامل مع الضغط ده. I think he's doubting there is maybe a hole or something in the hoop.
There's definitely a hole.
Yeah.
You can see the yellow sat down a wee bit. So just getting some translation done.
From Tamer, yeah. I think Cheryl, she doesn't want to to take the risk of changing the position of the yellow. Might be a bit touching.
I think what he's asking is yellow jammed? And
Okay.
if yellow was jammed, we have a very interesting position in that after the jump shot had been played,
Yes.
I think Khaled could have said yellow's jammed.
Then he has the right to pick whether.
Well, it's strange because he's the non-striker.
Exactly.
Normally it's the striker's
The
ball that
striker is the one
jams.
who has the right to do so.
Now, in this case, he might have been disadvantaged by the fact that his
That
ball
the hoop
might have
Yes,
jammed.
because if it is jammed, this means that if the blue did the jump shot and the yellow has passed, that would be a point for the yellow.
Correct. So quite a big changing point. He's kneeling down, so it's clearly not touching both wires, but he's saying it looks really close. Maybe it does.
I think Cheryl can at least try to test it. I mean, mark the ball and try to see if it would pass or not.
We should probably go on to say that
Yeah.
since red has already played,
Yeah.
there will be no.
There are no go back.
You won't go back. So if you'd have thought that was a
You
possibility,
should
you
have
should have
said
checked
that before
beforehand.
the.
So there's not going to be any rectification here. He's going to be 2-0 down. But you can see that yellow is definitely sat down. Whether it's touching both wires, we can't see from here.
احنا دلوقتي يعني شاكين فيه انه خالد بيقول انه ممكن تكون الكرة الصفراء الارسو ضيق، بس لو هو انكيس ان الارسو ضيق فكان لازم الكلام ده نقوله قبل ما الاحمر يلعب، او ان الاختيار التاني ان هو يقول ان في حفرة او حاجة. anyways هو حاول ان هو يقفل على الزرقاء البولاش، بس كانت محتاجة كورة او كورتين كمان زيادة.
So the hoop was clearly okay there because it hasn't been
so
reset.
it must have been the hole.
Why is Tom shooting here? This red's not a. I don't think that red's the runner.
Just taking his chances. From if I'm in Tom's thinking, if the red now puts just in front of the hoop, then the black would have a jump shot, or else if it would go and blow up the black, he would get a chance from the line. But maybe the red has a good chance to go in. We're not sure about the angle from
It
here.
is easier than I thought it was.
Yeah.
But it's still difficult.
Still difficult in these hoops as well. But it's very critical hoop for Khaled. Oh,
Good shot, super shot. And maybe you can give us a little bit of feedback about, we see the Egyptian players and virtually all of them playing Irish grip.
Yep.
And some of them start with the hands at the top of the mallet and then drop it just before their final swing.
Yes, most of them.
And that's something that's taught as a...
No, actually it's not something that's taught, you know. In Egypt, it's more of that each player tries the most comfortable grip for himself, and sometimes in different shots they do different grips. So when they're shooting, the hoop is different from taking position and so forth.
Yep.
So there's no particular thing that you get and to teach each player how you grab the mallet. It comes by nature, actually.
So it's more tactical coaching you're getting rather than
exactly, and
technical.
watching the other players. So you grow up watching the players handling the mallet this way. So you go and do it this similarly. But you know the other grip, the Solomon grip, we never have this in Egypt because you know different mallets, different bowls and everything.
Oh.
And of course the courts are quite different in Egypt. We don't have these fast courts. It's quite slow. So you need to have a strong strike. So the yellow is a very bad position for Khaled. He should have taken a much better one if he wants to stay in the game.
Great shot.
Good shot. خالد بيحاول ان هو يعوض فرق السكور، مغلوب 2-1، بس مع الاسف الاصفر البليس بتاعه مش احسن حاجه. نأمل ان هو ان شاء الله يقدر بالاصفر يحقق نقطه التعادل.
And I'm assuming that Tom's going to play in, and being 2 balls down,
yeah, he would just leave the yellow to take its chances.
Yellow will have a go.
Oops.
Yeah, that's blocked yellow's shot. So now yellow will probably
only
just
have
clear
a jump
blue.
shot, or take a jump shot. Depends on the black. I'm not sure if the black is in a good position or not.
Black's good as well. I thought he might just gently clear blue, so he gets the short boundary. Yellow comes short boundary, and then red can clear black, and he's still alive.
Could it be that he would be trying to take both a double ball for the blue and black?
I think he's jumping. I think he's going to start
We will
moving
know
his...
once he takes his stand. We'll know if it's a jump. Oh, he's doubting that it's away. No.
As people like Mohammed, Naz and Khalid, they get to almost their normal stance.
Yes.
And then they almost just lean down into
Lean
the
down
ball.
a bit for the jump shot. Let's see. خالد أنا مش متأكدين هو بيلعب jump shot ولا عنده way. هنشوف دلوقتي.
And look at how narrow his stance is. The mallet can hardly get through.
برافو
Lovely
يا خالد.
super shot.
Excellent jump shot. عمل جامب حلو قوي خالد عشان يحقق تعادل 2-2 في الجيم الرابع. That was a very critical one.
And I would have been thrilled as Tom. I'd let him have as many of those as
Yeah.
he wants if he gives me a 2-foot straight hoop. So I don't think Tom did the wrong thing.
No. Tom's action was perfectly right.
You know, the good positional shot.
Yeah.
Not just a matter of getting to a runnable position. You want to be able to run it all the way down to hoop 6.
Yes, of course.
So being dead straight, really important with these testing conditions. Firm ground here. Day 2 hoops. They were fresh in new holes yesterday. So they're holding up reasonably well. They're still challenging. Oh, Jenny's just
believe
played
now.
a monster in the background. That's short again.
No,
No,
it's a
it's
good.
good.
It's a very good one, but I don't think Tom will wait.
Black's in a good clearing
Yes,
position, isn't it? It should
yes.
always clear straight away.
Yes. Oh.
Nice fluent player, Tom. Gets on with the game.
Yeah.
Now,
Khaled would go for the blue, definitely.
but when I'm coaching here, I say if you can hit it mid-pace,
Yeah.
it's better than full out.
I totally agree with you, but to hit it mid-pace now, it requires lots of nerves, because I believe he would do it in a strong Egyptian style one,
Okay,
because the red is quite near.
good shot.
He's relying on that the red is near, so whatever the position that Tom will be getting afterwards, the red will handle that,
Okay.
because it was very dangerous, because he will take the 5th and the 6th actually,
yeah.
because he will be taking good position on the 6th hoop as well.
Yeah.
So he's just delaying this a bit and giving a chance for the red to handle the blue when it comes back.
Yeah, so Tom's deliberately not played between red and the hoop because he'll
Yeah.
just get taken out.
Exactly.
And Khalid will now try and play very close to the hoop.
Yes, and
to
trying
make-
to block the hoop in a very close distance to the hoop. Not
So
close enough.
Not close enough, no. Tom just has to avoid getting in the way of blue and red.
Okay.
I think that's good.
Did it? I think it didn't come through. It's just beside the hoop, I think. I think so.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I've got a better angle from out of the window.
Yeah.
So that is not even
It's
the
not-
runner.
no, no,
You
no.
can't jump that through.
No. But he has a
Um,
chance with the blue one.
He does. Maybe nudge the red if you get a... No.
Yep.
Tom's already stalking it. He's a really fast player.
He takes his position before even the other ball stops. See?
Oh.
Oh. That's the first miss I can see from Tom in quite some time.
Yeah.
خالد 2 الكل وعنده فرصة إن شاء الله يخش الأرسول الخامس. لو قدر يخش بترحيلة طبعا يبقى هايل، لأنه اللعيب اللي قصاده لعيب صعب جدا، فكل ما نفرق بعدد أرسولات طبعا يديله راحة أكتر في الجيم، ونقدر إن احنا نلعب على الجيم ده واللي بعده إن شاء الله.
Now, will he try and run this to hoop 6?
Oh.
Because that was full pace. To
Yes.
me. That was just running it
my
off
guess,
the boundary.
My guess, while he's taking the shot, he's thinking of
Yep.
2 options.
Right.
Shall I do this or shall I do this? So it ended up doing none. It's very important in such shots to take a decision and go for it. But being hesitative it always ends up like this.
And the last shot Tom played there, he made it look a lot easier
Yes.
than it actually was. To get the black to stop,
Stop like that,
blocking
exact
yellow.
position. Yes,
really difficult. Now is he going to take another jump on?
I
like he
think
did?
so. I think so. خالد مع الأسف جاله مسافة قريبة، واضح إن هو كان متردد يرحل ولا يضرب جامد. دلوقتي أعتقد إن هو بيلعب جامب شوت.
Good height.
Good height, but
Wrong
the aiming
direction.
was, yes, wrong angle. So instead of Khalid taking the third hoop for himself and going for a good position on the sixth, now the situation is totally the opposite.
I think it shows the viewers that even easy hoops,
You should give the same concentration as if it's a tough one. التركيز طبعا في الكور القريبة لازم يبقى نفس التركيز الكور البعيدة، خصوصا مع صعوبة الأرسوهات. فالكورة دي برافو يا خالد. Good shot. ماتش صعب ومحتاج ان نركز في كل كورة، حتى الكور السهلة نفس التركيز والكور الأصعب، لأنه المنافس صعب جدا والضغط بتاع النتيجة برضو ضاغط على خالد. محتاج تركيز في كل كورة. Oops.
No.
Nope. But I'm not sure what the blue is.
Blue's good.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah, I think you have to shoot at this.
He is, I think. خالد بيلعب على الكورة الزرقاء على الأرسول الخامس. الجيم الرابع. 2 الكل النتيجة في الجيم الرابع. توم بولدينج متصدر النتيجة بوجه عام 2 جيم لجيم، وده الجيم الرابع 2 الكل. That was close. مع الأسف جلة، بس يعني جلة قريب جدا. طلب ان الحكم يثبت الأرسو. He's requesting the ref to fix. Okay.
So if Tom wins this match, he'll get his second bronze medal, having been a losing semi-finalist in the Association Croquet World Champs last year.
But first time for the semi-finals in the golf.
Absolutely. Tom's very, very new to the game. Hasn't been playing all that long and has got good very quickly. That's perfect.
That's perfect.
Need a bit of luck sometimes, don't you? Yes. Does it bounce just to the side, or does it go back in the jaws?
Definitely.
And Khalid will give up straight away here. And
yes, especially that he had the chance to take the hoop, and he missed it. So he needs to get this out of his head right away in order to be able to continue in the game.
So worth noticing there that Khalid's put yellow quite a long way away from black.
Yeah.
So he's run it, and it's okay.
Oops, no, just
jawsable.
Yeah.
But not runnable really, jawsable. It's about 45 degrees.
Yeah. خالد بياخد بليس على الأرسول السادس، وفي الغالب بياخد بليس عشان هيضرب بعد كده بالأصفر. خلينا نشوف هيعمل ايه. I think he's taking a shot.
Clear red.
Yeah. Oop.
And I think most of the Egyptian players would have played black in there and allowed the yellow to shoot at blue, and blue maybe shoot back at red.
Yes.
And it's a very different style.
Yeah.
The non-Egyptians tend to clear earlier.
No,
whereas
most of them
keep putting
waits.
positions in.
Yeah. Quite a few of them takes the shot with the first one. So now Khalid is taking the decision to take a second position since the blue is not runnable.
That's a bad shot.
Very bad. I think he wanted to hide from the black, but it's too long. خالد كان بيحاول يستخبى من الكرة السوداء بس حرق مع الأسف. المشكلة إن في الماتشات اللي زي كده مع لعيبة اللي زي كده إن أنت تحرق البليس بيصعب الموضوع أكتر بكتير.
That's a deliberate choice by Tom there. He's going to be playing black at yellow.
It's too short.
It's bad again.
Too short.
So now he doesn't
so
have
no,
to
doesn't
take.
have to.
And plays the opposite side of the hoop to red and yellow, so that even if he gets cleared, red and yellow don't stay in front.
In front.
But these shots are so important. If you can hit this in the middle, you're a strong favourite for the hoop, aren't you?
Yes, exactly. Let's see. It's a good one.
Went for control. He's only moved it 12 yards, but
Yeah.
the control is
He
important.
chose that he maintains the position of the yellow rather than to put the blue
Yeah.
on a further distance.
Blue needs to be. No, he's shooting. This is wrong. That's just.
He
That's
should
too
have
aggressive.
taken another position and then waited for the black too. Especially that the yellow is not quite
Correct.
close to the hoop.
Play in between yellow and the hoop.
Yes.
Allow yourself to be cleared.
Exactly.
And then come back
And
with
even
a
you
shot.
can try with the blue to block the yellow as well.
Yes.
And he just seen that Khaled just missed the fifth hoop.
Yes.
So you can decide to put some more pressure.
Yeah. And it's these bonus half rotations where
Yes.
you allow yourself the chance of getting a good result. Maybe
Yes.
maybe you try to get between yellow and the hoop, but you end up behind yellow. That's superb. It's not easy for red to clear. Normally, yellow would just play to position and red would clear black.
clear black.
But
Yeah.
it's not easy to do from that angle.
I think it can be. He's
You can
doing.
hit it half ball on the left with black. He's going
I'm
to
not
take
sure what Khaled is doing. Is it jump shot or
it's
he's
free
clearing?
jump shot.
خالد بيلعب جامب شوت على الأرسو السادس. No, just clearing. لا كان بيشيل الأسود. But the red is not in a very good position to run.
I'm surprised by that because I would have thought, well, even me, I would have just played into position
And then try with the red.
and then clear half ball with red.
Exactly.
And red's going towards hoop 7 a bit as well.
Yes, yes.
So there's lots of reasons. You
Yes.
do allow Tom to play blue at red, but it's a long way away. Might be there, might be good.
But it didn't block.
It is,
But now the tough decision.
it's almost blocking. Khalid can just stun this away, can't he?
He can shoot for the hoop, but I'm sure now he's not able to decide whether to go for the blue.
I take the blue out.
He's going for the
Stop
blue.
shot blue.
He's taking the blue.
Perfect.
Good. It's a good one.
Doesn't matter. He would have liked red to stay in front, but
Yeah.
red has control of an
Control.
area.
Yes, this is perfect one.
And
This is going as far as it can.
that's
Now I believe the yellow would go for pushing the red.
you like
Promoting
that, do
the
you?
red. I think he would go for that.
Okay.
خالد هيحاول يزق الأحمر بحيث يحطه قدام الأرسو مستخبي من الأزرق. لعبة مش سهلة بس يعني نأمل إنها تيجي إن شاء الله. Bravo. Good shot.
Yeah, that's
Very
great.
good shot. Very good shot.
What's he got? Half a ball?
Not sure. He
Maybe.
has something.
He's got a bit.
Yeah.
He
has
got
it all.
3/4 of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he hasn't hit it that far away. It's only about a 12-yarder. And although yellow isn't in front, I think red will go hard at this.
مع الأسف خالد لعب لعبة حلوة قوي بس ما استخبتش الكرة الحمراء فقدر الخصم إن هو يشيل الكرة الحمراء. خالد دلوقتي هيلعب الأسود. Theoretically should be going for the black now. Oh, he went straight to the hoop. I wouldn't have agreed with that.
It's too aggressive.
Yes, he should have gone for the black and then wait. Especially with the score. Let's see.
We should tell people who haven't been able to watch the first 4 days of the tournament that people have usually failed to run the hoop from where black is.
Yes.
They've missed more than they've made. Just like that.
Just like that. ده اللي كنا بنتكلم فيه انه خالد يعني هو لعب على الارسو بافتراض ان الاسود داخل كده كده لكن الاسبوع اللي فات كله كنا شايفين انه كل اللعيبه كانت بتعاني مع الارسوات انها ناشفه جدا فمسافه الاسود كانت عندها احتمال نسبه كبيره جدا ان هي ما تخشش فكان ممكن ينزل بليس تاني او يلعب على الاسود بدل ما يرسك ان هو يضيع كورته في الارسو. خلينا نامل انه ان شاء الله يحاول ياخد بليس يقفل على السودا لو قدر. I think he will try to take a position to block the black
Yep. Which is why he deliberately played yellow a little bit
Yep.
to the left-hand
Yeah.
side.
Oh, it's too long. Too long. طويلة قوي. He's a very fast player, Tom.
Yeah. Oh, that's no good. So a nice stun shot. Getting black all the way off the blue all the way off the lawn. Keeping control of yellow in front just in case blue hits red.
Yes. Very good shot. خالد شال الأزرق شيلة كويسة. هنشوف أزرق هيعمل إيه. نأمل إنه عادي بسلام. Oh.
Well.
even when he misses, he's still in a very good position.
Yeah. So it does put more pressure on.
Yes, of course.
Khaled Soup here.
I think Khalid's going for the hook now.
His technique reminds me most of Mohammed Naz.
Yeah. They have been teammates for many years in the Malik club as well.
Look at shot.
Bravo, Khalid. Good shot.
And we're back to 3-all.
3-all. So Khalid is back in the game.
That was important because hoop 5 will have still been in his mind there.
Definitely.
So good to get back to even.
Yes.
And Tom is
excellent position.
Perfect.
Excellent position.
And again, it's yellow plays in, red clears. And if yellow plays in well, blue will clear yellow.
Yeah.
That's good.
This is blocking.
No, it's okay. Perfect.
Okay.
It's perfect.
Okay.
It's got, yeah, a couple of balls gap between.
Between the red and the black.
Yeah. So I think that's good enough for blue to be forced to shoot at that.
I think the blue will not wait. Yeah, it will go for the yellow. Now he's going for a position. No. Yes. He's decided to wait.
The reason I like going for that straight away is sometimes when you've got a power player, black can be hit by red and into
goes
wired.
Down. It goes down. You cannot see the yellow.
Correct.
Yeah.
Whereas,
especially with this angle.
Yeah. If you.
I mean, if the black is a bit higher, it would go to the line, the sideline.
Yeah.
But in this angle, if Khalid plays it right, the black should go down, and there is a big possibility he cannot see the yellow.
Absolutely, yeah.
But let's see. خالد بيلعب بولاج الأرسو السابع على الكرة السوداء اللي واقفة تقريبا شبر. Good.
Wrong side.
Not good enough, but
puts a bit of pressure on Tom.
Yes. Tom has just on the 6 hoop, he just missed a couple of ones, easy ones. So let's see what he will do for this one. It's a perfect one. Not far enough, but good enough for Khalid to take the defensive action.
And when you're shooting towards the short boundary like this, I always encourage people to hit it as hard as they can. Because you sometimes get unlucky. If you hit blue dead in the middle, and blue goes off the lawn, and
yellow does not go.
You can clear yellow straight back again. So hit this hard. Great shot.
It's a good one.
If He'll be very happy to have got both the balls off the lawn.
Yeah. خالد شال بولاج حلو على الأرسول سابع، يبقى إن شاء الله عنده فرصة تانية يلعب بولاج تاني، بس المهم إنه الأسود يرجع كرة خالد الأصفر ترجع بليس كويس. الأحمر تيجي بليس كويس عشان الأصفر يبقى عنده بولاج. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying he's taken the defensive option of going deep, so yellow can't clear it after red takes position.
Yeah, but I think he still has a chance to clear it on the wider angle. I mean, is it not high enough?
It needs to be
it's almost under the line. Yeah,
it's about a yard out.
Yeah,
So
from the screen I can see that it's much shorter, but from here it's almost on the line. Oops.
It's not good.
But it has a chance to run the hoop. So
yeah, I'll be unhappy with that.
I think the yellow would go for try to, if there's a chance to get it from the left side, to just wave it to the right a bit, or just to try to reach it just in front of the blue.
Yeah, I think I just play it red with 2 feet of pace. Just to go 2 feet past the red and maybe nudge it.
Let's see.
This is shooting at blue, isn't it?
He's shooting a blue.
I can't understand why you would do this.
He's aiming to take it from the left side so that maybe it would go this way.
But from a percentage point of view, you're almost better to play a positional shot to block rather than aim at that much from that far away.
Well, the theory would be that even if you missed, now it's 1 ball against 1 ball. So the opponent would be having double thinking whether to take the red or the hoop. But if you take a position and you're not blocking the hoop, then it's a clear decision to take the hoop.
Okay.
So, you know, it's like a psychological tactic that you make the opponent think twice about 2 different options.
Yeah.
If you have 2 balls with two good positions, then the opponent would definitely go for the hoop.
It's one of the reasons I don't like playing deep to start with.
Yeah.
I think it puts you... I like putting balls in positions where I think I can run the hoop.
Yeah.
Not 5 and 6 and 7 yards away. So I need to get between red and the hoop, not blocking blue. That looks good.
Yeah, but I think now the yellow has a chance to go for a good position. Take a good place. I'm not sure about what Khalid is thinking. أنا مش عارف خالد بيفكر في إيه. محتاجين ننزل بليس تاني. والأزرق لو شايفه أحمر وشاله نرجع الأسود. Khalid is doing something.
I think if he's open on black, I think he should clear it.
I think he's going for the blue, or it's either the blue or the hoop. This aiming is either the blue or the hoop. But I think he can wait a bit and take his chance with the red to move the black.
Yeah, he's got the hoop.
Good shot.
It was
That was a.
It was regarded as a free shot, because
Yeah.
as you said, red was protected by the boundary.
Yeah.
Tom couldn't move it very far.
Yeah.
The shot I was worried about was blue playing into black
Yeah.
on top of red, and red not getting any shot.
Yes.
Not easy.
Not easy, but doable.
Yeah. Anyway, he's got the lead back again
Yes.
now. 2 games to 1 down. So he'll be pleased to have taken a lead.
خالد أخذ الليد على السابع الحمد لله، كان مغلوب 3-2 3 الكل، وأخذ الليد دخل من اللاين الرصاص السابع، عمل 4-3.
2 good positional shots. Blue
Yes.
didn't get wired from yellow though, so yellow
And the
can
black
clear
is
blue.
hitting straight away and getting the red.
It's a good shot.
Yeah.
It's a good shot. Yellow was open on blue.
I think we're going to cut over to Lozano Fields. It's 5-5 at 11.
Okay, so we're just going to move over to the other match, which is 5-all. If you remember, Blake won game 1 with 5-all here. Blake playing blue and black, Brian Lozano red and yellow. And what do you think to these 2 players, Abir?
Well, we've been watching Blake for many years since he was a much younger one, but he's become a very good player. Lozano is for me is a surprise in this tournament. He's shown very good level. He's just played in the Egypt Open in last September.
Yep.
But he's doing much better in this one. So it's very tough to tell who would win such a match. Blake is playing harder, more attacking.
More attacking.
More
definitely,
attacking
yeah.
than Lozano. Yeah.
And he's got more natural power.
Yes.
So if Blake turns up to Gazir or Federation, those slow lawns won't be a problem to him.
At all.
But Brian,
Brian,
has
this would
less power.
Definitely, definitely.
And I know when I watch the ladies play in Egypt,
Yeah.
they're at a big disadvantage.
Of course, because of the type of the lawns.
Yeah.
You need strength.
So, Blake 2 balls in front, but this looks like Brian's decided
What's the score? Is it
5 all?
all?
Yeah,
Okay.
to give blue a go at the hoop. And I'm surprised because Blake's not going to turn this down, I don't think.
Yeah, this is not a very difficult one.
It's fairly
see.
straight.
Yeah. Oof.
That's come back to his feet. And I think that's a really good example for the viewers as to how firm the hoops are.
Yes.
You won't see many places other than United where, you know, the United there, it could have gone off the north boundary.
Yeah.
But very few places have hoops that are firm enough to come straight back at you.
Yes.
And now, big advantage. Oh, no, 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 no. And Brian doesn't even have to hit this hard. He can hit his normal Irish grip.
Yes.
And it'll get off the boundary and yellow will stay. Oh, interesting. He's gone back to Solomon for this. I thought
Switching grips, yeah?
Yeah, he does like Matthew. For his hard shots, he goes Solomon.
Yes.
And for his mid to gentle, he goes Irish.
Yeah.
And I thought he could just clear this with an Irish grip all the way to the boundary. And he's more accurate.
I think
Irish.
he's looking. There is a position that he wants to get the blue out,
Wired.
that it cannot see the red from the hoop.
Yeah.
Bit of history here. He went up 4-0 and then trailed 5-4 and then tied it at 5-5.
In this game.
So Brown was 4-0 down.
He was 4-0 up.
4-0 up.
And then Blake got up 5-4.
Oh, okay.
okay.
So, yeah, okay. So Brown will be feeling a little bit of pressure here, game down and having 4-0 lead. And he's gotten off the boundary. It wasn't on the wild spot down
he was
here that
aiming
we
for
wanted.
here. Yeah.
But it's still 14 yards away. And Blake will go full power at this. And again, you'll get to see how far his backswing goes. It's past horizontal.
Oh,
Shot in the middle.
Very good shot.
Wonderful shot. Khalid Kamel's just jumped through hoop 8 from 3 yards away.
Yeah.
Lovely
so
shot.
It's, now it's 5-3.
Yep. So all these positional shots are just as important as the shooting shots.
Of course, it's even more important. Is this good, the red?
Yeah, red's good. Black, I think, is weak. I think black's, 3 feet away from where I'm going to be trying, if not 4 or 5. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Brian play in between black and the hoop. Whereas if black had been really good, I think Brian might have had to shoot at it. That's weak again. That's nothing.
Too weak.
Yellow has to be between black and the hoop there.
And
You expect Blake to clear here.
Yeah, he's clearing red.
He's missed it. I think if we look at some of the other players that are in the tournament, people like Robbie Fletcher and Khalid, for example, is another one. I think they're probably better under pressure than some of the other players. And when you get to the end of these golf croquet championships, the ability to finish off a game and finish off a match often determines who wins.
Yes.
So Brian's now got the lead back again, having dropped it from 4-0 up. Can Blake play a good positional shot this time?
It's not good. It's not very good.
It looked to me as if that moved left to right.
There is a curve or something on the ground.
Yeah. which again will make Brian's positional shot quite tricky as well. I don't know which side the peg he's going to go.
From the left, theoretically. Oh, it went right as well.
Again, that's short. That gives black a
Should
clearance
go on the other side.
up to 13.
Yeah, it should go totally to the other side, even it went past the hoop. But he will have to take an action with the red one, I think, depending on where the blue would go.
Yeah, if this is good.
Let's see.
Ian Burridge, one of my friends, said that the positional shot from this boundary, the west boundary, up to hoop 11 and up to hoop 13 was like steeply uphill.
Okay.
Steeply uphill. That's a super shot, isn't it? Let's have a look. Past, is it?
Not even.
No, I can't see. The shelter's in the way. If it's in front, Blake will shoot at black. He might shoot at, sorry, but Brown will shoot at black.
He is shooting
He might
at the
shoot
black.
at black anyway. This is his shooting grip.
Oh,
Yeah, in the middle.
Good one.
Lovely shot. I expect Brown just to play back in here. Irrespective of where blue is, just put another ball back in, put the pressure on.
Blake is taking a position, yeah?
Yeah. Not blocking yellow.
Not blocking.
So Brown's going to get a shot to
at the hoop.
equalise at
Yeah.
1 game all. And he'll definitely take it. No other shots viable, really.
Testing the hoop.
I think there's been more fluency this tournament because you haven't had the referees coming on to keep hammering the hoops down. You've been able to play at whatever rhythm you want. So, just
concentrating,
visualising. See that yellow ball go through the hoop. Get your shoulders relaxed. So it's actually a standard grip rather than Irish. This is mid-pace shot. No.
So I think this game would be going to the 13th hole.
It's in the draws. And one of the big questions for Brian now that Blake's got a ball in the draws is at what stage is he going to give up hoop 12 and try and focus on 13?
Yes.
I wouldn't give up here.
He has a chance to go for the blue.
Well, I was thinking actually of going for the black. Because if he goes for the blue and hits it up to hoop 6, let's say, and black runs the hoop.
But is it runnable?
It is runnable.
It is runnable.
You need to probably jump it, but it's runnable.
Yes, he might risk that the blue would actually go closer to the 13th hole.
Yeah. So I'd probably clear black if it's open rather than blue. Because I think yellow can probably get blue out. Let's see what he's going to do.
He looks like if he's aiming at the black.
The one thing you don't want to do is get yellow north of black here.
Yes, otherwise the black would use the yellow to go to the 13th hole. I think he's going for the black.
He's got the black.
And we cannot see where the other ball went here.
Oh, it's going to go.
The red?
It's gone to the about 2 yards south of the middle of the north boundary.
Okay.
So I don't think blue's going to run the hoop.
Not yet.
I think black will clear yellow. Yellow
And
will
then
play
just
back
touch
in,
the
and that's a bad shot.
You should have taken a stop shot and stood somewhere, and here is the black.
He only needed to hit it half that hard.
Yeah.
Keep the black close to 12.
Yes.
And then he could just deem the blue or nudge it an inch.
And you can even pass the blue, and the black can promote the blue to the 13th if
Exactly.
needed.
Yeah. So I think black's not in the great position here. Brown will take position.
He's trying to force him to go.
Yeah.
To go through the hoop, but it's not good enough. It's too short, I think.
It's not bad, actually. It's jumpable.
Is it?
I think it is. I don't think Blake will want to run this. With red, really, red's almost guaranteed to get position at 13, I would have thought, from where it is.
But is the yellow, is it in a good position to take a jump shot or something?
Yellow's jumpable.
Jumpable.
I'm thinking black can clear yellow getting up to 13.
It's a risk.
So I'm just going to put this in the middle of the jaws and take the risk.
So what's the score with Khaled? It's 6-4. Okay.
Yeah, 6-4 to Khaled.
خالد في المباراة بتاعته 6-4 في الجيم الرابع لخالد وبيلعب ولاج ال 11.
Oh, I hate that.
He went through. So
Don't
now
want
the red
that.
will take a very good position on the 13th floor.
Really don't like that as a choice.
اوف خالد جلب ولاج ال 11 مع الأسف.
Look how easy this approach is.
Yes, it's too close. You should be able to put the perfect position. This is all because of the black shot.
Yeah.
If it would have been a stop shot.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, more mid-pace clearance. That's in front.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, but it's
But
in front.
it's good. So now the black is going for the red.
Nope. And another good chance to put in a good positional ball, ideally blocking black from running the hoop in case red fails.
Yes.
You could even play it. I don't like playing it at red because if it nestles onto red, it's really bad. So you probably want to avoid that. But I was going to say you could play it at red with 2 feet
At red,
of pace.
exactly, with a bit of stronger
A
pace.
little bit more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brian
Brian's
is looking the
actually
other way.
looking at blocking blue at red. I don't think he's very close to that line.
He's looking at both walls, maybe. No, he's going for the far end. Maybe there was a chance if he moved his ball like maybe a bit to the right to block, but
Yeah.
maybe it's not that easy, so he is going for the far end. This is a good one.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. Blake is taking the shot.
Very close.
Yeah.
I thought Brian wasn't guaranteed to run it from where red was.
But now
I
it's
think
much
9
better.
out of 10 he should run this. This is dead straight, not very long. And this is to equalise at... No, sorry, this is to equalise at 1 game all. Best of 5. Yeah, good shot. Game all.
Game all. Blake and Lozano.
So
moving
moving
now
back.
to Khaled and Tom.
Khaled 6-4 up. 2 games to 1 down. I'll just finish this game and then swap to another commentator.
Yep.
Quite a tricky choice this for Khaled, isn't it? He could clear blue, but that will give blue the chance to clear red.
And the black is in a very good position that to take this and the following one. So I would go for the black.
On the basis
and
that
let the blue take its chances.
If blue runs it by 3 yards, it's
Yeah,
not too bad. for you, is
exactly,
it?
not as bad as the black.
And Tom's worked that out
Going
and he
for
said,
the
no,
yellow.
I'm going to just try and develop this position.
Oop.
Yeah, almost the worst possible result for Tom there was he blew to run the hoop by 5 inches
Yes.
and couldn't get down to 12. This will stun this away. Might opt to move the red a bit to the left.
Exactly.
And that
Perfect shot.
puts it in position and makes blue's clearance to not straight in front more difficult because it's directly on blue's line. In between red and the hoop. That's short.
Now the yellow needs to take a good position so that when the blue goes for the red has a good chance to get the black and finish the hoop. Is it short? No, it's good.
It's a good shot.
Oh, okay. It's very good shot. Aiming for double ball.
Yep.
Yep.
Super.
Easy one.
And it's shots like that where when you get a little bit of a bobble, sometimes they don't get the second contact as well.
Yeah.
So he's played that very nicely. Hasn't thrashed it. He's hit it mid-pace to
Mid-pace,
firm,
just to achieve the purpose.
but no more. Yeah.
So I think Khalid now would be going for the hoop.
On the basis that he's 2 balls down.
Yeah. Oh.
I think what we could say is if he shot at black, he wouldn't have hit it because it was in the air when it went past it. Whereas at least it did hit the hoop.
Yeah. Going for the hoop.
No.
Oh.
No.
Hoop.
And he'll play in now, won't he? He'll let blue have a go at that, I think.
He should leave it to take its chances.
But really quite tight. Try and get the block. What a shot. What a shot.
Very good one.
Tom's already straight into it.
It's jump shot
Jump,
ready.
jump, jump.
Oh, so it's 1 game for Khalid now?
2
game to all.
So we've got the 5th game.
Yeah.
And I thank you for your company.
you.
I will
Thank
go
you,
and
Chris.
try and find you a co-commentator.
Okay.
And you can watch the last game.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Chris.
Abir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Two commentators.
Okay, well, I got one. We are back on Karen's camera right now. All right, go to the bathroom for this game comes back. Yep, no worries, we're gonna wrap up some commentators.
They're probably gonna take a break. These guys are sitting on their butt. Everybody's gonna take a break for a few minutes, so we'll just leave the cameras on and you can tell when the action starts again.
All right, welcome to game 3.
Brian's gotta turn his camera back on.
We have Brian Lozano versus Blake Fields. Brian Lozano representing Mexico. I am Ben Rothman doing the commentary here with another fellow world champion.
Yes, Matthew Essick here at your service for game 3 here.
Looks like Blake got good position, maybe a little angle, a little short, but both of them are Mission Hills alums. Brian's current club in North Carolina, what's the name of it?
Colaseja Country Club in Cashiers, North Carolina.
Right. And Blake was a Mission Hills pro for 1 year. Who knows, he may take up the helm again, but he's got a senior of high school keeping him busy this winter. So we'll see how that goes with 2-time in high school, senior classes, all his APs, and trying to coach the Mission Hills club members in croquet.
That's right. So we've got 2 7-6 games so far in this match. Blake won the first, and Brian with the second.
Sometimes affectionately called the hook, Hoop
Yes.
13s. They've gone to the hook twice in a row, one way for each player. So they're having a tight match. This has not been dominant. They're both playing really good croquet.
Yes.
They're both peaking at the same time. No one's really run away with it.
Yeah, and I think Blake's play has been pretty good throughout the entire tournament, but Brian has really looked better each day, and I think he's really – so Brian uses 2 different grips, and throughout the week he's been using one more than another, let's say, and it looks like in this match he's using both comfortably. And as another player who uses 2 grips, I think it's just a testament that he feels good about both swings right now, which is a big part of using 2 different grips.
Blake's able to leverage that position and Brian's 2 misses to pseudo jaws, but part of the advantage of going for that early clear is you're on the sideline, which doesn't seem like an advantage, but with positions like this where Blake doesn't get in the hoop, it's actually quite nice to be beside rather than having to jump or clear from, you know, a corner position where you might put him through. This is a low risk clearance effort, but it looks like he's gonna go for the clearance with yellow.
Yep.
I wonder, yeah, it's hard to tell with the angle because it's a huge difference. If Blake is 1 inch to the right or 1 inch to the left, he may not be runnable. So it's hard to tell from here what advantage. He could be rush peeling.
I think he's going for the clearance on red, soft clearance on red. Yep.
Okay.
I think he might have got red on the block line. If so, that's a fantastic shot.
Quite a combo. So he's hit red, taken away its hoop shot. He's blocked yellow's clearance on blue possibly, and he maintained position with black. That is a lot of priorities in one gentle shot. There's a lot going on in that little gentle tap. Oh, going for the jump clearance. That's how good the block was.
That's a great shot.
Ooh, yikes.
All right, so he's forced Brian into
little
jump.
gunplay.
I think he'll be able to get all the way down to 2 here, and he'll take a 1-0 lead.
All right, so that was nice and centered, even though it wasn't in the hoop. He's gonna have control of 2, but Blake normally doesn't mind being on the north boundary. He has told me before, you know, when he runs a 1-yard hoop, I think in a game previously it was running 11 from a yard to the south boundary, asking him why he didn't go for some touch, and he says when he goes for touch, it comes up way short and he ends up losing.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have been surprised there if Blake had run that north of 2, possibly to the north boundary. Very conservative position by Brian.
Yep.
Wow.
That's just, you know, Blake's power coming into play, where he's saying, I don't want to be sent to wherever I would be sent based on...
He even was concerned with Blake possibly rushing him to a wired spot on the north boundary.
That's right.
That would be, yeah, that's a lot of respect paid to his opponent there by not even coming within 10 yards of the hoop.
Yeah. So I think we'll see a close ball out of yellow here. Trying to get tight position.
This is his standard grip for a position shot, whereas we saw him do some Solomon attempted clears.
Yeah, so the only thing he uses Solomon for is power clearings, power hoop shots, and jumps. Any, you know, mid-pace to a little bit more than mid-pace clearing is going to be standard. All setup shots are standard. So I'd probably say he's about 75-80% standard grip. But the, you know, the 20% that we just mentioned are all Solomon grip.
Very risky clear there with Blake. He went for a clear of a ball that was kind of blocking between him and the hoop. Almost put yellow into the jaws, but these hoops are so firm that that's not as risky as it might be on a sand court because you can roll into the hoop and bounce out as you saw yellow do.
Yep.
You can see some sightings there of Tom Balding over there preparing for the big game 5. Ooh, Brian gets a little of everything on that shot.
Yeah.
Moved all the balls.
All 4 balls in motion.
A rare 4-ball move. Just reset all the positions.
So Blake's just going deep here. And I think yellow can see that, but I'm not sure.
But it's too far for a stop shot generally. But he might still he might try the stop shot on blue.
I think he
Just
is.
Get blue out of there and try to dribble over to the right into position.
That's a really good shot.
Nice. Got blue a good 10, 12 yards away at least.
Yeah,
no,
and
maybe 20. It's all the way down by hoop 5.
That's right. And for those of you at home, it's really tough on these lawns this week to have you know, a consistent result out of the back ball just because you don't know if you're going to get that hop or not, and it just tells you he had a really flat swing at impact.
Yeah, the courts are relatively flat, but they did aerate, so there are some little holes, so you can see that ball bouncing the whole way, partly due to Blake's power, partly just because if you hit it flat, it'll catch a little dip here and there and start popping in the air. So you see a lot of good center ball hits that act like half jumps. It looks like we're switching now to Game 5, K Kamel and Tom Balding. I think Tom played the first shot. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Because Khaled won 7-5, I believe. Nope, 7-4 in Game 4. So Khaled was playing great at the Egyptian Open. Took me out in the second round of the knockout, and then played great in the U.S. versus Egypt test match. And he was able to help lead the Egyptian team to 12-3 victory over us in Egypt. But he's run into a buzzsaw here. Bit of a difficult opponent where Tom is playing not his normal crack and smack big swing game, but some of the mid pace has helped Tom get through to this quarterfinals.
Yes, yeah. So he's normally playing at a a pretty top end pace as far as the rest of the players here, and he's kind of switched his style a little bit to the mid pace clearing, and you'll still see him hit one hard every once in a while, but he's trying to stay in that mid pace swing speed for the majority of the game, really, and majority of the match so far.
Looks like Khalid may have blocked a clearing on blue, so he wanted to go look, see if he really needs to move blue, and I think he does. So he's put yellow all the way on the south boundary. He could go up to a yard from the corner, trying to make sure he has at least half of that blue ball to see, because I don't think he wants to give Tom a 2-yarder to go up 1-0 and get control of 2.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous beginning to a critical Game 5 here. The winner of this is going to get a medal of some variety.
That's right.
So this is a huge game.
Yeah, we've got 2 in so far, with Ewan taking down Jose Riva and Robert Fletcher taking down my friend Ben here.
We don't have to talk about that. That's fine. Let's move right along.
So one of these two is going to be moving on to the semifinal as well, along with Blake Fields and Brian Lozano, the winner of that match.
Now, Tom made a recent AC semifinal in England last year. So he has a shiny bronze medal at home. Khalid, I believe this would be a first in a WCF, World Championship. So possibly more nerves on Khalid's side, but sometimes these are a bit of a rock fight. We might see some not great shots as the pressure mounts for these players. So these hoops are very firm. You can see even a player shooting as well as Tom can get rejected. I think both players, Khalid and Tom, in Game 4 had some of those short rejections, because these hoops, you really have to hit the middle 32nd of an inch to have a chance.
So looks like we're seeing Khalid take on the hoop here. And
all right, see if Khalid can take advantage of that rejection.
Nice shot.
Yeah, so if you hit that middle 32nd of an inch, you can see him run an angled hoop all the way down. They are set a little wider than some other tournaments, partly because of the difficulty of the lawns and partly because of the inexperience of some of our hoop setters. This is a relatively new club with a wonderful staff who's been trying to keep up with us on 24 lawns. So a really fantastic facility, but it's a lot of work to get 24 courts worth of tournament hoop set. So I think they were going between a 16th and a 3/30 seconds was the goal. Instead of some tournaments, it's between a 32nd and a 16th. I think there was a MAC where they tried to claim they were doing 64th. Yet to be told if the balls would even be that precise that you could get that. But they try real hard to make tough hoops, and this firm ground makes for tough hoops, even with a 16th inch cap. All right, so Tom did not get any sort of wire there, so Khalid's going to trust in that red clear. He's got to be a little wary to not also get rid of yellow. Tom playing a little quick there.
Yeah, so he had a jump shot at the end of Game 4 that he played really fast. And Tom's a fast player in general, but he was down 6-4 at the 11th hoop, and he had an opportunity for a solid jump, and it looked like he really rushed his routine and just popped Khalid through.
Yeah, sometimes that's nerves. Sometimes, you see a player, they know that the moment is big, and if they take longer, it's gonna affect them more. So you can see them sometimes rush the process, and instead of calming their nerves, they try to kind of go through the nerves. And sometimes it works. Sometimes, you trick yourself into not thinking about the moment. Other times, you deliver a poor swing at a critical moment.
Yeah.
So I thought Khalid might try to clear both. It looks like they are level with each other. He could have hit the middle, ended up with red and yellow at 2. And blue and black at the west boundary and peg high. But he's he's given Tom the stop shot.
I think after, the end of game 4, Tom missed a couple of shorter hoops that he normally makes, and then missing hoop 1 there, that was, a fairly short hoop shot for Tom. Maybe College's just trying to put that pressure on Tom with red in front, even if he misses this clear, saying, okay, you got to prove to make one first.
He's not going for the clear. He's really doubling down on that tactic. He's going to let Tom shoot this hoop. He's going to see how long Tom will take on 2-3 yarders, leaving Khaled an equal, or in this case, much easier hoop shot. And Tom not taking the bait.
Yep.
But that's going to make for a long battle if Tom won't take on a 2-yarder, 3-yarder.
Absolutely.
He's going to have to do a lot of clearing to earn a shot like that without one of Khaled's balls around.
Yeah, and for those of you that have watched Tom play or know Tom's game, that's not like Tom at all. He's normally from 3 yards and in, he's fairly consistent. So I think he's just looking for his swing a little bit right here. But as we know, it can change at any moment.
We also play a lot of sand-based courts where both of these players have the power to bully their way through a hoop. You hit the middle inch, and a sand-based hoop is just going to let you through. And as we saw at Hoop 1 and in earlier games, these courts are a lot tougher than that. So they put the fear of God in you, and you don't want to take on a 2-yarder when your opponent's sitting there within a yard. So we're going to see a lot of clearances here. It might make for a long game 5, though, if they won't take on a 2-yard hoop. A little short, probably not jumpable. Tom's just going to reset here. Tom's got the corner control, so if Khaled clears Tom's balls, Tom will be able to clear them farther. But we'll see. That blue might protect yellow from being cleared. We'll see if Khaled can play a control game, because certainly in Cairo and a lot of this tournament, he plays a big game as well.
Yes.
So it is different to see him lagging the position and giving his opponent these short hoop shots, because usually both of these players happily take on angled 3-yard hoop shots and happily go for 10 to 12-yard clears. It's interesting to see them settle into the 5th with a conservative mindset.
Yeah. I mean, I think they both realize it's game 5, moments big, quarterfinal of a world championship, and trying to feel their way into it kind of thing. But I think as this game progresses, we'll start to see somebody's got to start taking chances. And I don't think they'll both have patience all the way through.
Yeah, I don't know if he can see yellow. Yellow might have a jumpable shot. I can't tell if it's 45 degrees, more or less. Yellow might have an in-off attempt on blue, because that's low risk. At least you're getting rid of blue. He could hit blue, stop in position. Looking at it from the booth instead of on the camera, blue is about a yard back. So this is maybe not the easiest in-off. He's just going to stop shot it.
Yep.
So that's where I talk about corner control, is that Tom was on the corner side, meaning Khaled couldn't clear him more than 7 to 10 yards away. So this is going to be still very hittable. Even though he got a nice stop shot, he forces Tom to hit him. Tom going for that mid-range, good center ball mid-range.
Yep.
Really pulling that out of the bag these last couple days has been really helpful. That is, I credit that to Mark McInerney, 2011, kind of changed the game. He could also grip it and rip it, but he played a nice controlled mid-range game to win his final. Gave me the confidence to play the similar game and not think I had to grip and rip every shot. Which helped me in 2019. I know, Matthew, you sometimes, go for the Irish grip clears and, don't mind hitting the mid-range game. It can give you a great control where you clear the opponent 7 to 10 yards, but you stay within 7 yards. Make sure that you're in contention instead of spraying the balls, especially as they hop on these lawns. If Tom plays his big pace game all the time, his balls, he may center ball the clearance, but his ball will also go the same distance. You saw that a lot earlier today. In my match, certainly Robert Fletcher and I would center ball a 13-yard clearance, and sometimes the striker ball popped over the ball you hit and went farther away.
That's right.
So center ball was no guarantee of a good power transfer on bouncy lawns. So we'll see if this mid-range pace can...
Yeah, and I think it's an absolute necessary part of your game to really be at the top of, especially a tournament like this, but just a top
There
of
it
the
is
world.
again. That
It
clear on
is.
yellow.
And look at where black ended up. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, where it's
Yellow,
just
7
constantly
yards.
pressuring your opponent, and you're never at a point where you're at a distance, you're more likely to miss than hit it.
Yeah. The alternative is occasionally if you can get a good stop shot, they might miss position. So the cost of that mid-range game is that Khalid is not going to miss position from 7 yards. Now he's 12 or 14 yards directly perpendicular to a straight line path. Red might have an angled hoop shot. And that is where Tom could maybe shift from constantly clearing and having to center ball these 5 to 7 yard shots. If Khalid gets himself a tough angle here, it's a 20-degree angle. It's not too bad. But, eventually somebody misses position. We might see their roles shift where Tom could all of a sudden become the one going to position, Khalid having to clear.
Yeah. And he's just cleared that into really a position of power at this hoop as far as the return clearance on yellow once yellow sets is from the corner, in which he'll be clearing him to the long side of the court. And so we might even see Khalid clear this now and try to hold position. But based on what he's done so far, I expect just to set.
Yeah, so it was a good center ball with black, so he's only 4 yards out. Had Khalid gone for a stop shot there, he might have maintained position, and then black wouldn't be able to clear yellow to corner 3.
That's right.
But I don't think blue's going to end up with a hoop shot. Oh, maybe.
Ooh.
Blue will have a 30-degree hoop shot.
Yeah, and he's also cleared.
No, it's like 22 and a half. It's right in line with the offside peg, but it's 7 yards away. So I don't think Khalid has to worry about getting put in corner 3 here.
No, but I think he's actually going to take this clearance on black here, Ben. Just because of where red and black, the orientation they ended up. I think he can get it to near the corner and still, flick left a little bit to have a runnable
That's the cost
shot.
of Tom half-balled red on the left half, giving this. He maybe needed to hit it even more gentle with black where it was, or center ball it so that red could only clear black to the north boundary. So this finally opened it up. Khalid got to unleash that beast of a swing. And now Tom's going to unleash the beast of his own, see if he can clear or possibly run hoop 2. We're about to see the big game.
That's right.
After a mid-range volley there for, 15 shots, 16 good shots, getting position, getting center hits. You see a little bit of an error there in Tom. He needed to either hit red more gentle or black needed to be on the boundary. He should have maybe seen that as a risk. Maybe he just hit the left side of red. He meant to hit the right side of red. Oh, he's missed the long clear, so missed 25-yarder.
Yep, and Khalid's got a chance to go up 2-0 in the decider.
All right, got some chalk. Much less chalk than at the Egyptian Open. He was full LeBron James chalk hands. And then the good fun was after he beat me, he comes over, gives me big handshake, clap on the back, and there's just a cloud of dust. So I wouldn't be shocked if next time he gets the chalk on his hands, we see a little LeBron James throw it in the air.
Maybe we have to encourage that, Ben.
Could be fun. I would have a hard time translating. Okay, so we have a bug that has decided the yellow ball might be a flower. And so that is something we've all had to deal with out here. Virginia, not the least buggy place I've ever been. So
I can agree with that statement.
it happens. Sometimes these are the most colorful things in a couple hundred yards. Uh-oh, the bug did not like it. The bug has returned. We'll see. Sometimes it's the moment bothering you. Sometimes it's a literal pest. So I think we saw it hoop 5 in game 4. Khalid had one of these reject back to a 2-yard position. I would be surprised here. He was more composed. Tom had that at hoop 1.
Nice shot.
So it looks easy when they go through at pace. It's not that they're bullying the hoop, but they're putting on their best swing, their most accurate swing, because again, we're talking a 32nd of an inch. If you hit a little bit to one side, it's going to hit both stanchions, and it might pop back embarrassingly, like many of my hoop shots today, where it ends up 3 yards beside the hoop, despite you being within 2 yards straight in front. You can see a sneak peek of the previous match of Ewan versus Pepe Riva. For those of you curious about that score. Oh, we might be getting both scores on the board so that we can keep a little bit of track of Brian and Blake, but that one's going to go the distance. We got some time to focus here on Tom Balding. It's 38th rank in the world against K Kamel, 24th rank in the world.
Yeah, and so
can actually bring some statistical analysis here about what their ranks are in R32.
Yeah, while you take a look, Ben, I was talking to Kyle Maloof today and realized that, so we have 2 Americans left, and with Tom Balding and Blake Fields, and if one of them is able to reach the final, it would be the 5th straight world championship with an American in the final, which is a pretty cool thing as far as United States croquet. So
it's very diplomatic of you to say un-American when they were mostly you.
Well, it's not going to be me or the other guy on the list this time. We've got 2 new faces here and playing really good croquet at the moment.
All right, so this matchup, this was Ahmed Nasser's quarter, I believe. He was the 4th seed. It was his quarter. K Kamel was the 9th seed, 9th rank in D grade, not the 9th seed. We seeded based on block performance, then D grade with swaps. It was a complicated process. Don't ask me how it happened. Ooh, unfortunate miss there. He's missed the intended clear and put his own partner on the boundary. Sometimes that helps because the opponent can't then take you to the far corner, but he does not look happy. He doesn't look happy a lot of the time, but
no.
Particularly upset with that result.
That's right. And so in this case, Tom's going to be going for the block on red, just waiting for that placement of where that red ball is. And so he's maintained position and got him block on the red ball.
He'd like to have a hoop shot himself in case, black blobs, which is not impossible with these hoops, or red had some sort of crazy jump clear. But mostly he just wanted to stymie red. So in terms of the top 32 players, based on D grade, K Kamel was the 9th out of 32 based on D grade, not based on block performance. And Tom was the 16th ranked. So they are both already in the top 8. They've both outperformed their seed, so
Great
to
shot
speak.
there by Tom.
And the winner of this will be in the top 4 of the world. So to go in ranked 9th or 16th and come out in the top 4 or top 8, both of these players will be eventually happy with the performance. But of course, the loser today, it may take some time.
That's right.
So Tom's got control of hoop 4, but can't take yellow very far. So Khaled has managed to get position at the hoop, and Tom can really only take him to the near boundary. With a great cut, he might take him down, 12 yards away at most?
Yeah, I think with a really good shot, he could get him past the halfway peg. Actually, I think he can get him a little bit farther than that. It still would take a great cut.
All right, so the halfway peg would be 16 yards, I believe, from this hoop. Yeah, the halfway peg is 16 yards from hoop 4. So we'll see what Tom can do here to protect blue. Red's position might make Tom center balling yellow a pretty good play, because if you can put it where yellow is shooting at blue with red right behind it, then yellow would have to cut blue. If yellow center balls blue, all that power might just go into red. Blue could maintain a hoop shot. We'll see what happens. So Tom didn't go for a crazy cut, but it is near that peg. So hoop 4 is 16 yards, is probably a 13-yard clearance. But again, with red so close, that was a bit of an error by Khaled. Now his clearance can't be a center ball clearance. It would have to be a cut.
Yep.
It's possible. Do you have...
Cutting it.
We can see black is not blocking any part of this shot.
No, and actually, I think, Ben, with this angle, if he center balls it, he'll actually miss red.
Okay, he needs to not hit the left half.
Correct.
So he has center or right half of blue. Right half of blue, though, might also flick off, and yellow could clear red. So that red position made this a lot tougher. A brilliant shot.
Wow.
He got just left of center, so it missed red. Might have popped over the edge of it, but I think it was centered enough that it wouldn't have hit red. We'll see where Tom puts it inbounds.
Just a really good shot.
Might have hopped over red, yeah. Sometimes with the bouncy courts, not only does the striker ball bounce, but when it hits a ball, that ball pops in the air. So we've had some frustrating shots where you're trying to hit one ball and carry them off into another, but you pop over it. Tom did not take much time to set that up. Whiffs by.
Yep. Missed about 6 inches left of red, and red's going to have a go at the hoop here to take a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. Down 3-1, but sometimes you can string together 5 and 6. But just even winning 5 is tough because hoop 4 leaves you pretty close to hoop 5. It's a very defensible hoop. So we'll see if Khalid can benefit from that great clear by yellow. This is about a 4-yarder? 5?
I'd say 4.
He's going to go at it full pace.
Ooh.
We see that may not have worked on a sand court. Sometimes in Cairo, we were having you hit the center of the stanchion and the spin. The hoops have a much deeper carrot, so you would bounce back and the spin would carry you through on the second go. Not so here in Virginia.
Yep.
That I have not seen that happen much. Have
No,
you seen that? The
I have
second
not.
effort, maybe on a jump shot, it might hit, come down and spin through, but I did not see any center stanchion hoop shots that bounced back and spun. They are just vibrating at different frequency in this firm clay. Oh, Khalid, walking right in front of the camera, showing us. He's not happy.
So Tom goes for the 12-yard clearance on red. A little bit of an aggressive choice here.
He could have just cleared yellow, but then red clears black, and we reset. Probably.
I think he could have just set as well. He sets red clears black. Somewhere near the corner. Black has a nice clearance on yellow, around 8, 9, 10 yards max.
Yeah, it was aggressive. Had he center balled red, he had a chance at being near 5. That might have been a way to get multiple hoops off of that clearance.
That's fair.
But he would have needed a great clear and Khalid to miss, which doesn't happen much.
Yep.
But with a clear here, unless Khalid gets an in off, black will still have corner control of yellow. So unless Khalid's blocking that with red. But this is where you said blue could have taken a much easier play, just set.
Yep.
And then Tom would be clearing this with a crack and a smack, a big old swing.
That's right.
See a albino gorilla go ham on that yellow ball. But in this case, we just need a mid-range, dislodge that ball, stick around.
That's right. So he's going mid-pace.
Ah.
A little on the right.
It is.
Yeah.
I believe Tom has several official nicknames. We're getting some producer input here.
Quick Draw. Quick Draw is my favorite.
Quick Draw. Eggy, which is, it's evolved a little bit. It's Peggy sometimes.
Yeah, Peggy as well. That's right.
What else do we have for Tom? There's Tom Balding. There's a future nickname. It would be just Tom Balded. But we'll see. Time will tell.
Yep. Oh, Rambo. Rambo is Doug Grimsley's nickname. Shout out, Doug.
When he had the beard, I was thinking piebald because we got the yellow hair and the red hair. It was a bit of animalistic, but he's got albino gorilla, so it can never be too many nicknames. It's a moving target at this point. We'll see.
That's right.
Call it again for the 3-1 lead. A much closer shot than red had.
That's right. Hey, got it.
You can see him bully the hoop there. They don't move much, but when you hit it that pace, I think I saw that hoop shake significantly.
Yes.
So he's not going through super clean, but he's hitting enough of that, middle 32nd of an inch that at that pace, he got all the way through to the boundary. So here's where a lot of the hoops we've had distances of, from corner 4 to hoop 1, it's like 28 yards. From 1 to 2, it's 20 yards. From 2 to 3, it's 14. 3 to 4, it's another 20. This is the first one that's a hittable shot. But where Khalid is, because he has neither ball at hoop 4, where he'd have a 7-yard clear, he's looking at, 10 yards here or 12 yards maybe with yellow? I don't know what the conversation's about. Maybe an offside ball, black placement.
I think blue is offsides. And
did Tom play blue too fast? Quick draw. There it is.
That's where the nickname comes from.
Quick draw. He played too quick. Khalid had not even marked yellow in yet. He was still walking to get yellow when Tom played blue, which is very much against the rules.
I'm not sure that Tom actually realized that blue did not make contact with another ball. Knowing Tom, I really doubt that he intentionally did that. But I'm trying to remember.
So we have Mohammed Hassan there, who's helping translate. We have our tournament referee, Cheryl Bromley. And Khalid is pointing out that you're really not supposed to play before your opponent has a chance to tell you where they would like you to go with your offside ball. So yeah, quick draw, played it from the corner, which is not all that different from playing from offside, but you do have to wait and sometimes even proactively ask your opponent where they would like your ball, because offsides is no longer meant to be a secret, see if they figure out that you're offsides. You're meant to ask the opponent, where do you want this ball? And Khalid was not given a chance.
So here's an interesting thing, Ben. Obviously, Tom did not do it intentionally, but at this point, and he's come up a little bit short, would you have asked your opponent to play from the other side following them playing from the same side on the previous shot?
It's a good question.
I personally would.
Yeah, if there's hills involved, you might have, east to west be downhill, west to east be uphill or something. It worked out for Khalid. Tom is not in position, but it looks like Tom was going for about a foot in front.
Yeah.
So maybe he thought he was dialed in. Also, leaving it short, he does have a chance at a promotion. Again, yellow is not so far away, so I don't know. I mean, you might as well have a go at the promotion.
Yeah, that wasn't
but
very
yellow is
close.
only 12 yards away. That looks like a bit of a hill from court west to east. So we'll see if Khalid's just going to put 2 in front, and Tom's going to have to start a clearing fest. We might have a hoop 2 situation again. We're just going to have a bunch of mid-pace clears here. You don't really have corner position at hoop 5.
Yep.
You have the south boundary as kind of your close boundary. You don't really want to be knocked to either side because it's a full 13 to 16 yards away. And you do not want to be knocked north because you're out of contention for the hoop, got all the wires involved, and you could be, 20, 30 yards away.
Yep.
So he's cleared Khalid to the south. That's Khalid stayed on the short side of the hoop so that Tom's clear only put him, 10.5 yards from the hoop. So he's got 2 balls in front again. Yeah, it's going to be similar to hoop 2. Tom does have the chance for a combo here. Or an in-off, but he's probably just going to go for center ball, hope to hold position.
Yeah, he's been doing this really well so far today.
Is this going to be a firm swing or mid-pace?
This is mid-pace for sure.
Uh-oh. All right, yeah. To
a
me,
little
that
bit
looked like
more.
a big backswing,
Yeah.
but that ended up nice and mid-pace. He knocked it away 10 yards, and he only went 3 yards. That's exactly what we're talking about. That's it's a great, useful part of the game, a huge part of David Malouf's game. In fact, some would say his whole game is hitting that mid-pace shot just 100 times a game and frustrating you into missing position and eventually giving him an opening. Another great American player who survived the block play and several playoff rounds to qualify for the knockout. He ended up in the top 32.
That's right. And I think the Spanish play that way a lot as well. Not all of the Spaniards have that part of their game. Oh, that's a good shot, Tom.
Got a little bit of follow, just left of center. That's what's hard to do on these bouncy lawns, is trusting whether it's going to be a stop shot or a shot with a little bit of follow. When the ball is bouncing, that's really difficult to do, and he almost followed that right into the jaws of the hoop.
Yeah.
That would have been a game-changing shot. Again, down 1-3, he really doesn't just want to score hoop 5. He wants to make it past the peg so he can control 6 and catch up. See if he can tie it at 3s. So Tom is going to be looking to make 5 and get control of 6, and Khalid might just be looking to make any shot at 5, go up 4-1.
You know, I saw both of them look at the blue, and I'm not sure that, first off, it's runnable at all, but I'm also, based on that decision.
I'd like to correct you right here.
That's runnable?
These hoops are very jumpable. That thing looks juicy with a nice little jump shot, as if you're jumping a ball 1 foot in front of you.
But how far is it actually going to go once it gets through?
It's not going to help Tom get to 6.
Yeah.
But if he wanted to score with blue, I think he could run that by 3-4 yards.
Oh, really?
The problem is he might jump that and, jaws, or jump that and dribble through by a foot, and that would not help him tie the game at 3s. I'm not sure he's going to be given that opportunity because I think they know it's makeable. What do you think Khalid's going for here?
I think he's clearing the right half of blue.
All right. Hoping to maybe hit the right stanchion, come back into play.
Well, Tom's decision of the cuddle makes it very evident that it is makeable, and he thought so as well. But I think it's far enough left of center that he can get right half and take it towards corner 2.
No, he went for the jump. but he hit the right stanchion. Hard to see at this speed. Again, they're hitting so fast, but that ball is flicked off all the way towards corner 3. So now we'll see if Tom's just going for jaws. Nope, see, he ran it by 3-4 yards.
You're spot on.
Tell you, juicy little jumper. So the one thing about these hoops is that the carrots are only about 8 inches, the quadways.
Yeah.
Where Khalid is used to playing and where I recently played at the Egyptian Open, their carrots are deeper than the hoop is tall.
Yes.
So we're talking 14, 16 inches. They vibrate very differently. Jump shots very hard. The hoop rebounded so quick. Your jump had to be in the middle, maybe not 32nd, but the middle 1/8 inch of the hoop. Whereas these hoops, as firm as they are on the ground, if you hit it up high, they vibrate. They give you time for the ball to get into the middle of the hoop. They're very jumpable from angles, as Tom just demonstrated there. So Tom is not only through the hoop, he has a nice full backswing on that red ball.
Yep.
So he's going to hope to control 6. Just real disappointing position with black.
Yeah. And he knew as soon as he hit it. You saw his reaction. So yellow's long as well. Doesn't look like yellow's runnable.
It looks like he was trying to crosswire from black, and he has wired the right side.
Nice shot, Tom.
Tom just goes for the gusto. Mid-pace, though. If you told me Tom's going to shoot that hoop, I'm expecting the crack and the smack of the old Tom Balding swing. That was an incredibly moderate go at the hoop.
Yes.
But he ran it by 5 yards. So he hit that hard enough to be illegal in warm-ups, I'll tell you that. So he's leveled it at 3 by making 5 with enough speed to get a hoop shot at 6. Then he just went for it. So we're at 3-all. This is now, instead of a best-of-5 match, this is now a game to 4. And Khalid has got wonderful control at 7. But it's only 7 yards from 6. Very defensible. So Tom is defended. Problem with that mid-pace shot is, again, he's left Khalid that chance to take black to the south boundary, just like at hoop 2. So Tom has no choice but to try to clear yellow if he thinks yellow's runnable, because I think Khalid can easily put black on the south boundary, and that would probably win the hoop for him.
Yep.
So he's pre-cleared. Pre-cleared red with black, which sometimes gives you the opportunity to go to position with blue, but the fact that red could destroy black meant that blue also had to pre-clear. Now he could just take position with black if he likes the scenario. Except yellow has corner position on blue, so it's just a lot of pre-clears needed.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, so tell me, why did he want to cut that, Matthew, for our viewers?
So there's 2 things there. One, he's getting off the court straight behind the hoop to have a hoop shot and to control that back line, but also he's cutting it to a position where red, he has the corner position on red, where red can't clear him anywhere but towards the corner, which would only be 7 yards away if he did stay on lawn.
Yeah, possibly a really good cut from where red is, which is middle of the north boundary. A really good cut might put Tom to the halfway peg on the west boundary, but
that's right.
Can't take him to the south. So now we'll see a pre-clear attempt, it looks like. More of that mid-pace center ball. So he got a little left to center, so he maintained a hoop shot there, but just hit mostly center. That mid-pace game is going to give Khalid fits. Khalid Kamel. I mix them up because we have Muhammad Kamal and Khalid Kamel.
I think it's still Kamal, though, based on what the viewers have told us. Is it Kamel? I know it's spelled Kamel.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It is Kamel.
Well, yes, except we don't pronounce it that way. It's Kamel, I'm told.
Okay.
I could be wrong. It might be Kamal. I know it's not. It's not the same as the animal you ride in the desert.
Yes.
All right, so more of that mid-range game, just like hoop 2. Just a lot of gentle clears, a little right of center there. So again, Tom hitting red right of center has given red the opportunity to send black to corner 4 if something goes wrong. But that would probably be blue taking an aggressive hoop shot. Looks like yellow got a block.
Shot.
Yellow got a block, so this is a jump or a gentle clear.
Yep.
So more gentle clear, this time the right half. So now blue has corner position instead of black got the left half of red, giving red corner position.
That's right. So we're going to see a deep set out of red here.
Maybe the boundary sometimes.
Yep.
Nope, not this case. He's going to still give Tom a chance to hit him if he wants. Yeah, with these hoops, the boundary is not as often chosen as your spot for a hoop shot because a 7-yard run has to be a really good shot here.
Yep.
You'd probably, center ball a 15-yard roquet. That's about the equivalent of the accuracy you need to run a 7-yard hoop. It's it makes clearing a much more viable option than running a long hoop because they are so punishing.
Yep.
See if he gets left half. No, a little right half. That might be a slight error of his mid-range game.
Yeah, but I actually think he's got a half ball wire.
Okay, so
black
yellow
on-
is
red on
blocking
black.
red on black.
It is.
But red might have a go at the hoop.
I think he will.
Red might stop shot blue, try to maintain position, but no, black would still have a hoop shot then, yeah.
Yeah, black's too good, I think.
Is black hampered on the hoop, you think?
No, so black actually has a clean run at the hoop. Maybe his stance is hampered, but he actually has a good shot on the hoop. It might be a slight angle, but I think this is no doubt a red shot on the hoop.
Yeah. I was wondering if black had a hampered backswing or something. All right, so red has nothing in between him and the hoop, but he only could see the right third of black. So it looks like he's going for the hoop. A little open John Wayne stance, and then he comes and narrows it down. Grip it and rip it.
Oh.
Again, those 7-yard hoops. That might not have gone on a sand court either, but sometimes just knowing the hoop is difficult can affect your swing because you know it has to be absolutely perfect swing. So we'll see if Tom can get through. No, again, Tom is going a little casual there. He's not taking his time. He might be...
I think he's blocking yellow.
There's a little bit of the quick draw aspect, but it might just be that he's trying to play quickly through the pressure rather than taking his time. You see Khaled has no trouble taking his time, doing that John Wayne open stance, and arrows it. He goes through his same routine. Tom's getting a little twitchy there, as you can see on the screen. Tom's dancing. Got a little bit of dance. I'm not sure what Tom's doing.
Oh, so he went for the jump.
So he was blocked. He went for the jump. You can see he wanted it. He felt it there in his nether regions, but it did not go through. All right, Tom gets a nice controlled clear yellow. Black missed but stayed in front of the hoop. So part of these really firm hoops is that if you miss the hoop shot, sometimes you flick off. You could hit the center of the hoop and spin to the back or spin to the side. Sometimes you hit the center of the stanchion, you flop right back in front. And Tom really benefited. He flopped right back in front of the hoop. So yellow's able to clear, blue's able to clear yellow, and black is still a threat at the hoop, having missed.
So we got a question from Judith. So AC players place the ball on with their back to the lawn. Should that be the case with GC2?
But I try to do often you're, following the ball like Khaled, if he wanted to go mark red in now, which he doesn't seem to desire, he could walk all the way over there, and if it might be critical, he could put his mallet down where the ball crossed, grab the ball, and just kind of walk looking down so he's not looking, and put his back to the lawn when he puts it in. I'd say 95% of the time you mark a ball in GC, it's not critical. Or it's not yet critical. It may become critical, but at the time you're marking it in, you don't even know if the person playing the position is going to be wired from you. So most of the time it doesn't matter. I think that those few times that it is critical, you need to pay great attention, possibly get a ref to watch position when you're trying to rush a ball to a spot. But yeah, I would agree if you know you're rushing a ball to a position that might be wired from a ball that is already in place, then yeah, you should go put your mallet down or a marker down to mark the spot. The striker is responsible to follow the ball, mark it in, and when they mark it in, they should be marking it in based on their view as they walk over, not turning around to look to see if it's wired.
Yep. So we get Tom running hoop 7 down behind 8, just south of 8, and it looks like with his shot on, wow. So it looks like he was shooting at, he might have had a double there, but he was shooting at yellow due to the fact that black is wired.
Yeah, so black did a great job of running 7 hard down to get control of the hoop 8 area, but he went past 8, which is common. A lot of players run 7 to the south boundary when they're tough hoops like this or when you're running it from distance. So he got south of hoop 8. Kamel got really good position wired. So yeah, Tom went for the double, bounced off the hoop. Can't tell if he's blocking yellow at all. I don't think so.
I actually think that shot was at blue to try to either
Combo?
combo or stymie.
At that speed, that must have been a combo attempt.
It had to be.
He was trying to hit blue into yellow, which is a tough shot and one that, I don't know. When I line that up, I'd take a good while to make sure that's lined up. He's living up to the quick draw nickname, I think.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Khalid can score here. Check in the hoop, make sure it's still firm in the ground. So my question to you, Matthew, is if a looser hoop is easier to run, why do players want the hoop to be firm in the ground?
So I think that the main reason for that is a consistent result of the shot. A good shot on a firm hoop is going to go all the way down, whereas if
I'd like to remind you we're at hoop 8.
we are at hoop 8. So in this case, that's the reason I do not check the hoops personally.
At hoop 8?
At hoop 8, definitely. But I think the main reason is just a consistent hoop. I think it's what they're used to, and I would say the majority of the Egyptian players check the hoop for every hoop shot that they take. So a nice shot by Khalid there.
You can see it kick up a little dirt around the hoop, so he's still moving it, bullying it a little, but he is now 4 also. Instead of a best of 5 resulting in game to 4, it's now a best of 5 resulting in a game to 3.
Yes.
Ooh, great camera angle. We can see that Tom has a makeable hoop, not one you'd love, but certainly makeable. A juicy jumper if it's within 2 yards. What's the distance?
Yeah, it looks like 2 yards, maybe 2.5, 3. Yeah.
All right. Not my favorite jumping range, but Tom might have that in the bag.
Yeah, well, I was talking about you earlier on the broadcast, Ben, about I think that you and Jenny Clark have been
Gross.
the two that I have noticed the most this week, jumping those short angles and having the most success with it.
Then you didn't watch game 2 and 3.
No, I did watch. I was actually commentating on a little bit of it, and
Okay, so before games 2 and 3 today.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Okay, fair. But yeah, I found, especially after playing in Egypt where the jumps were so difficult, I found great comfort that I could jump these hoops again when I had a close 45-degree angle, especially within a yard. Within a yard, your accuracy is going to be pretty good, and getting that ball 6 inches up moves the hoop a lot more, and it just lets you through like a hot knife through butter, as Tom, the metaphor Tom used the other day.
That's right. So it looks like Tom has gone for position there,
The simile
and he's actually bumped red a little bit south, and actually ended in a position. I think he's blocking red, and
Wait,
blue obviously has the clearance on red as
So
well.
it would have helped red to get knocked in front of the hoop, but you think it's blocking yellow on blue?
No. I think that red was runnable in the first place.
Okay.
And I think he's actually bumped it back. It's still runnable, but black is in red's path towards the hoop, and now blue has an easier clearance on red with black sitting, a foot in front.
Okay.
So Tom's in a very strong position here.
All right, and Khalid asking for relief because with the great area around the courts, one of the benefits of this venue is that you don't need relief. There are no courts that have hills around the courts or gutter around the court that you would need to take relief. So this was one of the rare instances where Khalid must have been in an old hole or maybe one of those aeration holes, so he needed to bring the ball in a little bit. In other venues, certainly in Egypt, great shot. In Egypt, they'll take relief every time the ball is on the boundary because there may be a gutter or a hill or even a curb around the edge of the court, preventing them from playing a clean shot. There it is.
Good shot, Tom.
Finally walks up to a quick draw hoop and runs it clean. So you can see there when you hit that middle 32nd of an inch, even from an angle, that ball makes the hoops look simple and easy.
Yep, that's right.
A good friend offered me the advice. It's an easy game, and you're good at it.
That's right.
So Tom has scored down. He's 5-4 up. 5-4 is a good place to be, but 6 is the critical score. You got to be the first to 6 to really increase your odds of winning here. Why is that, Matt?
Once you get to 6, as the first one to 6, you are guaranteed no matter what the first shot to 13. And, I think that's just you might have the statistics on it yourself, but the first shot to 13 is a huge advantage as far as your chances to win the game.
Yeah, I know not to be short on that first shot to 13. But
That's for sure.
Yeah, I think it's, especially if you can get up 6-4, you have a couple of hoops there where you're going to be first to the hoop. Oh, was he going for yellow? Looks like he barely missed red.
Yeah, I think he was going for red.
It's a nice, icing on the cake there to miss on the right and clear the near ball.
That's right.
Was yellow runnable?
I'm not sure that yellow is runnable, but I actually think it is based on the fact of where black is sitting. I actually think black is a possibility to run as well.
Black, we are looking at it from about the peg towards hoop 10, and black looks to be a little bit left of the peg to hoop 10, so more than that, whatever, 30-degree angle. If we look at the corner, it's less than 45, though, right? Black has a less than 45-degree angle. That's one of those juicy jumpers that Jenny or I would go for every time. So Khalid is going to take the hoop, and maybe, if he misses, leave Tom a juicy jumper. But I guess he just wants to keep Tom off of the 6th point. And again, from 10 to 11 is very defensible. Oh,
Ooh.
That was a poor swing.
Yes.
He has somehow missed back to hoop 11. He must have hit just left of center on that red hoop. Tom tried to play the ball. It doesn't have a hoop shot. Don't see that too often. Usually players would play out of order to get a hoop shot and have to be corrected. Oh, nice. He didn't even have to go for the jump. He got a nice controlled shot. Red's now offside and directed to the west boundary. Khalid, frustrated that there's no ball boy to do it for him, has to go move the red ball himself. What kind of show are we running here, guys? What kind of show are we running? Somebody help that man out. So Tom has gotten the critical 6th point. So no sense messing around trying to wire from yellow, wait for a nice straight hoop shot there. He took the shot he had, got the 6th point. Now he's not first to hoop 11, but 11 is defensible. He ran 10 nice and gentle, so he's got a nice short clearance there for black on yellow. But he will be the first ball to 12 if he loses 11.
Yep.
And he'll definitely be the first ball to 13 if he doesn't give Khalid any way to get up there first.
That's right. So Tom Khalid hit a good shot. Perfect position there at hoop 11, and I believe Tom's gotten the block as well. So we'll probably just see Khalid play into position here, and we're going to see probably another one of those mid-pace clearings out of Tom from around 7 or 8 yards.
I would argue this 7-yarder, as somebody who plays the mid-pace game a lot, this is the one where I want a crack and a smack.
I agree, but
this
based
is
on what
where
we've
you'd
seen,
want to go ahead and make sure that ball is at least 13 yards away, even if you hit half ball here. So this is where I like Tom taking a big swing, because you don't want yellow at hoop 2 with a 7-yard clearance. You want yellow on that west boundary, preferably corner 1. So we'll see. Yeah, crack and a smack. Got it all the way west boundary.
Yeah, great
See
shot.
if he got a hoop in the way. Probably not, but that would just be gravy. So Tom is now putting a ton of pressure on Khalid. He's up 6-4. Khalid's got a 13-yarder, maybe a little more. If he misses this, that's the medal. Khalid will join some very distinguished players in the 5 through 8 range. Thank you very much. But it's a clutch shot here. So game 5 has been reduced to a game to 3, and now Khalid's got to make 3 points in a row here to win it, starting with this clearance. A hush falls over the commentary box. Great shot. So that's where you saw yellow pop right in the air. So he didn't hit that jump on purpose, but at a great pace with a little bit of bounce. When he made contact with blue, yellow flew in the air, and I think narrowly avoided also knocking red out of position, which would have been very frustrating despite a great swing.
Yes.
So now Tom facing similar but much lower stakes, because if he doesn't clear this, he's still first to hoop 12 or 13. So he's cleared a much less central shot, but equally critical here at 11. So you can't see on camera. Black is about peg high, maybe 10, 11 yards from hoop 11. So Khalid could get good position here, and Black will probably have a good chance clearing. Blue went all the way to the west boundary, though. All right, we're told maybe Red's got a half. Black only had a half ball of red. He didn't really look at it, though. He just threw it into position. Looks like he's trusting Blue for a similar shot that Khalid just had from the west boundary, trying to clear a ball. The danger here for Tom is not Red scoring 11. It's Red getting control of 12, right, Matt?
That's right. Yeah, if he can get down to 12, then we're looking at a strong possibility of 6-6 here.
Okay, so got 3 balls in a row. Might be more aligned than Orion's belt. Oh, but he got a great
shot.
clear.
Tom.
Cleared it to the north boundary, but very important. The trouble is yellow also in a position that could run down to 12. So we'll see if red, so red on black in a normal game of GC, I'd say you're in great position. At this level, you are vulnerable to being sent to corner 1.
Yep.
At this level, these 7 to 10 yarders are missed very rarely. We're in the Venn diagram here. We're not just is Khalid hitting his 13-yard clearances in the center. Tom is hitting his 13-yard clearances. A little right of center on that one, but they're both playing so well that we're gonna see some good croquet these last couple hoops.
Ooh. So a close miss on the right.
I stand corrected.
Commentator's curse, of course, Ben.
Yeah. Well, I'm all for it. Yeah. Oh, Tom. Yeah. Double curse. So not only did Khalid miss the shot they had just been hitting, he had just been hitting center ball from farther distance. He missed what, a 9-yarder there, and then Tom had a simple stop shot just to get yellow away and maintain position, and he failed to stop. That could be the court. Again, it's a little bouncy, so sometimes you hit a perfect stop shot, and if it hits a bump, it rolls extra on you, because if you don't hit that yellow ball perfectly center, you're going to roll.
Yep, good camera angle there. So blue's in runnable position there.
But black might not be able to clear yellow. Yeah, so blue, great position to run the hoop. Problem is yellow plays before blue, and black cannot see yellow. So black won't be able to put yellow on the boundary without a jump of some sort. Black might have to go for a block. See, Khalid just trying to get back in play from corner 1. Ooh, good pace, but unlucky there. Hit the right stanchion and fell toilet bowled around an old hoop hole.
Yeah.
So that's less than ideal. That means Tom doesn't have to do much. He's just going for a block on the hoop shot. But what happens in a couple shots here? What do you see, Matt?
So
sorry. What do you see, Tithyu?
Yeah. So so black is just played in a position. It's looking like there is a stop shot for red coming up soon, and red's going to be able to clear black and take position. And hold position, and take control of the hoop.
Yeah, so yellow can clear blue if he can stick around just within 5 yards, not backside of the hoop. Then red will stop shot black and have a hoop shot, and Tom's going to have to hit a clearing with black or blue. He might have 2 swipes at red. Oh, but he just went for the jump and took it.
Wow.
Khalid not messing around with center ball clearances or stop shots. Jumps all the way down to the, is he on the south boundary?
Yes.
All right,
all the way
that
down
went
to the south
all the way
boundary.
through 11 in the south boundary, 5-6. So this is where Tom gets the benefit of being first to 6. So Tom is going to, despite a great shot by Khalid, Tom gets to be the first ball to hoop 12, attempting to wire yellow from blue. He's looking at it. It might be. So we have an update on court 10. Blake Fields, the 18-year-old upstart, has defeated his former club pro, Brian Lozano, in game 3. So they'll be going to game 4 with Blake Fields up 2-1. And finally opened up a margin on Brian. A devastating 7-5. No longer going to the hook. Now Khalid going to see if he has a shot on blue before even playing red. So he had to come all the way to the south boundary to see about that clear, because this is the match. If yellow doesn't have a shot on blue, he's got clear blue now, or block it or something.
That's right. I think he's going to go for the block. I really do, based on what we've seen from him so far.
If he's got the peg in the way, might he go for a hoop?
Absolutely.
We'll see. This could be a block, could be a clear, might be a hoop 12 hoop shot. No, he's going gently. Going to position.
So yellow must have a line.
All right.
Or he just wants to put that pressure on, and he might throw yellow in front as well. I think it depends on how good
that
black
would be a heck of a play here, down 6-5, to just give this 2-yarder to your opponent. Maybe if he was wire on, maybe his only other option was jaws or run the hoop, and he chose position. So maybe if red was wired on blue and yellow was wired on blue, this is just the way to put pressure on, because if red misses the hoop, there's no pressure on yellow.
Yeah.
So black has also just come down. Black might be runnable. Not a very juicy jump. That's 2-3 yards. It's a very missable jump. 45-degree angle for black.
Yeah, he's got to be going to blue here.
Looks like Khaled's dialed in on that blue ball. Ooh, first refusal. You know what that means, audience. All right, with that business done, we'll see if Khaled, he goes his big open John Wayne Western stance, then he narrows it down. It's almost his feet as close as Rob Hurst. I don't know if he can squeeze a mallet between those feet. He's got to be above the soles of his shoes.
Yeah, so
that barely fits.
Muhammad Nazar is very similar, actually. Very tight feet and rolls out as he takes his back swing.
Oh, he's got it.
Shot.
He not only did he have it,
Does he have
had
position
the right
at 13?
half, rushed it towards corner 2, and he is down at position at 13. Camera pan to 13, because that is an amazing shot. Yellow is now 3 yards straight in front of 13, maybe 4. So this is a ton of pressure on Tom. Not only could yellow see blue, but red now has a hoop shot. No, it fell. I think he had a good swing, but that wasn't the smack in the crack.
No.
And it fell off to our left, Tom's right, giving Khaled a chance to run 12, and Tom has made a critical error of giving Khaled a hoop shot when Khaled has legally flicked off blue into position, not just near 13. He's in position at 13.
Yeah, he's about 4 yards back, maybe 5.
You can
it
see
looks
him
like almost dead in front of 13.
Taking his time
So this is a big shot.
to steal his nerves. Tom has been kind of rushing through the pressure, as you saw there on that blue shot. Tom is a little twitchy, just trying to walk up and hit the ball, not worry about it, not think about it. Khaled takes the other approach. He's going to walk, he's going to stalk, he's going to slow down, and he's going to do his routine and give himself time to quiet any thoughts of, this would be a bad hoop to miss.
Yeah.
Or, if you miss this, that's the semifinals. So he's quieted all those thoughts. He's going to put his best swing on the ball and try to forget about the fact that he's got yellow sitting in front of 13.
Wow.
There it is.
What a shot. Okay.
Finger to the score. Also, I'm sure there's a quiet Allahu Akbar there. As God is good. And now Tom has lost the benefit of being first to 6. It is 6-all, and Tom has got to clear this ball. Taking no time, just swings on it and missed.
Close right miss. And Khaled's going to have a shot of a very similar distance for the match.
So we're looking at more than halfway, so 4 yards. 4-yard, but straight on. And that is hard position to get with a single ball shot. He did that from the south boundary, clearing a ball 12 yards away, and he hit the perfect shot, clearing blue near corner 1, within view of that corner peg, corner 2. And he ended up in beautiful position. He's taken his time, having him firm up the hoop. Again, I might argue that if it's a little loose, it might be easier to run. But as Matthew said, consistency is key. And most Egyptian players check every hoop.
Every time.
Because they're used to hitting the hoop hard and it getting loose. And like Matthew said, they don't want any unusual results from hitting the hoop. I would argue these hoops, you'd very much benefit from a slightly loose hoop.
Yes.
Because it's not going to have a weird result, except that you might spin through and win. Okay, he's refused. But that was like midway to the walk-up. He didn't take any practice swings or anything, so that's dealer's choice on that one. So here we go. John Wayne, big, wide, open stance. I don't know what he's looking at. I don't know what he's doing. You can see the chalk on the hands. You can see the Subaru making a great reverse back there. And here comes Khalid Kamel. Game 5, hoop 13, after flicking off from the south boundary, clearing the ball at 12 to this position. Upper and Lower Egypt are proud of Khalid Kamel. Allahu Akbar.
What?
Naguib there to give him a big hug and lift him up. Didn't know that was in Naguib.
What a last 3 hoops. I mean, just extremely impressive. Congrats to Khalid. Tough luck for Tom, but what a finish there.
Khalid kept his composure very well. You could see him calm his nerves, steel himself, and hit his shots with his same routine he'd been using all match. He weathered the storm. It's a game of runs, and Tom had some amazing runs there to get up 6-4 in game 5. But you could see Khalid weather the storm and just stay steady. He played his shots. He played at his pace. And my goodness, that transition from 12 to 13, that 4-5 hoop from Yellow's clearance of blue at 12 to Yellow's hoop shot was just a fantastic sequence of shots for Khalid Kamel. Unfortunate for Tom because that clearance after Khalid flicked off to 13, Tom's clearance looked like it was gone. It looked like it was going to hit at 12. That was just unfortunate. Hard luck, as they say in Arabic.
Yes.
Hard luck that a good swing by Tom. Maybe the mid-pace was not a good choice for that swing.
Yeah. Because then you just give the court the ability to take it away from you. And I just think he had a lot of confidence in that swing, and he was just sticking with it.
All right, you can see Chris Clark there, Steve from Capital Croquet, Michael Albert doing yeoman's work. Deal. Do you have a cat? So there you can see some spectators. Muhammad Walid. We have Matt Griffith, helpful referee. I think that is that Paul Bennett, Steven Jackson. Who's that?
I think it's Paul Bennett.
Paul Bennett.
Yep.
Right, the pride of Arizona.
That's right. So we're going to get over to Game 4 of the Lozano Fields matchup very shortly.
I mean, can we at least spend a minute talking about that finish? That was fantastic.
Oh, that was incredible. I mean, what a match, overall. It was, back and forth the whole way, and Tom took the 2-1 lead, and just the composure of Khalid to really come back. And
you could see he was rattled. He was not used to being behind. I think he won all but one match in the block. Like I said, he went to the third round of the Egyptian Open, dominated the Egyptian versus U.S. Kamal Cup, Kamal, not Kamel, and so he is not used to being challenged like that. So had this been a best of 3, Tom would have won 2-1.
Yep.
And that was quite a comeback. Again, Game 4 didn't seem to be terribly close. Khalid pulled away, and then Game 5, that was a rock fight.
Yeah, I mean, well, so Khalid was up 3-1 going to hoop 5, and we were talking about Tom's chances to come back, and then Tom goes on a run to go up 6-4, and
yeah, he made both 5 and 6. He leveled it at 3, so the lead did not last.
That's right.
And that was 4-all, and then 6-4 was Tom's big breakaway there. Broke away to 6-4, but made a bit of a not really like a strategic error, but it was just the error that Kamel was able to run 11 all the way down past 12, where and then Tom didn't get wired from him. So things you don't often think as being critical. They run to the south boundary. You're 12 yards away from them, but he needed to be wired.
Yep.
That was how he would have exercised the leverage of being first to 12, is by getting down there wired from Yellow.
That's right.
And as we saw, Yellow, a 12-yard clearance from the south boundary, clearing a ball in front of hoop 12 all the way to corner 2 while gaining position at 13 was just the perfect shot.
Yes,
to
good
win the
position.
match.
Good
to
position
win
at
a
13.
best of 5.
Really
I won't get over that. I mean, hoop shots were both great. Red running 12 and Yellow running 13. But that was one of the best clearances. I think one of the most critical clearances I've seen in a long time. That was fantastic.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff.
So, yeah, a great finish. You'd see both players at the peak of their powers. Tom missed by a hair, both his clearance at 12 and 13. Those were not bad swings. Those were good swings. Just didn't work out. And now, I think I'm ready, Matthew. I think we can move over to the North American matchup. A last chance for an American or a North American to make the semifinals.
Yes. So this is our last American left, and well, 2 North Americans as been mentioned, and 2 good friends as well. So getting a chance to watch these guys match up is going to be a lot of fun. Going into Game 4 with Blake having a 2-1 match lead.
Oh, taken no time to just smack that red ball to the boundary. It may have been runnable. I don't know if it was even that juicy of a jump, but Blake's taking no risks and just putting it on the west boundary.
Yep. And
a great start.
Yeah, a really good start. And I think red, is going to have a choice here. With Blake being the person that he's playing against, I think we're going to see a controlled clearance on black. But he might tempt him to run the hoop and just say, hey, I'm going to throw one in position and
let Blake take that swing.
Yeah.
So, usually the coin toss is a big advantage. You're first to hoop 1. It's, a full 21, 23 yards away from corner 4. Blake has neutralized that by hitting. And, yeah, you were right. Brian went for the controlled clearance. You can see that even hitting the very edge of black, he didn't go all the way out of bounds hard. He did sadly flick off towards corner 4. Blake, little bit of discretion there. Didn't take a swipe at the 6-yard angled hoop shot.
Yeah.
He's just gone to position now. So we'll see how this plays out now. I think Blake realizes with red flicking away there that if he just waits, he's going to have control here. He doesn't need to go for that hoop shot.
Yeah. No, I think he's in a strong position. And, Brian has been really taking advantage of missed hoops this tournament. And I think he's done a really good job of capitalizing on mistakes. And
all right, the reason he missed that is he was not aiming at the center of black. What was he aiming for, Matthew?
So he's trying to get a cut on black. He's trying to get the right eighth of the ball to a quarter to an eighth of the ball to take control of the south boundary there, and also get black to a position that's very difficult to run from.
He was happy with yellow's position, but he wanted to move black 5-6 yards to our left, to the east, so that black was unrunnable, and then yellow would be on that boundary. You can see referee Matt Griffith there. And we have B-Dog going for a clear on black because, Blake waited, did not take the 6-yarder, but he will take that 2-yarder, and he'll run it to the north boundary if you give him even a little bit of a look. Oh, so there it is.
So there's the first Solomon grip swing of this game. We'll keep up with that as we go.
All right. Proud parents, Justin and Janet, watching there. Former partner Sharif, not paying much attention at all, but he'll hear the crack of this hit and cheer him on nonetheless.
Yeah, great shot.
There it is. See some applause. There we go. A little golf clap. Blake all the way down to the north boundary. he doesn't mind letting you try and get wired. He just wants to be as far through as he can be so that he might have control hoop 2 there. So that is 1-0 for Blake, up 2-1 and up 1-0. So it's Blake's to lose at this point.
That's right. Yeah, and he looks like he's playing really well. I mean, he's been in good form the entire week, but especially today. I think he's played some really, really good croquet and had to wait a while on this match as well. Blake
finished yesterday, right?
That's
he
right.
finished late, but he finished his second round match. Had to wait for Brian, and who was Brian's opponent?
Brian and Felix. And Brian and Felix were the only of the round of 16 matchups that did not play any yesterday. And so he had to wait for an entire best of 3 to finish, with Brian getting a full best of 3 in of play before Blake got a chance to play today.
So that went 3 games, meaning this is Brian Lozano's 7th game of the day. The marathon man here from Mexico.
That's right.
Trying to just summon it because he needs it to go 8.
That's right. That's right. He's trying to force that 8th game of the day and the 5th game of this match. And, he's got a tough matchup here with Blake, especially playing as well as he is right now.
Yeah, that's I'm not sure if that's a fortunate or unfortunate cuddle there by Red. It might hamper Blue's shot.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, Black taking no chances on leaving Yellow a 3-yarder. Not sure what Blue can see or if Blue can get rid of Red. One of the options when your opponent has landed that close to you is to just play one-on-one. Blue could choose to move around an inch or 2 to either side and hamper Red's hoop shot, hamper Red's clearance, hamper Red going to the next hoop, and we could just see Black versus Yellow for a while.
Yep.
What do you like to do if you get a hamper? Who do you think's got the advantage here, Black or Yellow?
I think in this case, Yellow would have the advantage. It depends on this shot right here. So I think the first to the hoop in the situation of, a stalemate between 2 balls is the one that has the advantage. But it looks based on what Blake's, approach here. He's going for the hoop.
Giving us no time off of Red and the hoop.
Nope, so he's calling a fault on himself.
Oh, he's hit it with his mallet possibly. Weird to signal the hoop and then the fault.
I think he was just actually signaling to let Brian and maybe the spectators know that, hey, I have committed a fault, which is then why he followed it with the mallet. And so Brian has a choice here. For those of you that are curious about the rules, Blake has committed a fault, and Brian has a choice to bring the balls back to where they were prior or leave the balls where they are, and you cannot score a hoop as a result of a fault.
So even if Blake went through the hoop, which he seemed to signal, but maybe he was just signaling he had a fault, had Blue gone through the hoop, the fact that it happened during a fault, Brian could leave him there. No points are scored in a faulted shot. So Brian reassessing. Looks like he'll happily leave Blake on the north boundary. Got to kind of walk around, check where the balls are. That really does change the scenario of the hoop. So he's just reorienting himself, trying to make sure, taking the K Kamel approach of just going to walk around, get settled, steal himself, rather than just walking up and hitting the ball.
That's right. And I talked a little bit to Brian after his match with Yasser Syed. And, I said, hey, great job, the whole thing. And he said his biggest thing was staying calm. And I think that's a really important part of his game as far as, dealing with the pressure and trying to handle these pressure situations is taking his time, staying calm, and just not thinking too much about the situation that he's in. So Brian's going to take on this 3.5 yard hoop and try to level the score 1-1 in Game 4.
All right, so you can see their world rankings. We have Brian Lozano of Mexico, but San Diego native. Good score, just enough spin, good follow through.
That's right.
So 50 in the world representing Mexico, although from here on out, I think he's going to have a ranking spot. He could represent whatever country he wants.
That's right.
And Blake Fields, 84. In terms of the knockout of the top 32, just comparing, Brian would have been 17 of the 32 and Blake 27. So for this to be a quarterfinal matchup, you mentioned Brian beating Yasser. Yasser was the 3 seed, And Ahab Abdulwahab defeated Ahmed Al-Mahdi, who was the 2 seed. So this is the quarter that would have had the 2 and 3 seed of the tournament. Instead, we have the 17th versus the 27th of the top 32 here battling in game 4 for a spot in the final or semifinal.
Yeah.
So he's scored 2, and thankfully he can still get to 3. A bit of an awkward swing there.
Yeah, it was.
Trying to make the most out of that hampered position.
It looked like he kind of chased after it, right, Ben?
Yeah, you could see him kind of hit and walk. He certainly didn't have a shot at Black, so maybe he was trying to hamper Black. Blake wasting no time, really getting some bounce on that backswing.
Oh.
But the hoops have finally come to bite him. So you can see, even those big swings, you're not bullying these hoops. He hit both stanchions there. That's why he came back to the north side. Had he only hit one stanchion, we'd see him on a boundary for sure.
That's right.
If he flicked off. But he hit both stanchions, came back to a runnable position, but we'll see what Brian does. Now Brian has corner control of blue if he wants clear blue. Red has a hoop shot, but
yeah, so he's
looks
walked up and
tough.
checked the hoop. So I think this
Angled.
is definitely going to be a hoop shot. And I think he's assuming blue doesn't have much of a shot that's better than black. And so even if he misses, he's given up a tough hoop.
I think blue is relatively straight. It's hard to tell from this distance. You can see those pegs. The peg on the left, if blue were in line with that, that's a 22.5 degree shot. The peg in the middle, that's the middle of the north boundary. So that's where black's lined up. That's 45 degrees. Red might be even farther to the right. Red might be more than 45 degrees. So that was a bit aggressive. I think maybe clearing blue, not giving Blake 2 bites at the apple, so to speak. Oh, it worked, though. Blake's 0 for 2.
And that's another one where he's hit fairly central in the hoop there. But as Ben has talked about, it's really got to be in the middle of that, 30-second to really have a great chance to go through. So Brian's got a little bit of a dilemma here where he doesn't want.
Would you call it a Mexican standoff?
You could call it that. I think that's fair. He wants to get blue out of there, but he doesn't want blue to hang around or go into the jaws of the hoop. So he's going to go for the left half here to try to make sure that blue misses that left wire, and it's probably going to send yellow over there to the eastern boundary.
Yeah, I think. Oh my
that's
goodness,
a
almost
great-
enough. He tried to signal. He thought it was through, but he went for a great in-off. Again, with these firm hoops, the in-off has much more often been a jaws off.
Yes.
So I think had he gotten, based on the results, I think he was trying for the in-off. I agree with you, Matt. If he had gotten the left half of blue, he might have been able to get rid of blue and leave yellow in front. But based on the results of that, I think yellow was probably at one of those tough jumping positions, maybe juicy to some of us.
Yeah.
But yellow would have really had to not move to be runnable, and he's got to love this position.
Yes.
Black has now just played to position, I guess, hoping blue is able to get rid of red, and Brian is hoping to make that as difficult as possible. Oh, he might have hopped right over it, though.
Yeah, I think it's hard to tell from here. But I think that was still on the ground when it got there. I think that was a little bit offline. And for those that are keeping up, that's 3 Solomon swings and 0 for 3 so far. He's been really good with the standard. Oh,
that's an unfortunate result. So Blake with a huge thrash there does not get the bounce over. He hit red out of the hoop, but right into his black ball. So we've got to reset both balls at 7 yards. Looks like black straight in front, red maybe a little angle.
Yep.
But I think Brian will take that.
Yeah, absolutely.
He loved being in the jaws, but when Blake had total control of that hoop, he'd much prefer having a go at the hoop or a go at position than having to clear Blake and reset. So yellow's got to be far away, maybe west boundary even.
Yeah, it's probably close to corner 1.
And so he might have a go at this, hoping to at least hit the hoop and stick around. I mean, he's been running some nice long hoops, though. This is not out of bounds. We did a little bit of 7-yard hoop practice, you and I, and I'd say 50% is a great day.
Yeah.
Especially on these hoops. Brian, I have seen run at least 3 of these 7-yard hoop shots. So that has been part of the strength of his game, is not just relying on opponents to miss, but he has been making some enormous hoop shots.
Absolutely.
And so this is something he's very much considering. You see the head nod there, maybe not. He certainly doesn't want Blake to have a go at the hoop or a clearance, putting red on the south boundary while yellow's over on the west boundary. So deeming here seems like, some sort of retreat. So he's going to go for the hoop. All right, not Solomon, though.
Yeah, so he's been standard for most hoop shots. The only ones that are Solomon are the really, really hard pace swing. And I think this is his more accurate grip of the two.
So he's reset once again. It's not a change of decision, just didn't love the foot position, didn't love where the casts were going. Might as well restock a little bit.
Oh, what a shot by Brian. So he takes a 2-1 lead with a boundary hoop shot, as Ben mentioned. And he has been strong on those.
It's been a strength of his game for sure.
He really has.
So we liken those to like a 3-point shot in basketball. Brian is an outside shooter.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to let you shoot the mid-range, and he's just going to dominate from 3-point.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a really clear example of a 3-and-D guy.
Tell me, are there any 21-foot 3-point shots in the NBA? What's that short corner?
I think the short corner is a little bit more than 21 feet.
Okay, so all right, we're close. We're close. So Brian benefits there from had Blake not hit his own ball on that clearance, Brian would have probably been shooting a clearance shot to maintain control. So the fact that Blake knocked red out of the hoop and cleared black to the boundary freed Brian up to go for it. And a great shot. So up 2-1, and he needs this game. So
yeah, that's right. So just looked it up. The 3-point line in the corner is 22 feet from the basket, so just longer than that 21.
I mean, if that was a slight angle, we're looking at a short corner. That's that's your stretch 5, Brian Lozano.
That's right.
Short corner.
He's a 3-and-D guy. You know, he's playing the defense, trying to get the 3, and he can knock it down at a pretty high clip.
So by my count, this is game 7 for Brian today. Maybe game 8.
Yeah, we already talked about that. Yeah. We got it. 7, I think. Yeah. He's hoping for 8. Yeah. So
when does it become an advantage, disadvantage?
I think it's definitely one thing to think about is, we talked a little bit about Brian playing his 7th matchup of the day, or seventh game today, and this only being Blake's 4th.
Oh, the jump hits the crown. See, disappointed that the hoop's not taller.
Yeah. But when does that become a disadvantage of playing too many games in a day and getting worn out, and versus being an advantage of starting? At the start of the match, he has an advantage because he has those extra games played today. But
I would say it's similar to when you have like a 12-player knockout and your quote-unquote reward for being a top seed is that you have a bye, but you're definitely playing somebody who just won a match. And I would argue that's almost always a disadvantage because you got rested, but in a game like golf croquet, you want to be in the zone. And if you're playing somebody who just won a match, odds are that they are at least close to, if not currently, in the zone. And if you are starting from scratch at that moment, you're going to have some catching up to do. But the problem is 7 games is a ton of golf croquet. I don't know. Do you know Brian's routine? Does Brian often play a half dozen games a day or more?
No, I wouldn't say so. I know Brian in the summers is up in the mountains of North Carolina in Calisaja, and he has some good players up there in that area to talk about, to play with.
And he does. He said he really enjoys playing there. He loves being the pro of that club, and I think he's back there this summer, right?
That's right. Yeah. So he's going to be back at the Calisaja Country Club in the mountains of North Carolina, and you have Sharif Abdulwahab in that area. Edmund Fordyce is now in that area, and then Darren Guffey is another young American player in that area. And so it just gives a lot of opportunity to have good players to play against, which is really cool. And so I know Brian gets a lot of playing with those guys, but I don't know how often of those times he's getting 7 games in a day.
That's a lot for any of us. We had 2 best of 3s a day on the schedule, so most of us had 6 or fewer games. So this has got to be a stretch. I'm not even sure Brian knows if this is an advantage or not. but he did benefit off Blake's missed jump shot. He scored 4, but he was betting on that short clearance at 5. This is going to give Blake a possible hoop 5. Looks like he's hampered himself.
Yes. And that clearance didn't look very close from Brian. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good shot.
So he's through, but did not get control of 6. So Brian's up 3-2 and will be the first one to 6. Blake has enough room for a swing, but that peg might be in the way. That's kind of the only role of the peg in golf croquet, is it not, Matthew?
Yeah, it's it's just a piece of furniture, especially for us at our level. But at a club level, it's there as a signal of the order of play. But at our level, it's really just a piece of furniture to cause problems. And so Blake goes for the clearance on red. So I'm curious.
If the peg might be in the way of Blue's shot. That would be a great reason to go for it all there on that 12-yarder.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the options available. What about the option of a promotion? If you're ever wide in that situation and you have the opportunity for a promotion, is that a play you like?
I do, and Blake, both Blake and Brian have been getting into AC. I think Blake actually has more experience at the tender age of 18 with AC than Brian. So a 3-yard rush, minor cut, is not unusual. The problem is with the promotion, you really would have sacrificed Black's position. Black would have been left behind by hoop 5. So I don't like the promotion for defense. If he was, fairly confident he could have gotten Blue a hoop shot, I like it. But it looks like Blue was not wired. Or maybe that was a hoop shot. Maybe he was wired from red but went for the hoop. It's hard to tell with Blake. Not a lot of time to think or talk about it because dude just walks up and fires. Him and Tom could probably play a 5-game best of 5 in what, an hour 50?
Yeah, 2 hours max. These guys just play at a speed where it's really hard to even talk about anything other than, hey, who scored the hoop and from how far.
Quick draw and the kid.
That's right. So it's nice to have a little change of pace between these two, to have a chance to really talk about the game. And so Blake's gone for the hoop there, wired on red, and Brian's going to score hoop 6 to go up 4-2 in the 4th game.
All right, so we have a critical hoop 7 here because, if you can make 7 down to 8, you can take control of this game. If Brian were able to make 7 down to 8, he'd be knocking on the door with 6 points. If Blake can make 7 down to 8, he could level this match. I'm told that Blake wants us to mention his performance wear, PFGs by Blake Fields.
Yes. So tell us a little bit about PFGs, Ben.
I'm told Blake offers them in 2 colors. He's been developing this with Stephen Morgan for a while.
Okay.
They're really unique to Blake. I'm told there's no performance gear like it.
Really?
So it's particular to his swing. It offers him a bounce, and it really gets him aiming right for the center. So that's a helpful mention. I know that Brian himself prefers the peak cotton. He has a certain preference in T-shirts. Yet to hear about the Croquet Mexico line, but they're doing great things there in Mexico. Have you played at the Mexican Open yet?
No, I haven't had a chance. I'm good friends with Brian and Rick Zazueta, but I haven't been down to Mexico for any croquet, and I'd love to get a chance to go, but it just hasn't worked out in my schedule, especially the last year being as crazy as it has.
Oh, unfortunate miss there. Solomon grip again.
He's over 5 with the Solomon.
Okay, for those of you keeping track, it's possible we could get a whole new graphic.
Yes.
Tracking Brian Lozano's Solomon grip attempts.
Yeah, the standard has been really on, obviously based on the score in the match, but I think his Solomon's a little bit off right now.
Oh, unfortunate. Blake hits the near stanchion.
Yes.
So he is flicked off poorly. Brian, once again, looking to benefit off of a missed hoop shot.
That's right. And he's been shooting hoops from this distance really well. As you mentioned, I think he's shooting hoops just as well as anyone in the tournament outside of Robert Fletcher.
I'm told Ewan Burridge has had some amazing. Pepe Riva was complaining that he was down 0-2. He ended up losing 3-0. He talked about he had been benefiting from people missing 3 to 5 yard angled hoop shots, and Ewan just wouldn't miss. Similar thing I heard to Sharif's match versus Ewan. How was your experience with Ewan? Was he making these 3 to 4 yarders at an unusual clip?
Yeah, so he made a bunch of longer hoops. I would say more than 3 or 4 yards. But I would say for the average hoop length for him throughout the match, it wasn't more than a yard or a yard and a half. He was really taking advantage of my mistakes and giving me the 3 and 5 yarders. Great shot by Brian.
Wow, so smooth. When you hit that middle, whatever it is, 32nd of an inch, 1/8 of an inch, whatever it is to make these hoops, you can see it looks so easy. These pros are making it look so easy. He's down to position at 8. I'm kind of shocked Blake didn't take a swipe at that yellow ball.
Yeah, me too.
Is that a little bit of resignation from the teenager?
Yeah, Blake plays more
down 5-2.
Yeah, Blake plays more of an Egyptian style, let's call it, where he's going to set with that first ball the majority of the time and just trust that second ball to hit. In that situation, I really like that first ball going for a clear myself, but I think Blake's just staying true to his game and just sticking with that second ball clear.
He did get a juicy jumper. I like that.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if Black hits, unless he wires yellow, yellow's gonna be in that short corner.
Yeah.
And have a clearance on blue, so it doesn't guarantee him a hoop shot, even a nice clear with Black. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, we talked about if critical hoop 7 down to 8. There you can see that performance gear at work. Just really giving him the extra spring, but he's missed a little left. Maybe he needs an adjustment.
Yeah.
So Blake has now missed, but he's onside. Problem is, if Brian makes this, he's up 6-2, and we're just going to game 5. That's what I worry about with Blake's position shot at 8. It showed he's not taking match score, game score into account. Match score, game score, I don't want Brian to have a look at this hoop. I want 2 shots at that ball to make sure I'm getting a short clear later, and Brian doesn't have this shot to go up 6-2. It's so huge.
Yes. No, this I mean, we talked about that 6 point earlier, and it's just getting that 6 point is such a strong thing. And it didn't work out in Tom's match against Kamel, but that 6 point really gives you a huge advantage going forward throughout the rest of the game.
Walking through it. That was standard grip.
Yep.
But he was walking through it. You can see he was off balance. I think he wanted some extra oomph on his standard grip. He stepped forward. A little shout out to master of the mid range there. David Malouf was in the background for a moment.
That's right.
And now Blake, juicy jumper.
That's a good shot.
Got it. Got the juicy jumper. So he survived the risk of being down 6-2. 5-3. If you're down 3-5, first to 9. We call that the gambit.
That's right. The Honeycutt gambit is where it started. Danny Honeycutt is, a great American player that's known for coming back from 3-5 down, and has even stated that he prefers being down 3-5 as opposed to being up 5-3, which I think is a very bold statement myself. But he's proven many times that it's not a position that you can't win from. So this is actually a reverse gambit. Is that right, Ben?
I think so. And Danny helped us both in our croquet careers. We wish him the best. Hope he's watching. But yeah, this would be a reverse Honeycutt. Up 5-3, first to 9 is a powerful position.
Yes, it is.
So he's gotten position there. We've seen a couple of lags. Let's see. 3 lags. Again, Blake with that Egyptian style. So he's not going to try to hit red with Black. He just sets Black and trusts the clear. You see Pepe Riva on the left there in white, drinking a soda, I'm sure. Dr. Felix Webby, the distinguished now Paul Bennett, and Fito, Jose Alvarez Sala. Oh, there's Ewan Burridge, semifinalist in the background with a club member whose name I do not know.
Yeah, so he's, I think she actually played in the tournament. So anyway, yeah, we talked a little bit about Ewan earlier, and I think he's been running hoops from a long distance.
Oh, you can see Pepe Riva really just showing what he felt Ewan did to him earlier today. But yeah, so Blake went for the 1 clear and he missed. So now Brian has another long-angled hoop shot. But these have really gotten him to the quarterfinals. We'll see if he can do it again to go up, get that critical 6th point. Oh, walked through it once again.
So it's 2 of those.
Ewan now showing Brian, maybe they might be mimicking Brian's style of swing with his standard grip.
Yeah, I mean, the standard grip is what's gotten him here, and you know, I think he's got a really pretty swing with the standard, but I think those last two he kind of lunged at, and it wasn't that same smooth swing based on, you know, seeing him kind of walk out of it, as opposed to normally being very balanced.
Looks like after that miss, Blake adjusted his performance gear, and now Brian has. Depending on the distance, this looks like 1.5 yards, 2 yards. I think I would go for the jump there. With Blake having hit so much of the hoop, his ball is relatively close. I think it flicked back near the south boundary. And so I think with black so close, yellow should have gone for the jump.
Yeah, I agree.
Also blue, apparently so close. I didn't know where it was, but it cleared that yellow ball without much difficulty. So now Brian went for a jawsing. I don't think he could have gotten much more at that pace. And that really won't do at this level. At this level, when both the opponent's balls are 7 yards away, one could knock you out of the jaws, one could jump you. You can't go for jaws.
Yeah.
It's a tough bet. So now Brian having a mental reset. I don't know what kind of deal Dr. Webby and Pepe are doing, but they've figured it out.
So it looks like Brian has.
It's not often your doctor lights your cigarette for you.
All right,
okay.
So it looks like.
Dr. Webby said he was too drunk to commentate.
It looks like Brian has moved the red ball.
Oh, out of an old hoop hole. It doesn't affect his shot. He's not shooting the hoop or anything. It's just, it looks like he's clearing black. Is he maybe trying for those the left quarter of black again? A nice cut?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's all he can be going for here. And this is that Solomon grip again. We'll see what we get. Okay, so he gets the right half, which I think that's just going to give Blake a free go, possibly. He could even just set and force Brian into a couple of clearances here.
Yeah, depending on Blue's angle, I wonder if Red had set nice and close, he might worry Blue had an in-off of sorts. So he wanted to just clear black, make that tough. I think he was hoping for the left side. So he had a straight-on jump attempt, and black would be coming from an angle. He ended up giving black a straight-on shot. So black lagged to a nice hoop shot. Yeah, Red was just trying to hold the fort so that yellow could come back. So now yellow comes back, and he's really trusting red to get that clear.
Yeah, do we think blue goes for the block here? Or is this
some of us innovate and go in off our own ball.
Yeah.
But no, I think he's just going for the block here to protect black. Looks a little far. Looks like he's just got two balls straight in front. Yep. So Brian's got a clear on black. If he gets the left half, red might jaws off or even go in off.
Well, at the pace that this is going to be with this Solomon, it's got to go through.
He could just be going for the hoop. That peg represents 22.5 degrees, so that's a makeable shot at 30 degrees, and he nailed it. Oh, wow. No, he's so disappointed. Oh. That hit the near stanchion, not the far stanchion.
I really thought that went through.
For a moment, I did too, but you can see the look on his face, and Blake is not preparing for hoop 10. Blake is going for 9.
That's a really good shot.
You can see that AC experience there.
Yeah, that's right.
We've been asking him for years to play AC. He really prefers GC, but his AC game is fantastic, and we're hoping that his preferences start to level out where he likes both games. But yeah, that is frustrating for Brian. He went for it all there. So that peg represents 22.5 degrees. The middle peg would be 45 degrees. So that was a very makeable shot. Just hit the wrong stanchion.
Yep.
So now we're going to see a jump attempt. Looks like about 3 to 4 yards. Maybe that 20-degree angle. These are very makeable, but you can see Justin worried about it back there, testing his own performance gear. Great shot. You can see him celebrate, fist bump. That is big. So he's knocked Blake back out of the hoop, meaning Blake must have been very close or touching the stanchion, but that is a huge point. So Brian is now up 6-3.
Yes.
That is a very important point, as we mentioned before. It also does not help that Blake might be hampered with blue and black. So Blake should have the advantage being first to 10. But with the hoop and his partner ball in the way, all Blake can do is get a defensive position. So Brian knows that shot likely sent this to 5 games.
Yes.
But as we saw with K Kamel, just because you're the first to 6 does not mean you win.
That's right.
So we'll see if Blake can, steel himself and muster some of Khalid's talent to come from behind here. 6-3 down. I will tell you from personal experience, still winnable.
Yes. I've seen.
You pointed out the power of 6 last game. Didn't work out.
Yes. So we've Brian's at 6-3 up.
To make that not work out.
And like we said, Blake could only get defensive position here. Red's coming in now. Looks like a good shot by
Red
Brian.
could try to wire from Blue, but then he's still on the open side, not the corner side.
That's right.
Corner side of Blue would be pretty horrible because Blue could just stymie him. Don't know what that was. Oh, that was Blake was still hampered by the hoop, I assume.
Yeah, did he go through the hoop to that position? Did he expect to catch some wire, or did he just go to the right of the post?
I think you're right. I think he went through the hoop because he was in the jaws, got knocked back out. So that was just Blake's best effort at making the hoop with touch, not wanting to be too short.
Yeah, probably expected a little bit of wire.
He's also taken 11 into account, well, actually, maybe not. I think Blake's taking Game 5 into account is what Blake's doing. Blake's got Game 5 on the mind. He's going to walk up and hit, and he knows that 6-3 down, both balls hampered to 10 is a horrible position. And Brian's just trying to make sure it's a horrible position, do some grooming. Sometimes they fill the hoop holes. There's little pebbles. I've been chucking them over to the black tubing all week. How about yourself? How have you found the hoop holes and the courts in general?
I think the courts have been pretty good. I mean, we have two different sets of courts. We have 16 here on the new part of the facility, and then 8 over at the original part of the facility that have lights. And the 8 original courts are much more flat and much more consistent, but the hoops
I think
have a harder
too, generally.
Definitely faster, especially on the north half of the 8 courts. But the hoops over there, just because the ground is more soft, it's very difficult to keep the hoops tough and make the conditions tough. And so
I think this was a wise decision by the tournament manager to keep the playoffs over on these very difficult hoops. It's a great test of skill. As you can see, Brian had a game-winning shot there that has ended up, I think, more on the right stanchion. Might not be runnable. But Blake, both of his shots put him nowhere. So Brian has the freedom to just stay in front. And Red can probably jaws from there.
Yeah.
But you can see Blake south of 5 and west of 2. This is putting that performance gear to work.
Oh.
Blake is just practicing for Game 5, I think.
Yeah.
He does not seem to be composing himself as if he's going to win this one. Oh, little AC experience shown here by Brian with that roll shot grip. Just trying to make sure it's in the hoop. What's Blake's best bet here? What could he do to win from here?
I didn't see where Blue actually went off.
I think you got to
but
clear
clearing
yellow.
yellow is the only play.
No. So, yeah, if he doesn't clear yellow, yellow's got promotion. I think Blue could possibly get red out. Red got pretty well into the jaws, but that'll do it for Brian. Game 4 in the books. Game 8 for Mr. Lozano. Viva Mexico. Let's see what happens.
That's right. On to the next. And the decider between these two guys will be coming up shortly.
Consult with the TV. I don't know if they're gonna kill these mics for a minute.
Yeah, we will go check with the tournament manager, see if we are playing Game 5 right now. One would hope so. I'm going to go get an in-person, investigation into the matter. We'll see.
Kill those mics. See what? Kill those mics.
No, I didn't. All right, game 5 underway. Matthew is back in the picture, and I see Ben scurrying. This dulcet voice that you're hearing is Paul Neubecker, part of the film crew, just holding down the commentary until Ben Rothman walks back in, and here he is, so I will turn it back over.
All right, so we're back. Hope you didn't miss us.
And I'd love to say a quick thank you to the whole production team here. I know of Brian Hovis, Paul Neubecker, and the mastermind, Russ Dilly, run the whole thing. We have other camera people whose names I don't know. But
John Graney. We also have Karen did some filming as well, and we have Jamie Gumbrell's mom did some filming as well. So we have a bunch of people stepping up to make this happen, which is just been great. And it's
thank
given
you
us
so
an
much.
opportunity. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for all your work.
An opportunity to document all this and also provide you guys.
Thanks, guys. It's been a lot of fun.
With this beautiful coverage of this World Championship. So, all right. So we're in our second Game 5 of today. We had 2 3-0s to start the day. Now we have 2 Game 5s back to back with K Kamel beating Tom Balding, and now Brian Lozano and Blake Fields starting Game 5 here with what you're watching now.
So Blake got to be first to hoop 1, but is this a hoop shot or a clearance? Brian might be getting a hoop shot here. Nope, just a clearance to make sure he doesn't give up hoop 1. Again, Game 5 jitters. They both know what's at stake. Winner gets a medal, has a chance at the World Championship. They're going to take some time to ease into the stakes. Again, I'm guessing Blake will have the more Tom Balding approach, just kind of speeding his way, quick draw, lining up and shooting. And Brian will be the more composed K Kamel, taking his time, letting the stakes sink in and leave his mind, and then executing his swing.
Yeah, I mean, I think something to mention here is in our previous matchup, that was a Game 5. We had Tom Balding, who had made the semifinal of the World Championship in AC last year in Hurlingham, or at Hurlingham, and we had K Kamel, who's been playing for a while now, but it was his first WCF quarterfinal, and now we have 2 guys who are in their first WCF quarterfinal, which is pretty cool to see. I'm sure the pressure is going to come at some point during this Game 5 and see who can outlast.
Especially with these difficult hoops. Good cut by Brian. So there you see what we were talking about earlier he had tried to do. That looked like a Solomon grip. He hit the right half so that red has a more straight-on hoop shot and black has been knocked away to the side. And he has corner control there, but not so far away. Blake's got maybe an 8-yarder where he can clear yellow. And he does. You can see that bounce where black flew way past where yellow went. Thankfully, there's a boundary. They will both be placed back. But that bounce could hurt Blake as he gets relatively center ball clearances. The bouncy lawn is not going to allow his ball to transfer all that power to the ball that he hits. I want to point out Blake has played in multiple under-21 World Championships, and I think he's slated to play again. We have the under-21 World Championships. Is that January in Sarasota, Florida?
That's correct. Yeah, and we have a lot of young players coming in to play in that event, and I think Sarasota is really, really stoked to host it.
I can give you one guess who the favorite's going to be.
The question is, has Aston passed the 21 mark yet? I assume so.
I think so.
Okay. As the defending champ, it'd be hard to argue with his results, but at the same time, I think you're right.
Blake is still playing.
That is fair. That is fair.
Aston ran into quite a buzzsaw, though. I mean, that player has such amazing stature, and, it's so difficult to play against him.
Yes, the very modest Ben Rothman.
Oh, what?
On the mic.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was no, Aston is a fantastic player. I believe he said he had some right arm soreness, so after he was knocked out, he didn't even play any consolation events because of that soreness. So golf croquet can be quite a a tough battle. It's a bit of a marathon. It's an endurance sport, if you will. I have been tracking my steps because, well, I take my phone with me everywhere, and some of these days it's 28,000 steps. It's over 12 miles of walking to get 6 games in. Oh, Brian takes a swipe at that hoop one. Doesn't work out.
Yep.
Tried to steal hoop one there because Blake was first to the hoop, so theoretically, I like to think of it like tennis. You know, Blake is on serve. He's the first one there. He should be in control, if not the first one with a hoop shot. So Brian is almost going for a break when he's trying to take a hoop where Blake was the first one there. So that was a good break chance. But Brian's long hoops success comes with some failures.
So it looks like Brian and Blake are both looking at the line here.
Looks like Brian might have his own performance gear on.
To see what kind of line yellow has at the hoop. But what do you think is going to happen in this game, Ben? What's your prediction for this game 5?
I think Blake runs away with it. I'm worried if the alternative happens, because the alternative is what we saw at the end of game 4. And that is Blake just taking swipes and missing, and Brian having better composure. So while that is likely, I think Blake's going to overpower him. I think Blake's going to make some tough hoops, take control. You know, by the time we get past 7, Blake's going to have a lead, and he's going to be free swinging.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Okay, I think that's fair. I'm going to go I think I agree with you. I think in a tight game, I think I like Brian actually, and I think if Blake can overpower him and run away with it, I like Blake. So I think you could easily see a 7-2, 7-3.
So I'm picking Blake. What are you picking?
I'm gonna say Blake 7-4 is my prediction.
All right. All right, the producers want this to go to the hook. 7-6 Blake with a clutch shot at the hook. But you can see Brian lying down there. Might be hoop 5 in the way. Might just be blue in the way of black. Probably hoop 5. I think hoop 5's playing a role on this. Red trying to clear black because Blake's got maybe a 2-3 yarder. And as we know, Blake can run that to the north boundary. Great clear. He even got the correct side.
Yeah, that's a great shot. So he gets that left half, takes control of the south boundary, and takes away Black's hoop shot. We're going to see another clearance by yellow here.
Or clearance attempt.
Clearance attempt.
Take away that juicy jumper.
That's right. I don't even know if that one's a jumper for Blake.
I mean, sorry. That's for me and possibly Jenny, this juicy jumper. I guess it is less than 22 degrees. Never mind.
Yeah.
I usually jump them if they're past that halfway mark. You got more than 22.5 degrees. These hoops have been so punishing that those are the ones I go for the jumps. Yeah, less than 22.5 degrees. You're right. It's probably not a juicy jumper, but I just like saying it.
Yeah. So we're going to see another Solomon grip clearance here, which is a signal of the power clearance that we just saw in the previous.
Does he want both balls to go out of bounds?
I think so here.
Well, he certainly got yellow out of bounds.
He's taking control of that south boundary. As you've talked about so far for this tournament, Brian has really run these 7-yard hoops from the boundary well. And so I think when he's behind in a hoop and he's kind of fighting back, he's looking for any attempt he can get from that boundary to try to steal the hoop from Blake here.
I mean, you like being able to make the 7-yard hoops, especially when you're on the break side of things. So Blake was first to this hoop, and in theory, if everybody plays even, Blake should be making this hoop. So I understand when he's going for a break chance, it's good to have 7-yarders, but he can't rely on that.
No, but I like you said, I think the break point is the break hoop, let's call it, is the big thing here, where he's kind of at a disadvantage to start, obviously, and now he's at a positional disadvantage. And I think the 7-yard clearance, the 7-yard hoop gives him a chance to steal the hoop away.
So is this a hoop shot, or is he going to clear blue?
This is a hoop shot. He just checked the hoop. To me, that signals he's going for the hoop, and I think he knows yellow's there in case of a miss.
Let's look for that head down, clean follow through. Oh, he's leaning forward,
That's
but he
a
nailed
great
it.
shot.
Clean. The signal, the fist pump. He's down towards 2.
Yeah, he looks like I don't think he's quite to the north boundary, but he's close. He might have gotten all the way down.
I can't see it at all. Yeah.
Oh, so red is just out of frame of the camera on the left bottom
Maybe like
corner.
3-4 yards past the hoop.
Yeah, 3 or 4 yards north of
So this
2.
is where Tom had that error, well, quote unquote error at the end of game 5 is, Blake really wants to not just get a makeable hoop shot, but he wants to try to end up wired from red. And at game 5 on the same lawn, you'd like to think he knows where it's rolling. He knows if there's a little left. He knows if there's a little right. He knows if it's a little uphill, a little downhill. So he's trying to put it on a dime, and that's why looks like blue went just 1 or 2 yards too far.
Yeah.
All right, so red's got enough of an angle. That's all right. I stand corrected. Black was not trying to wire from red because that would be an unmakeable hoop shot. He was just trying to make sure red had some distance, and he wanted blue to be nice and tidy, nice and close. So this is going to be a long slog here.
Yeah, and this is the standard, so we're going to see more of a control clear. And didn't quite get it center, but he got enough of it to prevent the hoop shot. And
technically, red maintained a hoop shot.
Yeah, technically.
He's like 12 yards straight in front.
Yeah, but we're just going to see black play in here. Trying to go for good tight position. If he gets a block, great.
Now, if nobody clears black, blue's in a good position to block whatever he wants to block. He could block red on black or red on the hoop. So we might see yellow could be aggressive, go for the hoop, but if yellow misses, blue's got his choice of what he wants to block. That's a lot of maintenance there. Must have been some pebbles or something. That tells me he's going for the hoop.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to see a hoop shot here. He's obviously got a lot of confidence after running hoop 1 from the boundary. And we're looking around 7 or 8 yards here for this hoop shot as well.
Now, I've heard a theory that hoop 2 is the least important hoop of the game.
So I don't necessarily agree with that theory, but I will say that, there's hoop 3, running 3 and 4 together can be, you can tie the game and have a real battle at hoop 5 being the middle hoop. But, I'll take a point anytime I can get it.
But being first to 3 with a chance to make 2 in a row, that seems pretty powerful. This is like the last chance that you got for a missable clearance because 4 to 5 is 7 yards. Brian, wow, really dialing in. I'm worried we're going to see my fear here. Blake's going to start just swiping at the ball.
Yeah.
If Brian is making all these hoops, he's going to have to be more careful about clearances.
Yes.
And blocks. So he's got control of 3. So if Blake can control 3, he could make 3 and 4 and tie this up. But the way Brian's playing, he cannot leave him a shot on the hoop.
Yeah, and Blake really hasn't gotten great position at 3 here. It's a shot, but it's not a great shot. And you really want to put pressure on your opponent here to have to clear you as opposed to giving them the option to play deep.
He might be trying to promote. He's looking at it. No, he's just going for close position. So if you walk along the north boundary, you'll pass the first halfway marker between 6 and 7. That's not terribly useful here. You pass the second halfway marker, and if you can see blue in the hoop, that's a 45-degree angle. If you pass the second one, you're less than 45 degrees. That's makeable. If you pass the third one, you're less than 22.5 degrees, and that's where yellow really has to clear blue. Because that is within the bounds. I think we're between the 22 and the 45. Black might have even blocked blue. So Brian might be feeling no pressure here. He's just throwing a ball in there and trying to maintain corner position. The only chance Blake has to make the hoop might be to jump his own ball.
Yeah, and
that would not, unless it's a really good jump, that wouldn't get down to 4. So he'd just be 1 to 2. And Brian would be first to 4. So it looks like Blake's not looking at the hoop at all. He's looking to see what he has to clear or block. He'd love to put a ball in the jaws, but Black committed the auto block by not really paying attention. He blocked his own ball by mistake. And so blue can't even try for the jaws. Blue's got to look at clearing.
And I think he's stuck in a decision here just because of how well Brian has run these last 2 hoops. And, if he clears yellow and just maintains position, So it looks like he's hopped over based on the reaction and seeing the blue ball hop a little bit there. But, just clearing yellow and maintaining position against a player who's made 2 hoops from 7 yards is not a comfortable feeling, knowing red's taking on a 5-yard, slightly angled hoop shot. And now this gives Brian an opportunity to clear black and have a straighter hoop shot with yellow.
It's somewhat ironic that your fear of red running the hoop forces you to shoot at red. But if you miss, you relieve any pressure of him to even shoot that shot. He can now just clear black. So it's odd the way that the execution affects things. A Solomon grip miss.
Yes.
I know how that feels.
Yeah, that's right. Same here.
So Brian is missed to the south boundary, and that gives Blake a chance to run this with a big swing, or he could jaws if he wanted to try to take control, but that would risk giving Brian a jump. How's Brian been jumping this week? Have you seen?
Really well. So I played him in the blocks. He was in my block, and he jumped a lot of good shots, especially hoop 1 of game 3 in our match. He jumped hoop 1 from just off the boundary, off the south boundary, and he's been jumping well in the knockout so far. And so I'd be really scared to give this jump to Brian. And it looks like it's flicked off, and there's no jump needed at all.
He tried to give him a jump, but we're just going to see the shortest hoop shot so far for Brian Lozano of this game. That's really frustrating. I know I myself tried to put the ball in the jaws from tough angles up close. There's a bit of hill near the hoops, and you aim for that far post, and it curves into the near post. It looks like Blake got the unfortunate bounce. He didn't even bother to didn't get the dignity of bouncing back in front of the hoop that I was sometimes awarded. Blake has hit the near wire, possibly the far wire, and off to the side. So Brian's just looking at a nice open lane here to a 3-0 lead.
That's right.
Now, is 3-0, what do you have to do if you're Blake to come up from a 3-point deficit?
I think the big thing is winning the middle. If he wins the middle 2 hoops, okay, so we get a miss from Brian, and it's actually pop black.
So it was that standard grip, but he walked through it again. Although I think he walked through his hoop 1 shot that was so brilliant as well. So maybe walking through it a little off balance is just the Lozano style.
Yeah.
But so he's missed that. Now Blake has 2 balls total control, and we're seeing the consequences of Brian's Solomon miss to corner 1.
That's right. And I think winning the middle here, as I mentioned before, is going to be a big thing. Whether it's 2-2 or 3-1 to Brian coming through the middle.
I've seen a lot of 3-0 leads disappear. If they make 4, 5, and 6, all of a sudden you're level. You can have great control of the far hoops. You can have great control of the corner hoops, and then if you give up the middle 2, then all of a sudden it's a game again. So I think 2-4 is a good place for Blake to hope for.
So Blake runs hoop 3, and he ends up just level with the peg. And so we got a 2-1 lead to Brian with first shot to hoop 4.
And we see that the video feed is down. We're working on it, but 2-1 lead for Brian. And Brian will be first to hoop 4. So this is Turn to Radio. So we can see now that Brian has got 2-yard position at hoop 4 with yellow. Blake is having a big swing from 3 down to 4. And he has made hoop 4. Blake ran 4 from in front of 3. That is a 22-yard hoop shot to level it 2-2.
What a shot.
So Blake has leveled the match. The middle will not just be important for Blake to catch up. The middle might decide this game. Brian's first to hoop 5 with 2 yards in front. Blake again, blue ran 4 to the south boundary, and black is about peg high. What do you think he does here, Matt?
So we're going to see a set, I assume, just knowing his style. Looks like that's correct. And, yes, so it's 2-2, and black has set, planning on a clearance from blue. from just south of hoop 4, out of bounds behind 4.
That is that Egyptian style we talked about. Even with the long clearance hoops, Blake just sets with that first ball and clears with the second. This is a short clearance hoop, so blue will be looking at maybe a 10-yard, 11-yard clearance from the south boundary at the ball in front of hoop 5. Brian has tried to get in closer than red and black. Yellow has got about a 1-yard hoop shot. Looks pretty good from here. Blake taking some big swings.
Oh, great shot. So he's moved red all the way to the level with the peg on the west boundary.
If black or yellow make 5, blue ended up in position at 6. So this could be K Kamel style, maybe not the stakes, but a great shot by Blake clearing red to the penalty area, and he has position at 6. Black is maybe 2.5 yards, slight angle in front of 5. Yellow with a 1-yard hoop 5 hoop shot. So we'll see what Brian does here, because some players would goad Blake into the 3.5-yard hoop shot, because if he misses, Brian would have total control of 5 and the critical middle hoops, right, Matt?
That's right. So we're looking at, obviously, I know you guys only have the audio here, but we have red on the west boundary, and red is up to play with black and yellow both in position at
This is a very unorthodox play. Brian going for like a 16-yard hit on blue at 6.
Did blue score?
Blue scored? Okay, that is insane. Blue scored 5 when it cleared red. Blue had an in-off at 5.
Wow. What a shot. So blue...
Down to position at 6.
Yes. So we were unaware, but blue has cleared red at 5, gone through 5, and taken position at 6 to take a 3-2 lead. And it's an incredible shot. And so,
yeah, we up here in the booth, we are basically west of everything, so we could not see that ball went through. So not only did Blake clear from, he is running a 1-ball break. He ran 4 from hoop 3 with blue, and then he hit red and went in off red through 5 down to 6. He now has a shot at hoop 6.
That's right.
Blue is on a 1-ball break. Blue might make 4, 5, 6, and 7.
No, so Blake plays a clearance instead on red and yellow. He plays a combo. And so now there are no balls in front of hoop 6, and Brian playing the first shot in with red.
I think blue might have reached 8 feet in the air with that combo, because he came off that red ball like it was a ramp. He is on the north boundary. Black is the closest ball to hoop 6, but it's about a foot or 2 feet northwest of hoop 6. Yellow is 5 yards east of hoop 6. Red will be the first ball to be in runnable position. And Brian, nice, calm, composed, gets himself a 3-yard southwest hoop shot. But Blake has a stop shot chance. So with that black ball that's at hoop 6, a little right of center. So still really nothing at hoop 6. Yellow's going to be the first ball in. What do you think, Tithyu?
Yeah, so it looks like blue and black are both, blue is about 10 yards north of hoop 6. And Brian has just played yellow into about 3 foot straight in front position. And blue has taken attempted to take position and ended up a little bit short. So black is going to end up following red's play with a clearance on yellow to try to prevent the score.
Yeah, blue might be runnable. Again, we're about 80 yards west of the court. So it looks like blue's a foot in front. It may be runnable, may not be. Yellow's about 2 yards in front. Brian playing from hoop 5 with red. There's, again, yellow and blue in front of 6. Brian just lags down. Black's about 8 yards southwest of the hoop. Brian just has 2 balls in front. So here we go. Black, hopefully you got the video feed. Black shooting at yellow about 7-yarder. See if he can clear it to corner 3. And he missed. Oh, you can see the disappointment. The teenager who just came up with huge shots to go up 3-2 has just missed a 6-yard clearance, giving Brian the chance to level Game 5 at 3-all. Not sure if he has to jump. Doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe it could have been jumped, but he opted for a stop shot. But again, with these bouncy courts, the stop shot doesn't look very successful. It looks like yellow is dead level with hoop 6. Red could be runnable. Maybe he has to jump over the shoulder of yellow. What do you think about that choice, Matthew? Should Brian have gone for a jump there?
I think so. And, I really don't think red was as runnable as it was to opt to clear that ball there. He opted to clear it, and he's actually given red a better shot than it had prior. I don't mind position there. I understand that black is in a position that's not ideal for the situation. But I think Brian was even confused with the decision just due to the fact that it's red to play. And I know Blake wasn't going for the right half, but he managed to get the right half, and he's given red a hoop shot.
We're looking at like a 5-yarder, but this is Brian's wheelhouse. The problem is he has control of the hoop. So he's used to a 5-yarder, and Blake has control, and he needs to shoot it.
That's right.
He had to really calm his inner urge to just run the hoop. And arguably, at this phase in the World Championship, I don't know that you have to talk yourself out of that. That's a shot that if you love it, I wouldn't want to talk you out of it as your doubles partner.
Absolutely. And, I thought he should have taken the jump prior, and he's opted to not. And then, he has hit a chance there to go for it from 5 yards after making 2 hoops from 7 yards. I really like the decision to go for the hoop there. But once again, he's opted to set up and just trying to control this hoop and make Blake hit a couple more shots.
Yeah. Now he has to block, and he's a yard away. So this is like a 4 or 5 foot lag on not a terribly bumpy court with a lag, but you can see him think about it. And this is what he bought himself by not shooting the 5-yarder. Now you shoot the 5-yarder, you might miss everything, screw everything up. But if he hit the hoop and bounced back, arguably if he has even hit his partner and stayed around, he'd be in control. Now he needs this block, or Blake's clearing him to the east boundary. So maybe he didn't think about it, but passing up that 5-yarder meant he needed this block.
Yes, and with yellow in the position that it was in, I think he was hoping to have an opportunity to get in front of the hoop with yellow. But black's great positional shot prevented him from doing that, and blue's great clearance on red.
Yeah, so black's position, we didn't mean to miss it. We were trying to catch up to having video too. I think black got to a spot where yellow couldn't clear it. So yellow had to go for the block unless he wanted to jump clear. So he really forced Brian into blocking blue's shot on red, which did not work. And now Brian's forced to give Blake a nice run at the hoop.
Yeah, and so Blake's going to have a chance to go 4-2 here and, really flip this match around because Brian had an awesome start to this game. And he's run it.
Blake is up 4-2, but I will have you know, Brian ain't no B. He's coming back. We'll see what happens here. He's going to be first to position at 7. And we're seeing the kid really come up with big shots.
Yeah, he's handling the pressure well, Ben. I mean, he's been in some big matches like you had mentioned before in the under-21s, but to be in a world championship at 18 years old and really play to the level that he has been fun to watch. And he's looked like this all week, folks. I mean, he's really, really played some great croquet.
He makes these hoops look easy. Hoop 4 and 5 being the exception. That I don't know if I've seen anybody do that in this tournament. Run 4 from 3 and then run 5 on an in-off. That's the kind of stuff you do at Mission Hills on sand lawns with wide hoops on club day.
That's right.
And Blake is making that happen on what you have seen are very difficult hoops that a lot of great players playing good croquet are thrashing at and missing. Brian, ain't no B, putting that ball on the north boundary. He got corner position. He would have probably preferred the other half of blue, though, yeah?
Absolutely. Yeah, he'd still like to be in running position. But at the same time, he's cleared blue from running position right in front of the hoop to make it a 7-yard hoop shot. And he's forced Blake into a pressure shot now with no ball in front.
So this is about 9 yards. And Blake is playing the big game, but the problem is if all your shots are long shots, the 7-yard clearance being the exception. If you're running 20-yard hoops and 16-yard in-offs and then trying for a 10-yard clear, if you miss one of them, all of a sudden you lose control. Brian's playing the controlled game. So Brian, you can see, composing himself. He's not using that Solomon grip too much. In fact, this is going to be a standard. We'll see how his balance is, but he's going to try to run this all the way down to 7, see if he can catch up, or all the way down to 8. That's a great shot. You can see calm. He's not even celebrating. You can see a little curve to the left, but these courts are flat, and he's got, nope, can't really see it. I'm going to say 6 yards in front of hoop 8.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how far, but this is a great camera angle to see these shots coming in here. And you can kind of see it bobble,
See
but for
a
the
little
most part.
right to left, then left to right, little snake curve there.
Yeah.
Nothing too major.
But for the most part, these courts are pretty flat, and you'll get the occasional break here and there. And I noticed a lot on, medium-paced hoop shots. If they're a little bit on the softer side, they're kind of bobbling around, and it's hard to keep them on line. But I've noticed based on the results so far, the perfect hoop shot is kind of that slightly more than medium pace.
Oh, you can see the look on his
Hoop
face.
shot.
He's very disappointed. As we look at it, it went right to left. For him, it went to the right, and he was counting on maybe it going to the left. But he came up way short there. He really wanted to get between blue and the hoop.
Oh.
Blake goes for the big shot again. Yeah, Blake's trying to play that big game. This is where I worried. If he plays the big game, it worked out, and he went up 4-2. But he keeps playing the big game. I mean, the 10-yard miss clear at 7 could happen to anybody, but going for the hoop shot there or the clear on red, whatever that attempt was, I think, more than he needed.
Yes.
What did he need to do there with black?
I think just a set is fine, and trying to get a block on yellow would be, ideal.
Clearing yellow would have been easier and possibly more beneficial. I don't know if he was clearing red or thought it was red and the hoop were a double. He went for, everything. He didn't need it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's forced into this clear into the open court here where who knows where blue's going to end up. You could see him play in here, but then you're giving up a hoop shot to Brian, who's really been knocking these down at a high clip.
Brian's liable to hit the middle of the hoop and spin through the way he has for a lot of these angled 3-yarders. Blake didn't even get position, let alone a block.
So no pressure on this now. You do have the worry of a promotion, but yellow's close enough to hoop 8 that you're not going to change your opinion on shooting this hoop just because of the risk of the promotion.
What's the worry of the promotion? Black's well south of hoop 1, of hoop 8. I don't know if black can promote anything anywhere. He could promote blue to the peg.
I think he can promote blue into position.
Oh, okay. But yeah, yellow is south boundary, west of hoop 5. So
Yeah.
Yellow is. He'd have to promote blue with touch because yellow is still within 10 yards.
Yes, exactly. Which is why that's not a concern.
Yeah. I like having to go at the hoop. Is he going to go at pace?
We're going to see a standard grip here, medium pace, slightly more maybe. Just his normal hoop shot here. And
looks like we got some time. Hey, Cody and the girls, I love you. Hope you're doing well. And we'll see how Brian and Blake end up. Matthew, got anybody you want to say a shout out to?
Yeah, Sadie probably isn't listening to the broadcast, but my newlywed Sadie, and my parents as well, my mom and dad, John and Amy Essick. Might as well shout them out while I have the chance. What a shot by Brian. So Brian has run hoop 8, and
that's why we thought Blake probably should have gone for a clear. That's why Matthew was talking about who knows where this open court clear goes, because he could have cleared Brian to corner 3, or he could have ended up in corner 3. Blake opted to leave Brian the hoop shot, and Brian delivered again for all of that work, making 4 from 3, making the in-off at 5. Blake has squandered that with, I'd say, one good decision but miss at 7, and then 2 bad decisions from 7 to 8.
And really just a poor shot over to 9 by Black. Didn't really have a chance for position. And that's really 2 in a row.
Yeah, one short, one long. Brian looking at a 6-yard hoop shot to go up 5-4. So no pressure on Brian here. He can throw one right in there. Do you care when you do this shot if red blocks yellow?
I don't. Because I know they still have to do something. Due to the fact that yellow can clear blue to really any part north of the northern half of the court.
So that would maybe black clears red anyway, even if it's blocking yellow.
That's right.
And if it doesn't, yellow clears blue. So we'll see. Does Blake could go for a block on red or just clear red, but then he's given Brian that hoop shot. Brian has been signed, sealed, delivering on these long hoop shots.
Yeah, and I think this is just a result of two poor setups. If he had the advantage at the hoop, he had the first shot over. That's the advantage of being up 4-3, and he's given that away just with two bad positional shots. And so yellow's going to have a go at the hoop here. He could miss, and Blake gets to survive the mistake of the poor positional shot. But, you're giving up a hoop shot to a guy who's really been running these at a high percentage.
All right, so Brian has asked for the hoop to be firmed up. We'd like to give a shout-out to Croquet Mexico here. Rick Zazueta, Bobby, we see that you're watching. Te amo. There's Matt Griffith there.
Yeah, that's
with,
right.
With the ground and pound.
That's right. And so we're going to see a hoop shot here from Brian. There's hoop 9 is probably the most important hoop in a golf croquet game. You have hoop 9, hoop 11, that are really the two big hoops in a match, in my opinion. And if we could see Brian run this down 2-10, we could see a real flip in this match.
Now, I really empathize with this position. Sometimes you call a ref, and then you call another ref, because you didn't get a referee to your satisfaction.
Yeah.
Apparently, that hoop's still loose. The ground and pound was not enough. And so we're going to get another pound. And we want to just, say that this is a great battle between two Mission Hills croquet players, Southern California croquet players. Some would call it Old Mexico. And they are battling here. This is not an unfamiliar matchup. How many times do you think Brian and Blake have played golf croquet?
I don't know how much croquet they got to play when he was working there. As a pro myself and being a former teaching professional, you finish a day at work and you don't really want to play croquet that much. But I do know that Brian and Blake did get to play a lot just because, it's nice to have a player that's of a high caliber around that you have a chance to play games with. And so probably say 50 is my guess. If that, 30 to 50 games against each other prior to this. And, if you really think about it in the grand scheme of things, that's a lot of play against a familiar opponent.
So we're seeing the standard grip. We got a designated hoop pounder now who seems to be ever present. And Brian's going to go with the dipping bird. He's really working that momentum. Leaning forward and spins it through again. He sometimes goes all the way down, but he's also managing what I could not do, hitting the middle of the hoop and spinning through.
Yes.
I had a lot of middle hoop hits that bounced out. Brian, I guess he may not be hitting the inner 32nd. Maybe he's hitting the inner 16th and spinning it through.
Yeah,
and
great shot by Blue there.
That is fantastic. So Blake trying to put some pressure on, down 5-4, really doesn't want to give up that critical 6 point. So tied 5-all, able to defend 11 is huge. So this is a giant hoop for Blake. Meanwhile, Brian, free swinging.
Yes, he is. He really is swinging confidently, and he's just playing really well. And it's really nice to see. Brian's been playing good croquet the last 2 years, and his results have showed he's improving and showed he's really a world-class caliber player. And it's really nice to see him show that on a world stage here in Virginia.
Credit where credit is due, not only to Brian, but Chris Clark, who in the write-up said, the ever-improving Brian Lozano could make it out of the block. He has done a lot more than that. He has made it out of the block. He is knocking on the door of the semifinal here with great position. And yellow spun through enough to have a free swing here. So is he going to be clear in blue? Is he going to go for he might have a double, blue in the hoop, black in the hoop. We'll see what happens here. Some of these are the hardest position shots, though, between 9 and 10, between 7 and 8, these long 21-yarders. We got some ridges, not many, but a couple ridges here What's he going for?
You know, I think he's going for blue. I think a perfect shot here would be right half of blue catches black as well. But it looks like he had a double with the hoop, and it was close.
That would have been 6-4. That
Yes.
would have been, again, free swing in Brian. If he makes that, that's 6-4, and he's just lagging for the win at that point.
Exactly. And, you know, Ben, I don't know if that ball was bouncing when it got there, but it sure was bouncing when it started. And
all right, we'll see Blake looking calm and composed, actually, for the first time. Blake is finally seeing the end road. I would have not been shocked if Blake just walked up, started swinging at the hoop.
Same here.
But the fact that he calmed down, he slowed down, and he turned, he destroyed red, he's controlling the hoop. We might be seeing a different side of Blake than we saw at hoops 4 and 5 and 7 and 8.
Yeah.
He's down 5-4. He's starting to compose. Now Brian, still free swinging.
Yeah. No, he's feeling good. And, you know, that's a 2 Solomon grips swings in a row here. These long power clearings that he switches his grip for. And he's
This
going
is
for black.
probably a black, right? Not
Yeah.
the hoop. Not the hoop, right? Not the hoop?
It can't be.
Oh, it's the hoop.
Oh.
Oh. He wanted it. He wanted free swinging. I told you, 5-4. He wants that 6th one. It's even easier if you're 6'3" to go for that hoop.
Yeah.
That might have been a 6'3" choice.
I think so.
That's
I think so.
5-4. That's a little egregious, seeing as these hoops are so tough.
Yeah.
And I know he's had great success with the long hoop shots, but the 20-yarders, maybe leave it to the 18-year-olds.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to see Blake attempt hoop 10 here from slight angle, yard or 2 in front. And
you see how tough those hoops are. He is not swinging gently. He's hitting both stanchions. It's taking all his momentum. And instead of letting him through, it's just putting him back with no spin. That ball barely hits the ground.
yeah, I mean, he's really hitting the ball hard, and he always hits the ball hard. But, you know, just not quite getting the inside of that left post there.
Whatever that middle 8th inch, 16th inch, 32nd inch, he's not hitting it the way Brian is.
Yeah.
Brian's hitting it and spinning it, and Blake's trying to bully it. The quadways are really holding up well in this clay. But I would not be surprised if the next hoop shot gets checked for hoop firmness, because that's one way to loosen them up.
Yes.
You say hello, you loosen the hoop up, and we'll see who has the next hoop shot, but they might ask to have it firmed.
Yeah, for sure. And this is actually the first tournament that Macy has held here at the Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club where they've used quadways. And
good gentle clear. I haven't seen that in a while. I haven't seen that since a Balding game.
Yes.
A gentle clear.
We've been missing those in this matchup.
Oh, this won't be gentle, though.
No, this is not.
He has
gonna be
said
gentle.
hello, and he's going for the middle.
Oh,
there it
great
is.
shot.
Spins it through. Blake with a spinner. All right, so if Brian is making his by spinning through, he's hitting the middle 16th. Blake at that pace, it might grow to an 8th.
Yes.
Because he's hitting so hard that he's making room to spin through. So we are at 5-all. This is a game to 2, folks, for the spot in the semifinal, and a great setup by Brian to start.
That's right. And for those of you keeping up with the bracket, we've got so far you and Burridge and Robert Fletcher matching up in the semifinal tomorrow on one half of the bracket. And then in our match earlier with Tom Balding and K Kamel, we had K Kamel come out on top. And now we're waiting on the winner of this matchup to play Kamel in the semifinal. And so, like Ben said, it's a game to 2 and 5-5 here in the deciding fifth game of the match.
Blake almost played that like a corner hoop. He played that half ball. He's got a nice straight hoop shot, but we're looking at a 10.5-yard hoop. So that is bold, but it looks like he's got good position with blue. So Blake's hoping black gets to clear yellow and blue gets a nice hoop shot for the 6-5 lead.
Yeah, and I think Brian is definitely scared of that black. And so you're going to see a clearance on blue here solely based on the fact of Blake's ability and to not only clear you, but clear you far away where your chances to get blue are slim.
So this is a critical, I know from the corner to hoop 6, 16 yards, so we're looking at 13, 12 yards here. If he can center ball blue and stick around within 7 yards, I hate to say it here, yellow's got a juicy jumper.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, I don't know that he's going to stick around 7 yards, Ben, just because of Solomon grip. He's got to get it really, really center to stick around with the amount of power he's going to put on the shot.
All right, and then Blake is just chomping at the bit. He wants that yellow. Had red cleared blue, do you think Blake just shoots the dang hoop?
For sure. I really think he does.
All right, so he's looking at, this is a much easier target. It's a ball from 9 yards, and he hits it, but not center, so that would not have made a hoop.
Yep.
So we're going to have a reset here. Unless we get a great stop shot, we're going to end up with blue being first position and just a big old reset. But you can see the nerves here. Blake just kind of rushed into that one. Brian missed his 13-yard clearance. He's probably just grateful to have a chance here.
Absolutely.
Clear a ball at 11.
You know, I really think he was expecting to be on the south boundary after that miss.
So he's down to that corner peg. Now, the middle hoop, that offside peg represents less than 22 degrees. I don't know the math. Howard, you can at me later. But we're talking about like 10, 15 degrees. But from there, it's like 11 yards. From the boundary, it's 10 and a half. That's probably 11, 12 yards. Blake's just going to be first in front. Not really a block. Yellow could still go for the hoop if it wants.
For sure. But he has put it in good enough position that Brian's going to be really tempted to have to get rid of that.
So we'll see red come into position. If black gets a block, yellow could be forced to the hoop shot. But probably yellow is just going to clear blue. And we'll see if red is left with a chance to score the critical sixth hoop.
Yes.
Not the game / match ending hoop, but critical. You're up 6-5, and if you don't have K Kamel's skill of clearing a ball at 12 to position at 13, usually up 6-5, you're the first ball to 13.
Yeah. And so we're just going to see a set out of Brian here. He's really expecting very similar to our Blake situation a second ago.
A little short.
He's come up a little bit short. So what he was going for there is obviously good position and planning on yellow clearing blue somewhere near the south boundary. And he's come up a little bit short. So we might see a control clearing out of Brian instead of a power clearing.
So both red and black coming from distance. Red from the side. Black's going to get a straight hoop shot. Oh, he hits blue. So that makes it a little closer to yellow. A little worse hoop shot for blue. But I'm sure Blake would just be happy to be there.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to see the Solomon grip here again. I think
he wants to put this on the west boundary.
I think, you know, as
South
crazy as it
boundary.
may sound, this looks to me like a hoop shot.
Ooh, he's second check. Everybody, you know what that means. That's a refusal. All right, so we'll see. Brian, we can't get great distance with this camera. Looks like blue is maybe 3 yards, 2.5, 3 yards. Brian's looking at red's hoop shot. Does he love it? You know, if he loves it, then yellow goes Solomon grip, rip it at blue, right? If you don't love red's hoop shot, maybe standard grip, just get blue out of there, let blue hit you, come on back.
I think that's what we're going to see here. We're either going to see a Solomon go at the hoop or we're going to see a standard go at blue. And based on the Solomon
like
grip,
the hoop.
I think this is a hoop shot. We saw him check the hoop on the way by. I think he was still trying to make his decision there.
I
And
don't
now,
think he's on the boundary, but he's within a foot of the boundary.
yeah.
So we're looking at 11 yards here, folks. This is like a 10 to 15 degree, 11-yard hoop shot to go up 6-5. Really going for it. Opting out of clearing blue. Oh, he wanted it. You see the jump. You see the possibly teaching Blake some Spanish there.
Yes.
But Brian really wanted to run that down to 12, take control. So now Blake has to compose himself, but he's just running right up there to hit. Grip it and rip it, south boundary.
Oh, great shot.
South boundary, for sure. So great shot by Blake, but you can see, I know that he moved that ball deeper. It might have been a 2-3 yarder, and then I understand Blake taking a full swing. If that's at 1 yard, I'd like to see Blake try to pace it out.
Yeah.
Get control of 12.
So he had one earlier in the match. I believe it was in game 4 that he had a situation somewhere where I believe it was 4-4 and he was at hoop 9 trying to get pace down to 10. And he just missed a 2-yard hoop that he would normally run all the way down to the north boundary. And so I think that's a situation where, hey, there's nerves involved. There's pressure in the situation. let me just take my best swing at it with full pace and deal with the consequences.
I think part of that is taking the full backswing and then slowing down on the follow-through that loses you accuracy.
Absolutely.
It's possible the better way to approach that is take lesser backswing and then accelerate in the follow-through. That's something, he could learn, but hard to argue with results. I don't know if blue has a shot at red. Black's taking a shot at red or the hoop. Black and blue on the south boundary. So now Brian's got control of 12. So red, not a great position, but as we've seen, Brian can spin it through from anywhere. So Brian's looking at I want to say 4-yard hoop 12 with red. Blue's got a chance to clear that. If blue's due south, we're looking at 14.5-yard clearance. Yellow stays out of the way. Blake wastes no time. Doesn't go for the clear. So Blake up 6-5. He can go ahead and let Brian clear this. I think the critical mistake there is blue should not be north of those balls.
Yeah, I agree. And, I think he's far enough west that it's going to be hard for Brian to get good position towards hoop 13.
But Brian's going for it. He wants to flick off blue to get to 13 legally, or at least stop shot blue and just have control.
Yes.
But anytime Blake is north of those balls, Brian's going to look to go to 13, right?
That's right. And so we're going to see how good of an angle he has towards 13. My guess is he can get to the halfway peg between 10 and 11. That's laying on the ground.
That's on the ground, yeah.
But
Put blue on the west boundary, and then if yellow makes the hoop, blue's coming from the penalty spot, and red is close enough to clear it at 13.
That's right.
That's huge. So, we talked about the power of 6. The power of being the first to 6 is that you're the first to hoop 13. If you let them get to 13 first, then it's not as helpful having 6 points.
That's right.
So now Blake's not even going for the clear. Blake's going to let him shoot that hoop. Now, at least here, he didn't end up north of that ball. But if Brian can make 12, then Blake's going to get cleared from 13.
Yeah, I think this is in a swing bin. I really think it's going to be difficult to make this hoop with where black is. I think Brian's going to reevaluate.
From 11 or 12, 13 yards worked out, huh?
Well, he's actually checking the hoop, so obviously this is a chance to run.
Now, remember earlier we had Blake run hoop 2, or possibly run hoop 2, and his mallet hit the ball next to him. Brian has to worry about that error.
That's right.
So Brian's got to put not only a good swing on the ball, he's got to make sure that swing doesn't flick at all towards black. If any part of his mallet touches black, then the hoop wouldn't count, and Blake gets to choose if they come back or not. So this is very similar to the hoop 2 shot, although much larger stakes here at hoop 12.
That's right.
Let's see, what is this? 3-4 yarder, and he would have control of 13.
That's right.
And he's nailed it.
Really big shot.
Black doesn't move. 6-all. This best of 5 marathon match, the 8th game of the day for Brian Lozano, has come down to the hook.
The final hoop coming
Blake
down.
Is short. Oh, red doesn't even need to clear. He could if he wants to. If he thinks he'll bounce off to position, red might be able to just leverage this to the perfect corner position on blue.
Yes. And, I think one thing to talk about here with black is don't be surprised to see black go for a promotion, knowing that if it misses the promotion, it's just taking deep position.
I'd argue that with Blake's skill set, black should go hard at blue. Full swing. Blake is a big power shooter, as we saw at hoops 4 and 5. If Blake center balls blue to the north boundary, it's better than a 60-degree angle or whatever he's looking at now.
That's right.
Yeah, it's too dark outside to really tell through the window what blue's position is. But Brian's getting the hoop firmed up. We might see a hoop 13 shot right away.
Wow.
He wants it set. Now, in Egypt, you might see the ref turn this hoop to correct it. Not to the striker's advantage, of course.
Of course.
Depending on their nation of origin. But here comes, Matt's laughing at the attempt. We'll see what happens. It's all fun and games till Brian runs the 9-yard angled hoop shot, right?
No, I think the reason Matt's laughing is because Matt was the referee who came out that pounded the last hoop, and he needed it repounded.
Okay.
And so Matt basically said, okay, hey, tell me if it's good enough before I walk over to my chair.
Okay, Matt, no wasted steps by the referee.
No.
Shrewd. You could tell he's also a croquet player. He's strategic about those steps. So here, Brian, because blue's no threat to run, instead of just going to 5 yards in front where blue can't clear him very far, he's going to have a go. This is less than 45 degrees, so directly north of hoop 6 will be 45 degrees. If he went near that offside marker, then he's at 22 degrees. It's a very makeable shot. We've seen Brian make great hoop shots, usually straighter than this, but this is for a medal and a chance at the World Championship semifinal.
It looks like he's missed the entire hoop on the right-hand half.
Was that standard
right-hand
grip?
side. It was.
Standard grip.
It was standard. There was a little lunge, but he's had a lot of success with that today.
All right, with red not in position, Blake has not opted to have a full bore go at blue.
Yep.
He's just going to take position. And if he's a little bit left of center as we look at it, blue's there to promote him.
Yes.
So blue can promote that to a straight-on shot, or blue could promote that to a wired spot from red. Blue could use blue to block red from clearing black if he's happy with black's hoop shot. That was probably Brian's best chance for a while here.
Yeah, and so he looks like he's taking the Solomon grip out. He's taking a swing at black, I think. You know, if he misses, he goes off the north boundary behind 13. Obviously, you guys are starting to see how dark it is out there right now. These guys are trying to finish this up, this hoop 13, before they can call it.
Just because the orange and red trees are the brightest thing out there doesn't mean it's dark. Oh, great shot!
Great shot by Brian.
Wow, from like 90 feet, Brian clears it to the north boundary. So what we were talking about Blake hoping blue would have, Brian has now forced Blake. That's his best option with black. Blue does not have a very good hoop shot, and black will now be the 7-yarder, although a straighter shot than red had.
That's right.
So, but Brian's happy. He is taken away the easy hoop, and yellow's there to prevent blue from having an easy hoop shot.
That's right. I think we're going to see blue go to position here, hopefully blocking yellow, but still giving a line to black.
Great angle, and he got it.
Great shot.
That is a clutch touch shot. So one of the things that you often don't hear mentioned, it's one of the less visible skills. The hard-hitting Egyptians, hard-hitting Blake Fields, and when he was hard-hitting, Tom Balding, what you don't see often mentioned is their position game. It's low, excitement, but it's a huge difference.
Yes, and you can see some guys that don't have as much, let's call it physical ability, that are using the touch to win their matches and really put their opponent in a position where it's very difficult to use their power to their advantage.
I find it understated when the players who hit really hard hit spectacular shots like that.
Great shot.
A great 15-yard clearance by Brian to keep the hoop alive. These big swings, Solomon grips, or the Egyptian players with that Irish grip, some would call it an Egyptian grip because they're the ones that use it, ripping the ball so hard. The problem is nobody talks about how they get position all the time. Oh, Blake takes a quick swipe, quick draw, Blake.
Yeah, so he's going for hoop 13 there, going and taking his opportunity while he had it. He knows he's got a second ball there, but it looks like Brian's going to have a go. No one opting for position here.
So now we have blue with a 7-yard, maybe 10, 15-degree hoop shot. Yellow with a 7-yard, 10, 15-degree hoop shot. Get that ball barrier tube out of here. We got Brian Lozano going for a spot in the semifinals here from 7.5 yards. What's the deal with the mallet?
I have no idea.
Is he going to just lag 6 inches? Maybe set up for next time?
He's giving himself a rush.
He's taking relief. Oh, there must be probably a mallet mark from somebody trying a jump from there or something.
Yeah,
he's
probably
getting relief. Okay.
There's holes all over these courts as far as little things along the boundary, and so I've had a couple of times this week where I've actually taken relief where my opponent has just due to the hole. But we have
over under. You think he's gonna make it? Is this it? Is this game 5 right here?
No, I think it's close.
You think everybody's just nervous taking the big swipes? We're
I
going to
do.
end up settling into a 2-yard hoop shot later?
I think we're going to get I think this is going to stay in position. A miss that stays in position.
Let me say, Viva Mexico. Here we go. Brian, standard grip, doing the dipping bird, looking down, looking up, keep his head down, follow through. Continuous casting. Here comes. Oh, no position. Right stanchion for Brian. Bounced off. If we zoom out, we might see 7 yards. Hey, if we unfocus, then we'll all guess what's happening because we can't see through the windows from here.
Oh my gosh.
Little help, director. All right, just pick a focus and stick at that range. We got to see what's happening. Oh my God, is that Jesus Rick? There's a bright white light out there. Yeah.
Okay, so we're trying to get a visual of this because it's very dark, guys. You know, we're looking at 6:42. Sunset was at 6:30 or 6:23, and so these guys are sticking it out.
Position. It looks
Blake
like.
is taking position with blue, and it's very dark.
Yellow's over there by hoop 6, so he's within striking distance if he can see blue. It's 7 yards away. Looks like he's coming in with red, maybe position.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely could see position here with yellow being so close, but it's hard to tell, once again, if yellow's hampered or it's not.
Black thrashed at the hoop and might be off the east boundary.
So it looks like with this Solomon grip, we're going to see a clearance from red on blue, and you know, even if he misses, he's over there on the the east boundary.
The good news with this venue is there's plenty of places to park. Nobody's complaining. There's nowhere to park. So everybody's got a spot to park. If anybody wants to come and Virginia's within driving distance, come on down. We got semifinals tomorrow, finals on Saturday. Plenty of places to park, whether you're on the deed or not, I'm told. You don't have to be a white family member to park here. So it looks like Brian took a swipe at blue and missed with red. So now Blake has 2 balls in front. So I can't see the gray hoop either, folks. So we tried to act like this was radio before and we could see it. Now we're all acting like it's radio and none of us can see it.
Yes.
So I'm guessing Brian has a good chance to clear blue. The problem is red, having missed blue, is going to have a longer shot at black. So red would have to shoot maybe a 10, 11 yarder to clear black.
Does that help or hurt?
And yeah, we've gotten some better contrast here in the announcer's booth. And then we lost camera feed. All right, so let's all just guess.
So it looks
How
like
are you doing?
Brian is having a go at the ball at 13, and looks like we have another Solomon grip here, and so he gets it.
Clean hit, and he has gotten the correct half. We may not be able to see. Brian can see clearly. He hit the left half of that ball so that yellow has a 7-yard straight-on hoop shot. He cleared blue near corner 3, and now red is going to have a 10-yard critical clear to keep this match alive. Or I fear Blake's going to be able to thrash his way through with black.
Yeah.
So blue right back to position. Blake is in control here after they each missed a 7-yard hoop shot.
Yeah, and it looks like he's taking a nice position with blue. It's hard to tell if it's blocked or not.
Might be blocking yellow's hoop shot.
I think so.
That's what Brian's looking at now. Brian, either way, has to clear black with red. And so the problem is if yellow can't shoot the hoop, then Brian doesn't need to clear black very far.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a standard grip controlled clear here, but he's, you know, it's hard to see from our camera feed, but he's probably about 10 yards away trying to get the black ball here.
I got to say, if you had to pick somebody to win the hook, Blake is quite the angler. So he's experienced with the hook.
Okay, so Brian has gotten the right half of the black. He's given himself an opportunity with yellow. We're probably going to see black get back into position, and Brian's going to have a go at this thing.
Well, I don't know. That's what Blake's looking at, too. Is yellow blocked on the hoop? Maybe black could promote blue to blocking position. Black itself could block. The fact that he didn't mess with it makes me think blue is blocking yellow. So I think Blake doesn't fear yellow with a flat shot. We could see a jump. A Mexican jumping bean here for 13 at Game 5.
Once again, it's hard to see, but I don't think black's runnable. you know, I think it looks like a jump. We've seen those hands drop.
All right.
We've seen the Solomon grip come out.
Mexican jumping bean for the match. This Alex Verge style, she won a world championship at 13 on this jump.
Really?
And we're going to see if Brian can get to the semifinals with a bouncing bomb here, a Mexican jumping bean. Let's see, he's got to bounce once, get over blue. He did not get it. I couldn't see it, but I can see Brian. That would be a very different result had Brian made that. It would have been handshakes all around. Possibly we would have heard of Viva Mexico in the booth. Uh-oh, little Bob Jackson style, hanging up the hat. He's all done. Here comes Blake. Game 5. Blake Fields for the win.
Blake
the
Fields.
18-year-old into the semis. What does that mean for you, young 25-year-old Matthew Essex?
Yes, I mean, this is just an incredible win for Blake. You know, he's been a great player.
Longtime friends there, just enjoying the relief that both of them feel that it's over. Hoop 13, Game 5. What a battle.
What a battle. And, you know, we're going to, you know, try to get you guys some coverage tomorrow on the semifinal matchups between you and Burridge and Robert Fletcher and Blake Fields and K Kamel. And, you know, we thank you guys for watching and supporting these guys. And I am Matthew Essick, and we are signing off along with...
I am Ben Rothman, and for Russ Dilly and all the production crew, thank you so much for watching. Good night.